Prince Bull. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Carl Manchester, 2012. Prince Bull by Charles Dickens. Prince Bull, a fairy tale. Once upon a time, and of course it was in the Golden Age, and I hope you may know when that was, for I am sure I don't, though I have tried hard to find out, there lived in a rich and fertile country a powerful prince whose name was Bull. He had gone through a great deal of fighting in his time, about all sorts of things, including nothing, but had gradually settled down to be a steady, peaceable, good-natured, corpulent, rather sleepy prince. This puissant prince was married to a lovely princess, whose name was Fair Freedom. She had brought him a large fortune, and had borne him an immense number of children, and had set them to spinning, and farming, and engineering, and soldiering, and sailoring, and doctoring, and lawyering, and preaching, and all kinds of trades. The coffers of Prince Bull were full of treasure. His cellars were crammed with delicious wines from all parts of the world. The richest gold and silver plate that ever was seen adorned his sideboards. His sons were strong, his daughters were handsome, and, in short, you might have supposed that if there ever lived upon earth a fortunate and happy prince, the name of that prince, take him for all in all, was assuredly Prince Bull. But appearances, as we all know, are not always to be trusted, far from it, and if they had led you to this conclusion respecting Prince Bull, they would have led you wrong, as they have often led me. For this good prince had 2 sharp thorns in his pillow, 2 hard knobs in his crown, 2 heavy loads on his mind, 2 unbridled nightmares in his sleep, 2 rocks ahead of his course. He could not by any means get servants to suit him, and he had a tyrannical old godmother whose name was Tape. She was a fairy, this Tape, and was a bright red all over. She was disgustingly prim and formal, and could never bend herself a hair's breadth this way or that way out of her naturally crooked shape. But she was very potent in her wicked art. She could stop the fastest thing in the world, change the strongest thing into the weakest, and the most useful into the most useless. To do this she had only to put her cold hand upon it, and repeat her own name, Tape. Then it withered away. At the court of Prince Bull, at least I don't mean literally at his court, because he was a very genteel prince, and readily yielded to his godmother, when she always reserved that for his hereditary lords and ladies. In the dominions of Prince Bull, among the great mass of the community who were called, in the language of that polite country, the mobs and the snobs, were a number of very ingenious men, who were always busy with some invention or other, for promoting the prosperity of the prince's subjects, and augmenting the prince's power. But whenever they submitted their models for the prince's approval, his godmother stepped forward, laid her hand upon them, and said, Tape. Hence it came to pass that when any particularly good discovery was made, the discoverer usually carried it off to some other prince in foreign parts who had no old godmother who said Tape. This was not on the whole an advantageous state of things for Prince Bull, to the best of my understanding. The worst of it was that Prince Bull had in course of years lapsed into such a state of subjection to this unlucky godmother that he never made any serious effort to rid himself of her tyranny. I have said this was the worst of it, but there I was wrong, because there is a worse consequence still behind. The prince's numerous family became so downright sick and tired of Tape, that when they should have helped the prince out of the difficulties into which that evil creature led him, they fell into a dangerous habit of moodily keeping away from him in an impassive and indifferent manner, as though they had quite forgotten that no harm could happen to the prince, their father, without its inevitably affecting themselves. Such was the aspect of affairs at the court of Prince Bull when this great prince found it necessary to go to war with Prince Bear. He had been for some time very doubtful of his servants, who, besides being indolent and addicted to enriching their families at his expense, domineered over him dreadfully, threatening to discharge themselves if they were found the least fault with, pretending that they had done a wonderful amount of work when they had done nothing, making the most unmeaning speeches that ever were heard in the prince's name, and uniformly showing themselves to be very inefficient indeed. Though that some of them had excellent characters from previous situations is not to be denied. Well, Prince Bull called his servants together, and said to them one and all,
"Send out my army against Prince Bear. Clothe it, arm it, feed it, provide it with all necessaries and contingencies, and I will pay the piper. Do your duty, my brave troops," said the prince, "and do it well, and I will pour my treasure out like water to defray the cost. Who ever heard me complain of money well laid out?"
Which indeed he had reason for saying, inasmuch as he was well known to be a truly generous and munificent prince. When the servants heard these words, they sent out the army against Prince Bear, and they set the army tailors to work, and the army provision merchants, and the makers of guns both great and small, and the gunpowder makers, and the makers of ball, shell, and shot. And they bought up all manner of stores and ships, without troubling their heads about the prince, and appeared to be so busy that the good prince rubbed his hands, and, using a favourite expression of his, said,
"It's all right."
But while they were thus employed, the prince's godmother, who was a great favourite with those servants, looked in upon them continually all day long, and whenever she popped in her head at the door, said,
"How do you do, my children? What are you doing here?"
"Official business, godmother." "Oh," says the wicked fairy.
"Tape."
And then the business all went wrong, whatever it was, and the servants' heads became so addled and muddled that they thought they were doing wonders. Now, this was very bad conduct on the part of the vicious old nuisance, and she ought to have been strangled, even if she had stopped here. But she didn't stop here, as you shall learn. For a number of the prince's subjects, being very fond of the prince's army, who were the bravest of men, assembled together and provided all manner of eatables and drinkables, and books to read, and clothes to wear, and tobacco to smoke, and candles to burn, and nailed them up in great packing cases, and put them aboard a great many ships to be carried out to that brave army in the cold and inclement country where they were fighting Prince Bear. Then up comes this wicked fairy as the ships were weighing anchor, and says,
"How do you do, my children? What are you doing here?" "We are going with all these comforts to the army, godmother."
"Oh," says she, "a pleasant voyage, my darlings. Tape." And from that time forth those enchanting ships went sailing against wind and tide and rhyme and reason round and round the world, and whenever they touched any port were ordered off immediately, and could never deliver their cargoes anywhere. This again was very bad conduct on the part of the vicious old nuisance, and she ought to have been strangled for it, if she had done nothing worse. But she did something worse still, as you shall learn. For she got astride of an official broomstick, and muttered as a spell these two sentences:
"On Her Majesty's service,"
and "I have the honour to be, sir, your most obedient servant," and presently alighted in the cold and inclement country where the army of Prince Bull were encamped to fight the army of Prince Bear. On the seashore of that country she found piled together a number of houses for the army to live in, and a quantity of provisions for the army to live upon, and a quantity of clothes for the army to wear, while, sitting in the mud gazing at them, were a group of officers as red to look at as the wicked old woman herself. So she said to one of them, "Who are you, my darling, and how do you do?"
"I am the Quartermaster General's department, godmother, and I am pretty well."
Then she said to another,
"Who are you, my darling, and how do you do?"
"I am the Commissariat department, godmother, and I am pretty well."
And she said to another, "And who are you, my darling, and how do you do?"
"I am the head of the medical department, godmother, and I am pretty well."
And then she said to some gentlemen scented with lavender, who kept themselves at a great distance from the rest,
"And who are you, my pretty pets,
and how do you do?" And they answered,
"We are the staff department, godmother, and we are very well indeed."
"I am delighted to see you all, my beauties,"
said this wicked old fairy.
"Tape."
Upon that the houses, clothes, and provisions all mouldered away, and the soldiers who were sound fell sick, and the soldiers who were sick died miserably, and the noble army of Prince Bull perished. When the dismal news of this great loss was carried to the prince, he suspected his godmother very much indeed, but he knew that his servants must have kept company with the malicious beldame, and must have given way to her, and therefore he resolved to turn those servants out of their places. So he called to him a roebuck, who had the gift of speech, and he said,
"Good roebuck, tell them they must go."
So the good roebuck delivered his message, so like a man that you might have supposed him to be nothing but a man, and they were turned out, but not without warning, for that they had had a long time. And now comes the most extraordinary part of the history of this prince. When he had turned out those servants, of course he wanted others. What was his astonishment to find that in all his dominions, which contained no less than 27 millions of people, there were not about 25 servants altogether. They were so lofty about it, too, that instead of discussing whether they should hire themselves as servants to Prince Bull, they turned things topsy-turvy, and considered whether, as a favour, they should hire Prince Bull to be their master. While they were arguing this point among themselves, quite at their leisure, the wicked old red fairy was incessantly going up and down, knocking at the doors of 12 of the oldest of the 25, who were the oldest inhabitants in all that country, and whose united ages amounted to 1,000, saying,
"Will you hire Prince Bull for your master? Will you hire Prince Bull for your master?"
To which one answered,
"I won't if next door will."
and another,
"I won't if over the way does."
and another,
"I can't if he, she, or they might, could, would, or should."
and all this time Prince Bull's affairs were going to rack and ruin. At last Prince Bull, in the height of his perplexity, assumed a thoughtful face, as if he were struck by an entirely new idea. The wicked old fairy, seeing this, was at his elbow directly, and said,
"How do you do, my prince?
And what are you thinking of?"
"I am thinking, godmother, that among all the 27 millions of my subjects who have never been in service, there are men of intellect and business who have made me very famous, both among my friends and enemies."
"Ay, truly,"
says the fairy.
"Ay, truly,"
says the prince.
"And what then?"
says the fairy.
"Why, then,"
says he,
"since the regular old class of servants do so ill, are so hard to get, and carry it with so high a hand, perhaps I might try to make good servants of some of these."
The words had no sooner passed his lips than she returned chuckling.
"You think so, do you? Indeed, my prince."
Tape. Thereupon he directly forgot what he was thinking of, and cried out lamentably to the old servants,
"Oh, do come and hire your poor old master. Pray do, on any terms."
And this, for the present, finishes the story of Prince Bull. I wish I could wind it up by saying that he lived happy ever afterwards, but I cannot in my conscience do so, for with Tape at his elbow, and his estranged children fatally repelled by her from coming near him, I do not, to tell you the plain truth, believe in the possibility of such an end to it. End of Prince Bull.
The Poor Relations Story from Some Christmas Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 1. The Poor Relations Story from Some Christmas Stories. By Charles Dickens. He was very reluctant to take precedence of so many respected members of the family by beginning the round of stories they were to relate as they sat in a goodly circle by the Christmas fire, and he modestly suggested that it would be more correct if John, our esteemed host, whose health he begged to drink, would have the kindness to begin. For as to himself, he said, he was so little used to lead the way that really, but as they all cried out here, that he must begin, and agreed with one voice that he might, could, would, and should begin, he left off rubbing his hands, and took his legs out from under his armchair, and did begin. "I have no doubt," said the poor relation, "that I shall surprise the assembled members of our family, and particularly John, our esteemed host, to whom we are so much indebted for the great hospitality with which he has this day entertained us, by the confession I am going to make. But if you do me the honour to be surprised at anything that falls from a person so unimportant in the family as I am, I can only say that I shall be scrupulously accurate in all I relate. I am not what I am supposed to be. I am quite another thing. Perhaps before I go further, I had better glance at what I am supposed to be. It is supposed, unless I mistake, the assembled members of our family will correct me if I do, which is very likely," here the poor relation looked mildly about him for contradiction, "that I am nobody's enemy but my own, that I never met with any particular success in anything, that I failed in business because I was unbusinesslike and credulous, in not being prepared for the interested designs of my partner, that I failed in love because I was ridiculously trustful in thinking it impossible that Christiana could deceive me, that I failed in my expectations from my Uncle Chill on account of not being as sharp as he could have wished in worldly matters, that through life I have been rather put upon and disappointed in a general way, that I am at present a bachelor of between 59 and 60 years of age, living on a limited income in the form of a quarterly allowance, to which I see that John, our esteemed host, wishes me to make no further allusion. The supposition as to my present pursuits and habits is to the following effect. I live in a lodging in the Clapham Road, a very clean back room in a very respectable house, where I am expected not to be at home in the daytime unless poorly, and which I usually leave in the morning at 9 o'clock, on pretence of going to business. I take my breakfast, my roll and butter, and my half pint of coffee at the old established coffee shop near Westminster Bridge, and then I go into the city, I don't know why, and sit in Garraway's coffee house, and on 'Change, and walk about, and look into a few offices and counting houses where some of my relations or acquaintance are so good as to tolerate me, and where I stand by the fire if the weather happens to be cold. I get through the day in this way until 5 o'clock, and then I dine, at a cost on the average of 1 and 3 pence. Having still a little money to spend on my evening's entertainment, I look into the old established coffee shop as I go home and take my cup of tea and perhaps my bit of toast. So, as the large hand of the clock makes its way round to the morning hour again, I make my way round to the Clapham Road again, and go to bed when I get to my lodging, fire being expensive, and being objected to by the family on account of its giving trouble and making a dirt. Sometimes one of my relations or acquaintances is so obliging as to ask me to dinner. Those are holiday occasions, and then I generally walk in the park. I am a solitary man, and seldom walk with anybody. Not that I am avoided because I am shabby, for I am not at all shabby, having always a very good suit of black on, or rather Oxford mixture, which has the appearance of black and wears much better. But I have got into a habit of speaking low, and being rather silent, and my spirits are not high, and I am sensible that I am not an attractive companion. The only exception to this general rule is the child of my first cousin, little Frank. I have a particular affection for that child, and he takes very kindly to me. He is a diffident boy by nature, and in a crowd he is soon run over, as I may say, and forgotten. He and I, however, get on exceedingly well. I have a fancy that the poor child will in time succeed to my peculiar position in the family. We talk but little, still we understand each other. We walk about hand in hand, and without much speaking he knows what I mean, and I know what he means. When he was very little indeed, I used to take him to the windows of the toy shop and show him the toys inside. It is surprising how soon he found out that I would have made him a great many presents if I had been in circumstances to do it. Little Frank and I go and look at the outside of the monument. He is very fond of the monument, and at the bridges, and at all the sights that are free. On 2 of my birthdays we have dined on à la mode beef, and gone at half price to the play, and been deeply interested. I was once walking with him in Lombard Street, which we often visit, on account of my having mentioned to him that there are great riches there. He is very fond of Lombard Street, when a gentleman said to me as he passed by, "Sir, your little son has dropped his glove." I assure you, if you will excuse my remarking on so trivial a circumstance, this accidental mention of the child as mine quite touched my heart and brought the foolish tears into my eyes. When little Frank is sent to school in the country, I shall be very much at a loss what to do with myself, but I have the intention of walking down there once a month and seeing him on a half holiday. I am told he will then be at play upon the heath, and if my visits should be objected to as unsettling the child, I can see him from a distance without his seeing me, and walk back again. His mother comes of a highly genteel family, and rather disapproves. I am aware of our being too much together. I know that I am not calculated to improve his retiring disposition, but I think he would miss me beyond the feeling of the moment if we were wholly separated. When I die in the Clapham Road, I shall not leave much more in this world than I shall take out of it. I happen to have a miniature of a bright-faced boy with a curling head, and an open shirt frill waving down his bosom. My mother had it taken for me, but I can't believe that it was ever like, and which I shall beg may be given to Frank. I have written my dear boy a little letter with it, in which I have told him that I felt very sorry to part from him, though bound to confess that I knew no reason why I should remain here. I have given him some short advice, the best in my power, to take warning of the consequences of being nobody's enemy but his own, and I have endeavoured to comfort him for what I fear he will consider a bereavement, by pointing out to him that I was only a superfluous something to every one but him, and that having by some means failed to find a place in this great assembly, I am better out of it. Such, said the poor relation, clearing his throat and beginning to speak a little louder, is the general impression about me. Now, it is a remarkable circumstance which forms the aim and purpose of my story, that this is all wrong. This is not my life, and these are not my habits. I do not even live in the Clapham Road. Comparatively speaking, I am very seldom there. I reside mostly in a... I'm almost ashamed to say the word, it sounds so full of pretension. In a castle. I do not mean, that it is an old baronial habitation, but still it is a building always known to everyone by the name of a castle. In it I preserve the particulars of my history. They run thus. It was when I first took John Spatter, who had been my clerk, into partnership, and when I was still a young man of not more than 25, residing in the house of my Uncle Chill, from whom I had considerable expectations, that I ventured to propose to Christiana. I had loved Christiana a long time. She was very beautiful and very winning in all respects. I rather mistrusted her widowed mother, who I feared was of a plotting and mercenary turn of mind, but I thought as well of her as I could for Christiana's sake. I never had loved anyone but Christiana, and she had been all the world, and oh, far more than all the world to me from our childhood. Christiana accepted me with her mother's consent, and I was rendered very happy indeed. My life at my Uncle Chill's was of a spare, dull kind, and my garret chamber was as dull and bare and cold as an upper prison room in some stern northern fortress. But having Christiana's love, I wanted nothing upon earth. I would not have changed my lot with any human being. Avarice was unhappily my Uncle Chill's master vice. Though he was rich, he pinched and scraped and clutched and lived miserably. As Christiana had no fortune, I was for some time a little fearful of confessing our engagement to him, but at length I wrote him a letter, saying how it all truly was. I put it into his hand one night on going to bed. As I came downstairs next morning, shivering in the cold December air, colder in my uncle's unwarmed house than in the street, where the winter sun did sometimes shine, and which was at all events enlivened by cheerful faces and voices passing along, I carried a heavy heart towards the long, low breakfast room in which my uncle sat. It was a large room with a small fire, and there was a great bay window in it which the rain had marked in the night, as if with the tears of houseless people. It stared upon a raw yard with a cracked stone pavement, and some rusted iron railings half uprooted, whence an ugly outbuilding that had once been a dissecting room, in the time of the great surgeon who had mortgaged the house to my uncle, stared at it. We rose so early always, that at that time of the year we breakfasted by candlelight. When I went into the room, my uncle was so contracted by the cold, and so huddled together in his chair behind the one dim candle, that I did not see him until I was close to the table. As I held out my hand to him, he caught up his stick. Being infirm, he always walked about the house with a stick, and made a blow at me and said, "You fool!" "Uncle," I returned, "I didn't expect you to be so angry as this." Nor had I expected it, though he was a hard and angry old man. "You didn't expect," said he. "When did you ever expect? When did you ever calculate, or look forward, you contemptible dog?" "These are hard words, uncle." "Hard words? Feathers, to pelt such an idiot as you with," said he. "Here, Betsy Snap, look at him." Betsy Snap was a withered, hard-favoured, yellow old woman, our only domestic, always employed at this time of the morning in rubbing my uncle's legs. As my uncle adjured her to look at me, he put his lean grip on the crown of her head, she kneeling beside him, and turned her face towards me. An involuntary thought connecting them both with the dissecting room, as it must often have been in the surgeon's time, passed across my mind in the midst of my anxiety. "Look at the snivelling milksop," said my uncle. "Look at the baby. This is the gentleman who people say is nobody's enemy but his own. This is the gentleman who can't say no. This is the gentleman who was making such large profits in his business that he must needs take a partner t'other day. This is the gentleman who's going to marry a wife without a penny, and who falls into the hands of Jezebels who are speculating on my death." I knew now how great my uncle's rage was, for nothing short of his being almost beside himself would have induced him to utter that concluding word, which he held in such repugnance that it was never spoken or hinted at before him on any account. "On my death," he repeated, as if he were defying me by defying his own abhorrence of the word. "On my death, death, death! But I'll spoil the speculation. Eat your last under this roof, you feeble wretch, and may it choke you." You may suppose that I had not much appetite for the breakfast to which I was bidden in these terms, but I took my accustomed seat. I saw that I was repudiated henceforth by my uncle. Still I could bear that very well, possessing Christiana's heart. He emptied his basin of bread and milk as usual, only that he took it on his knees with his chair turned away from the table where I sat. When he had done, he carefully snuffed out the candle, and the cold, slate-coloured, miserable day looked in upon us. "Now, Mr. Michael," said he, "before we part, I should like to have a word with these ladies in your presence." "As you will, sir," I returned, "but you deceive yourself and wrong us cruelly if you suppose that there is any feeling at stake in this contract but pure, disinterested, faithful love." To this he only replied, "You lie," and not one other word. We went through half-thawed snow and half-frozen rain to the house where Christiana and her mother lived. My uncle knew them very well. They were sitting at their breakfast, and were surprised to see us at that hour. "Your servant, ma'am," said my uncle to the mother. "You divine the purpose of my visit, I dare say, ma'am. I understand there is a world of pure, disinterested, faithful love cooped up here. I am happy to bring it all at once, to make it complete. I bring you your son-in-law, ma'am, and you, your husband, miss. The gentleman is a perfect stranger to me, but I wish him joy of his wise bargain. He snarled at me as he went out, and I never saw him again." "It is altogether a mistake," continued the poor relation, "to suppose that my dear Christiana, over-persuaded and influenced by her mother, married a rich man, the dirt from whose carriage-wheels is often, in these changed times, thrown upon me as she rides by. No, no, she married me. The way we came to be married rather sooner than we intended was this. I took a frugal lodging, and was saving and planning for her sake, when one day she spoke to me with great earnestness, and said, 'My dear Michael, I have given you my heart. I have said that I loved you, and I have pledged myself to be your wife. I am as much yours through all changes of good and evil, as if we had been married on the day when such words passed between us. I know you well, and know that if we should be separated and our union broken off, your whole life would be shadowed, and all that might, even now, be stronger in your character for the conflict with the world, would then be weakened to the shadow of what it is.' 'God help me, Christiana,' said I, 'you speak the truth.' 'Michael,' she said, putting her hand in mine, in all maidenly devotion, 'let us keep apart no longer. It is but for me to say that I can live contented upon such means as you have, and I well know you are happy. I say so from my heart. Strive no more alone, let us strive together. My dear Michael, it is not right that I should keep secret from you what you do not suspect, but what distresses my whole life. My mother, without considering that what you have lost for me, and on the assurance of my faith, sets her heart on riches and urges another suit upon me, to my misery. I cannot bear this, for to bear it is to be untrue to you. I would rather share your struggles than look on. I want no better home than you can give me. I know that you will aspire and labour with a higher courage if I am wholly yours, and let it be so when you will. I was blessed indeed that day, and a new world opened to me. We were married in a very little while, and I took my wife to our happy home. That was the beginning of the residence I have spoken of. The castle we have ever since inhabited together dates from that time. All our children have been born in it. Our first child, now married, was a little girl, whom we called Christiana. Her son is so like little Frank that I hardly know which is which. The current impression as to my partner's dealings with me is also quite erroneous. He did not begin to treat me coldly, as a poor simpleton, when my uncle and I so fatally quarrelled, nor did he afterwards gradually possess himself of our business and edge me out. On the contrary, he behaved to me with the utmost good faith and honour. Matters between us took this turn. On the day of my separation from my uncle, and even before the arrival at our counting-house of my trunks, which he sent after me, not carriage paid, I went down to our room of business on our little wharf, overlooking the river, And there I told John Spatter what had happened. John did not say in reply that rich old relatives were palpable facts, and that love and sentiment were moonshine and fiction. He addressed me thus. "Michael," said John, "we were at school together, and I generally had the knack of getting on better than you, and making a higher reputation." "You had, John," I returned. "Although," said John, "I borrowed your books and lost them, borrowed your pocket money and never repaid it, got you to buy my damaged knives at a higher price than I had given for them new, and to own to the windows that I had broken." "All not worth mentioning, John Spatter," said I, "but certainly true." "When you were first established in this infant business, which promises to thrive so well," pursued John, "I came to you in my search for almost any employment, and you made me your clerk." "Still not worth mentioning, my dear John Spatter," said I. "Still equally true." "And finding that I had a good head for business, and that I was really useful to the business, you did not like to retain me in that capacity, and thought it an act of justice soon to make me your partner." "Still less worth mentioning than any of those other little circumstances you have recalled, John Spatter," said I, "for I was, and am, sensible of your merits and my deficiencies." "Now, my good friend," said John, drawing my arm through his, as he had had a habit of doing at school, while two vessels outside the windows of our counting-house, which were shaped like the stern windows of a ship, went lightly down the river with the tide, as John and I might then be sailing away in company, and in trust and confidence on our voyage of life. "Let there, under these friendly circumstances, be a right understanding between us. You are too easy, Michael. You are nobody's enemy but your own. If I were to give you that damaging character among our connection," with a shrug and a shake of the head and a sigh, "and if I were further to abuse the trust you place in me—" "But you never will abuse it at all, John," I observed. "Never," he said. "Never," said he, "but I am putting a case. I say, and if I were further to abuse that trust by keeping this piece of our common affairs in the dark, and this other piece in the light, and again this other piece in the twilight, and so on, I should strengthen my strength, and weaken your weaknesses day by day, until at last I found myself on the high road to fortune, and you left behind on some bare common, a hopeless number of miles out of the way." "Exactly so," said I. "To prevent this, Michael," said John Spatter, "or the remotest chance of this, there must be perfect openness between us. Nothing must be concealed, and we must have but one interest." "My dear John Spatter," I assured him, "that is precisely what I mean." "And when you are too easy," pursued John, his face glowing with friendship, "you must allow me to prevent that imperfection in your nature from being taken advantage of by any one. You must not expect me to humour it." "My dear John Spatter," I interrupted, "I don't expect you to humour it. I want to correct it." "And I too," said John. "Exactly so," cried I. "We both have the same end in view, and honourably seeking it, and fully trusting one another, and having but one interest, ours will be a prosperous and happy partnership." "I am sure of it," returned John Spatter, and we shook hands most affectionately. I took John home to my castle, and we had a very happy day. Our partnership throve well. My friend and partner supplied what I wanted, as I had foreseen that he would, and by improving both the business and myself, amply acknowledged any little rise in life to which I had helped him. "I am not," said the poor relation, looking at the fire as he slowly rubbed his hands, "very rich, for I never cared to be that, but I have enough, and I am above all moderate wants and anxieties. My castle is not a splendid place, but it is very comfortable, and it has a warm and cheerful air, and is quite a picture of home. Our eldest girl, who is very like her mother, married John Spatter's eldest son. Our two families are closely united in other ties of attachment. It is very pleasant of an evening, when we are all assembled together, which frequently happens, and when John and I talk over old times, and the one interest there has always been between us. I really do not know, in my castle, what loneliness is. Some of our children or grandchildren are always about it, and the young voices of my descendants are delightful. Oh, how delightful to me to hear! My dearest and most devoted wife, ever faithful, ever loving, ever helpful and sustaining and consoling, is the priceless blessing of my house, from whom all its other blessings spring. We are rather a musical family, and when Christiana sees me at any time a little weary or depressed, she steals to the piano and sings a gentle air she used to sing when we were first betrothed. So weak a man am I that I cannot bear to hear it from any other source. They played it once at the theatre when I was there with little Frank, and the child said, wondering, "Cousin Michael, whose hot tears are these that have fallen on my hand?" Such is my castle, and such are the real particulars of my life therein preserved. I often take little Frank home there. He is very welcome to my grandchildren, and they play together. At this time of year, the Christmas and New Year time, I am seldom out of my castle, for the associations of the season seem to hold me there, and the precepts of the season seem to teach me that it is well to be there. "And the castle is?" observed a grave, kind voice among the company. "Yes, my castle," said the poor relation, shaking his head as he still looked at the fire, "is in the air. John, our esteemed host, suggests its situation accurately. My castle is in the air. I have done. Will you be so good as to pass the story?" End of the poor relation's story from Some Christmas Stories. Recording by Michelle Eaton.
Speech, February 1842, Boston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 1. Speech, February 1842, Boston, by Charles Dickens. At dinner given to Mr. Dickens by the young men of Boston. The company consisted of about 200, among whom were George Bancroft, Washington Allston, and Oliver Wendell Holmes. The toast of "Health, Happiness, and a Hearty Welcome to Charles Dickens," having been proposed by the chairman, Mr. Quincy, and received with great applause, Mr. Dickens responded with the following address: "Gentlemen, if you had given this splendid entertainment to any one else in the whole wide world, if I were tonight to exult in the triumph of my dearest friend, if I stood here upon my defense to repel any unjust attack, to appeal as a stranger to your generosity and kindness as the freest people on the earth, I could, putting some restraint upon myself, stand among you as self-possessed and unmoved as I should be alone in my own room in England. But when I have the echoes of your cordial greeting ringing in my ears, when I see your kind faces beaming a welcome so warm and earnest as never man had, I feel it is my nature, so vanquished and subdued, that I have hardly fortitude enough to thank you. If your president, instead of pouring forth that delightful mixture of humor and pathos which you have just heard, had been but a caustic, ill-natured man, if he had only been a dull one, if I could only have doubted or distrusted him or you, I should have had my wits at my fingers' ends, and using them, could have held you at arm's length. But you have given me no such opportunity. You take advantage of me in the tenderest point. You give me no chance of playing at company or holding you at a distance, but flock about me like a host of brothers, and make this place like home. Indeed, gentlemen, indeed, if it be natural and allowable for each of us, on his own hearth, to express his thoughts in the most homely fashion, and to appear in his plainest garb, I have a fair claim upon you to let me do so tonight, for you have made my home an Aladdin's palace. You fold so tenderly within your breasts that common household lamp in which my feeble fire is all enshrined, and at which my flickering torch is lighted up, that straight my household gods take wing, and are transported there. And whereas it is written of that fairy structure that it never moved without two shocks, one when it rose, and one when it settled down, I can say of mine that, however sharp a tug it took to pluck it from its native ground, it struck at once an easy and a deep and lasting root into this soil, and loved it as its own. I can say more of it, and say with truth, that long before it moved, or had a chance of moving, its master, perhaps from some secret sympathy between its timbers and a certain stately tree that had its being hereabout and spread its broad branches far and wide, dreamed by day and night for years of setting foot upon this shore and breathing this pure air. And trust me, gentlemen, that if I had wandered here, unknowing and unknown, I would, if I know my own heart, have come with all my sympathies clustering as richly about this land and people, with all my sense of justice as keenly alive to their high claims on every man who loves God's image, with all my energies as fully bent on judging for myself, and speaking out and telling in my sphere the truth, as I do now, when you rain down your welcomes on my head. Our President has alluded to those writings which have been my occupation for some years past, and you have received his allusions in a manner which assures me, if I needed any such assurance, that we are old friends in the spirit, and have been in close communion for a long time. It is not easy for a man to speak of his own books. I dare say that few persons have been more interested in mine than I, and if it be a general principle in nature that a lover's love is blind, and that a mother's love is blind, I believe it may be said of an author's attachment to the creatures of his own imagination, that it is a perfect model of constancy and devotion, and is the blindest of all. But the objects and purposes I have had in view are very plain and simple, and may be easily told. I have always had, and always shall have, an earnest and true desire to contribute, as far as in me lies, to the common stock of healthful cheerfulness and enjoyment. I have always had, and always shall have, an invincible repugnance to that mole-eyed philosophy which loves the darkness, and winks and scowls in the light. I believe that virtue shows quite as well in rags and patches as she does in purple and fine linen. I believe that she, and every beautiful object in external nature, claims some sympathy in the breast of the poorest man who breaks his scanty loaf of daily bread. I believe that she goes barefoot as well as shod. I believe that she dwells rather oftener in alleys and byways than she does in courts and palaces, and that it is good and pleasant and profitable to track her out and follow her. I believe that to lay one's hand upon some of those rejected ones whom the world has too long forgotten and too often misused, and to say to the proudest and most thoughtless, "These creatures have the same elements and capacities of goodness as yourselves. They are molded in the same form and made of the same clay, and though 10 times worse than you, may, in having retained anything of their original nature, amidst the trials and distresses of their condition, be really 10 times better." I believe that to do this is to pursue a worthy and not useless vocation. Gentlemen, that you think so too, your fervent greeting sufficiently assures me. That this feeling is alive in the Old World as well as in the New, no man should know better than I who have found such wide and ready sympathy in my own dear land. That in expressing it we are but treading in the steps of those great master spirits who have gone before, we know by reference to all the bright examples in our literature, from Shakespeare downward. There is one other point connected with the labors, if I may call them so, that you hold in such generous esteem, to which I cannot help adverting. I cannot help expressing the delight, the more than happiness it was to me to find so strong an interest awakened on this side of the water, in favor of that little heroine of mine, to whom your President has made allusion, who died in her youth. I had letters about that child, in England, from the dwellers in log houses among the morasses, and swamps, and densest forests, and deep solitudes of the far west. Many a sturdy hand, hard with the axe and spade, and browned by the summer's sun, has taken up the pen, and written to me a little history of domestic joy or sorrow, always coupled, I am proud to say, with something of interest in that little tale, or some comfort or happiness derived from it, and my correspondent has always addressed me, not as a writer of books for sale, resident some 4,000 or 5,000 miles away, but as a friend to whom he might freely impart the joys and sorrows of his own fireside. Many a mother, I could reckon them now by dozens, not by units, has done the like, and has told me how she lost such a child at such a time, and where she lay buried, and how good she was, and how, in this or that respect, she resembles Nell. I do assure you that no circumstance of my life has given me 1/100th part of the gratification I have derived from this source. I was wavering at the time whether or not to wind up my clock and come and see this country, and this decided me. Footnote: Master Humphrey's Clock, under which title the 2 novels of Barnaby Rudge and the Old Curiosity Shop originally appeared. Editor. End footnote. I felt as if it were a positive duty, as if I were bound to pack up my clothes and come and see my friends, and even now I have such an odd sensation in connection with these things that you have no chance of spoiling me. I feel as though we were agreeing, as indeed we are, if we substitute for fictitious characters the classes from which they are drawn, about third parties in whom we had a common interest. At every new act of kindness on your part, I say to myself, "That's for Oliver." I should not wonder if that was meant for Smike. I have no doubt that is intended for Nell. And so I become a much happier, certainly, but a more sober and retiring man than ever I was before. Gentlemen, talking of my friends in America brings me back, naturally and of course, to you. Coming back to you, and being thereby reminded of the pleasure we have in store in hearing the gentlemen who sit about me, I arrive by the easiest, though not by the shortest course in the world, at the end of what I have to say. But before I sit down, there is one topic on which I am desirous to lay particular stress. It has, or should have, a strong interest for us all, since to its literature every country must look for one great means of refining and improving its people, and one great source of national pride and honor. You have in America great writers, who will live in all time, and are as familiar to our lips as household words. Deriving, as they all do in a greater or less degree in their several walks, their inspiration from the stupendous country that gave them birth, they diffuse a better knowledge of it, and a higher love for it, all over the civilized world. I take leave to say, in the presence of some of these gentlemen, that I hope the time is not far distant when they, in America, will receive of right some substantial profit in return in England from their labors, and when we in England shall receive some substantial profit in return in America for ours. Pray do not misunderstand me. Securing to myself from day to day the means of an honorable subsistence, I would rather have the affectionate regard of my fellow men than I would have heaps and mines of gold. But the two things do not seem to me incompatible. They cannot be, for nothing good is incompatible with justice. There must be an international arrangement in this respect. England has done her part, and I am confident that the time is not far distant when America will do hers. It becomes the character of a great country. Firstly, because it is justice. Secondly, because without it you never can have and keep a literature of your own. Gentlemen, I thank you with feelings of gratitude such as are not often awakened and can never be expressed. As I understand it to be the pleasant custom here to finish with a toast, I would beg to give you America and England, and may they never have any division but the Atlantic between them. End of speech, February 1842, Boston. Read by Laurie Ann Walden.
Barbox Brothers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 1. Barbox Brothers, by Charles Dickens. Part 1. "Gad, what place is this?" "Mugby Junction, sir." "A windy place?" "Yes, it mostly is, sir." "And looks comfortless indeed." "Yes, it generally does, sir." "Is it a rainy night still?" "Pours, sir." "Open the door. I'll get out." "You'll have, sir?" said the guard, glistening with drops of wet, and looking at the tearful face of his watch by the light of his lantern as the traveller descended. 3 minutes, sir." "More, I think, for I am not going on." "Thought you had a through ticket, sir." "So I have, but I shall sacrifice the rest of it. I want my luggage." "Please to come to the van and point it out, sir. Be good enough to look very sharp, sir. Not a moment to spare." The guard hurried to the luggage van, and the traveller hurried after him. The guard got into it, and the traveller looked into it. "Those 2 large black portmanteaus in the corner where your light shines. Those are mine." "Name upon 'em, sir?" Barbox Brothers. Stand clear, sir, if you please. 1, 2, right. Lamp waved. Signal lights ahead already changing. Shriek from engine. Train gone. Mugby Junction, said the traveller, pulling up the woollen muffler round his throat with both hands. At 3 o'clock of a tempestuous morning. So. He spoke to himself. There was no one else to speak to. Perhaps, though there had been any one else to speak to, he would have preferred to speak to himself. Speaking to himself, he spoke to a man within 5 years of 50 either way, who had turned grey too soon, like a neglected fire, a man of pondering habit, brooding carriage of the head, and suppressed internal voice, a man with many indications on him of having been much alone. He stood unnoticed on the dreary platform, except by the rain and the wind. Those two vigilant assistants made a rush at him. "Very well," said he, yielding. "It signifies nothing to me to what quarter I turn my face." Thus, at Mugby Junction, at past 3 o'clock of a tempestuous morning, the traveller went where the weather drove him. Not but what he could make a stand when he was so minded, for, coming to the end of the roofed shelter, it is of considerable extent at Mugby Junction, and looking out upon the dark night, with a yet darker spirit wing of storm beating its wild way through it, he faced about, and held his own as ruggedly in the difficult direction as he had held it in the easier one. Thus, with steady step, the traveller went up and down, up and down, up and down, seeking nothing, and finding it. A place replete with shadowy shapes, this Mugby Junction, in the black hours of the 4 and 20. Mysterious goods trains, covered with palls, and gliding on like weird funerals, conveying themselves guiltily away from the presence of the few lighted lamps, as if their freight had come to a secret and unlawful end. Half-miles of coal pursuing in a detective manner, following when they lead, stopping when they stop, backing when they back. Red-hot embers showering out upon the ground, down this dark avenue and down the other, as if torturing fires were being raked clear. Concurrently, shrieks and groans and grinds invading the ear, as if the tortured were at the height of their suffering. Iron-barred cages full of cattle, jangling by midway, the drooping beasts with horns entangled, eyes frozen with terror, and mouths too. At least they have long icicles, or what seem so, hanging from their lips. Unknown languages in the air, conspiring in red, green, and white characters. An earthquake accompanied with thunder and lightning, going up express to London. Now all quiet, all rusty, wind and rain in possession, lamps extinguished, Mugby Junction dead and indistinct, with its robe drawn over its head like Caesar. Now, too, as the belated traveller plodded up and down, a shadowy train went by him in the gloom, which was no other than the train of a life. From whatsoever intangible deep-cutting or dark tunnel it emerged, here it came, unsummoned and unannounced, stealing upon him, and passing away into obscurity. Here mournfully went by a child who had never had a childhood or known a parent, inseparable from a youth with a bitter sense of his namelessness, coupled to a man the enforced business of whose best years had been distasteful and oppressive, linked to an ungrateful friend, dragging after him a woman once beloved. Attendant with many a clank and wrench were lumbering cares, dark meditations, huge dim disappointments, monotonous years, a long jarring line of the discords of a solitary and unhappy existence. "Yours, sir?" The traveller recalled his eyes from the waste into which they had been staring, and fell back a step or so under the abruptness, and perhaps the chance appropriateness of the question. "Oh, my thoughts were not here for the moment. Yes, those 2 portmanteaus are mine. Are you a porter?" On porter's wages, sir, but I am Lamps. The traveller looked a little confused. Who did you say you are? Lamps, sir, showing an oily cloth in his hand as further explanation. Surely. Is there any hotel or tavern here? Not exactly here, sir. There is a refreshment room here, but... Lamps, with a mighty serious look, gave his head a warning roll that plainly added, but it's a blessed circumstance for you that it's not open. You couldn't recommend it, I see, if it was available. Ask your pardon, sir, if it was. Open. Ain't my place as a paid servant of the company to give my opinion on any of the company's topics. He pronounced it more like toothpicks. Beyond lamb oil and cottons, returned Lamps in a confidential tone. But speaking as a man, I wouldn't recommend my father, if he were to come to life again, to go and try how he'd be treated at the refreshment room. Not speaking as a man, no, I would not. The traveller nodded conviction. I suppose I can put up in the town. There is a town here. For the traveller, though a stay-at-home compared with most travellers, had been, like many others, carried on the steam winds and the iron tides through that junction before, without having ever, as one might say, gone ashore there. Oh, yes, there's a town, sir. Anyways, there's town enough to put up in, but... Following the glance of the other at his luggage, this is a very dead time of the night with us, sir. The deadest time. I might almost call it our deadest and buriedest time. No porters about. Well, sir, you see, returned Lamps, confidential again, they in general goes off with the gas. That's how 'tis. And they seem to have overlooked you through your walking onto the further end of the platform, but in about 12 minutes or so she may be up. Who may be up? The 3:42, sir. She goes off in a siding till up X passes, and then she... Here an air of hopeful vagueness pervaded Lamps. Does all as lays in her power. I doubt if I comprehend the arrangement. I doubt if anybody do, sir. She's a parliamentary, sir. And you see, a parliamentary or a skirmishing... Do you mean an excursion? That's it, sir. A parliamentary or a skirmishing. She mostly does go off into a siding. But when she can get a chance, she's whistled out of it, and she's whistled up into doing all as... Lamps again wore the air of a mighty sanguine man who hoped for the best. All as lays in her power. He then explained that porters on duty, being required to be in attendance on the parliamentary matron in question, would doubtless turn up with the gas. In the meantime, if the gentleman would not very much object to the smell of lamp oil, and would accept the warmth of his little room... The gentleman, by this time very cold, instantly closed with the proposal. A greasy little cabin it was, suggestive to the sense of smell of a cabin in a whaler. But there was a bright fire burning in its rusty grate, and on the floor there stood a wooden stand of newly trimmed and lighted lamps, ready for carriage service. They made a bright show, and their light and the warmth accounted for the popularity of the room, as borne witness to by many impressions of velveteen trousers on the form by the fire, and many rounded smears and smudges of stooping velveteen shoulders on the adjacent wall. Various untidy shelves accommodated a quantity of lamps and oil cans, and also a fragrant collection of what looked like the pocket handkerchiefs of the whole lamp family. As Barbox Brothers, so to call the traveller on the warranty of his luggage, took his seat upon the form, and warmed his now ungloved hands at the fire, he glanced aside at a little deal desk, much blotched with ink, which his elbow touched. Upon it were some scraps of coarse paper, and a superannuated steel pen, in very reduced and gritty circumstances. From glancing at the scraps of paper, he turned involuntarily to his host, and said, with some roughness, "Why, you're never a poet, man." Lamps had certainly not the conventional appearance of one, as he stood modestly rubbing his squat nose with a handkerchief so exceedingly oily that he might have been in the act of mistaking himself for one of his charges. He was a spare man of about the Barbox brothers' time of life, with his features whimsically drawn upward as if they were attracted by the roots of his hair. He had a particularly shining transparent complexion, probably occasioned by constant oleaginous application, and his attractive hair, being cut short and being grizzled and standing straight up on end, as if it in its turn were attracted by some invisible magnet above it, the top of his head was not very unlike a lamp-wick. But to be sure, it's no business of mine. That was an impertinent observation on my part. Be what you like. Some people, sir, remarked Lamps in a tone of apology, are sometimes what they don't like. Nobody knows that better than I do, sighed the other. I have been what I don't like all my life. When I first took, sir, resumed Lamps, to composing little comic songs like. Barbox brothers eyed him with great disfavour. To composing little comic songs like, and what was more hard, to singing them afterwards, said Lamps. It went against the grain at the time, it did indeed. Something that was not all oil here shining in Lamps's eye. Barbox brothers withdrew his own a little disconcerted, looked at the fire, and put a foot on the top bar. Why do you do it, then? He asked, after a short pause, abruptly enough, but in a softer tone. If you didn't want to do it, why did you do it? Where did you sing them? Public house? To which Mr. Lamps returned the curious reply, bedside. At this moment, while the traveller looked at him for elucidation, Mugby Junction started suddenly, trembled violently, and opened its gas eyes. She's got up, Lamps announced, excited. What lays in her power is sometimes more and sometimes less, but 'tis laid in her power to get up to-night, by George. The legend Barbox Brothers, in large white letters on two black surfaces, was very soon afterwards trundling on a truck through a silent street, and when the owner of the legend had shivered on the pavement half an hour, what time the porter's knocks at the inn door knocked up the whole town first and the inn last, he groped his way into the close air of a shut-up house, and so groped between the sheets of a shut-up bed that seemed to have been expressly refrigerated for him when last made. Part 2. You remember me, young Jackson? What do I remember, if not you? You are my first remembrance. It was you who told me that was my name. It was you who told me that on every 20th of December my life had a penitential anniversary in it called a birthday. I suppose the last communication was truer than the first. What am I like, young Jackson? You are like a blight all through the year to me. You hard-lined, thin-lipped, repressive, changeless woman with a wax mask on. You are like the devil to me, most of all when you teach me religious things, for you make me abhor them. You remember me, Mr. Young Jackson? In another voice from another quarter. Most gratefully, sir. You were the ray of hope and prospering ambition in my life. When I attended your course, I believed that I should come to be a great healer, and I felt almost happy, even though I was still the one boarder in the house, with that horrible mask, and ate and drank in silence and constraint with the mask before me, every day, as I had done every day, through my school time and from my earliest recollection. What am I like, Mr. Young Jackson? You are like a superior being to me. You are like nature beginning to reveal herself to me. I hear you again as one of the hushed crowd of young men kindling under the power of your presence and knowledge, and you bring into my eyes the only exultant tears that have ever stood in them. You remember me, Mr. Young Jackson? In a grating voice from quite another quarter. but too well. You made your ghostly appearance in my life one day, and announced that its course was to be suddenly and wholly changed. You showed me which was my wearisome seat in the galley of Barbox Brothers. When they were, if they ever were, is unknown to me. There was nothing of them but the name when I bent to the oar. You told me what I was to do and what to be paid. You told me afterwards, at intervals of years, when I was to sign for the firm, when I became a partner, when I became the firm. I know no more of it or of myself. What am I like, Mr. Young Jackson? You are like my father, I sometimes think. You are hard enough and cold enough so as to have brought up an unacknowledged son. I see your scanty figure, your close brown suit, and your tight brown wig. But you, too, wear a wax mask to your death. You never by a chance remove it. It never by a chance falls off. And I know no more of you. Throughout this dialogue the traveller spoke to himself at his window in the morning, as he had spoken to himself at the junction overnight, and as he had then looked in the darkness, a man who had turned grey too soon, like a neglected fire, so he now looked in the sunlight, an ashier grey, like a fire which the brightness of the sun put out. The firm of Barbox Brothers had been some offshoot or irregular branch of the public notary and bill-broking tree. It had gained for itself a griping reputation before the days of young Jackson, and the reputation had stuck to it and to him. As he had imperceptibly come into possession of the dim den in the corner of a court off Lombard Street, on whose grimy windows the inscription "Barbox Brothers" had for many long years daily interposed itself between him and the sky, so he had insensibly found himself a personage held in chronic distrust, whom it was essential to screw tight to every transaction in which he engaged, whose word was never to be taken without his attested bond, whom all dealers with openly set up guards and wards against. This character had come down upon him through no act of his own. It was as if the original Barbox had stretched himself down upon the office floor, and had thither caused to be conveyed young Jackson in his sleep, and had there effected a metempsychosis and exchange of persons with him. The discovery, aided in its turn by the deceit of the only woman he had ever loved, and the deceit of the only friend he had ever made, who eloped from him to be married together, the discovery so followed up completed what his earliest rearing had begun. He shrank abashed within the form of Barbox, and lifted up his head and heart no more. But he did at last effect one great release in his condition. He broke the oar he had plied so long, and he scuttled and sank the galley. He prevented the gradual retirement of an old conventional business from him, by taking the initiative and retiring from it. With enough to live on, though after all with not too much, he obliterated the firm of Barbox Brothers from the pages of the Post Office Directory and the face of the earth, leaving nothing of it but its name on 2 portmanteaus. "For one must have some naming going about for people to pick up," he explained to Mugby High Street through the inn window, "and that name at least was real once, whereas young Jackson, not to mention its being a sadly satirical misnomer for old Jackson." He took up his hat and walked out, just in time to see, passing along on the opposite side of the way, a velveteen man carrying his day's dinner in a small bundle that might have been larger without suspicion of gluttony, and pelting away towards the junction at a great pace. "There's Lamps," said Barbox Brother. "And by the by, ridiculous, surely, that a man so serious, so self-contained, and not yet 3 days emancipated from a routine of drudgery, should stand rubbing his chin in the street in a brown study about comic songs." "Bedside?" said Barbox Brothers testily. "Sings them at the bedside? Why at the bedside, unless he goes to bed drunk? Does, I shouldn't wonder. But it's no business of mine. Let me see. Mugby Junction. Mugby Junction. Where shall I go next? As it came into my head last night, when I woke from an uneasy sleep in the carriage and found myself here, I can go anywhere from here. Where shall I go? I'll go and look at the junction by daylight. There's no hurry, and I may like the look of one line better than another. But there were so many lines. Gazing down upon them from a bridge at the junction, it was as if the concentrating companies formed a great industrial exhibition of the works of extraordinary ground spiders that spun iron. And then so many of the lines went such wonderful ways, so crossing and curving amongst one another, that the eye lost them. And then some of them appeared to start with the fixed intention of going 500 miles, and all of a sudden gave it up at an insignificant barrier, or turned off into a workshop. And then others, like intoxicated men, went a little way very straight, and surprisingly slewed round and came back again. And then others were so chock full of trucks of coal, others were so blocked with trucks of casks, others were so gorged with trucks of ballast, others were so set apart for wheeled objects, like immense iron cotton reels, while others were so bright and clear, and others were so delivered over to rust and ashes and idle wheelbarrows out of work with their legs in the air, looking much like their masters on strike, that there was no beginning, middle, or end to the bewilderment. Barbox Brothers stood puzzled on the bridge, passing his right hand across the lines on his forehead, which multiplied while he looked down, as if the railway lines were getting themselves photographed onto that sensitive plate. Then was heard a distant ringing of bells and blowing of whistles. Then puppet-looking heads of men popped out of boxes in perspective, and popped in again. Then prodigious wooden razors set up on end began shaving the atmosphere. Then several locomotive engines in several directions began to scream and be agitated. Then along one avenue a train came in. Then along another 2 trains appeared that didn't come in but stopped without. Then bits of trains broke off. Then a struggling horse became involved with them. Then the locomotives shared the bits of trains and ran away with the whole. I have not made my next move much clearer by this. No hurry. No need to make up my mind to-day, or to-morrow, nor yet the day after. I'll take a walk. It fell out somehow, perhaps he meant it should, that the walk tended to the platform at which he had alighted and to Lamps's room. But Lamps was not in his room. A pair of velveteen shoulders were adapting themselves to one of the impressions on the wall by Lamps's fireplace, but otherwise the room was void. In passing back to get out of the station again, he learnt the cause of this vacancy by catching sight of Lamps on the opposite side of railway, skipping along the top of a train from carriage to carriage, and catching lighted namesakes thrown up to him by a coadjutor. He is busy. He has not much time for composing or singing comic songs this morning, I take it. The direction he pursued now was into the country, keeping very near to the side of one great line of railway, and within easy view of others. I have half a mind, he said, glancing round, to settle the question from this point by saying, I'll take this set of rails, or that, or t'other, and stick with it. They separate themselves from the confusion out here, and go their ways. Ascending a gentle hill of some extent, he came to a few cottages. There, looking about him as a very reserved man might, who had never looked about him in his life before, he saw some 6 or 8 young children come merrily trooping and whooping from one of the cottages and disperse, but not until they had all turned at the little garden gate and kissed their hands to a face at the upper window, a low window enough, although the upper, for the cottage had but a story of 1 room above the ground. Now, that the children should do this was nothing, but that they should do this to a face lying on the sill of the open window, turned towards them in a horizontal position, and apparently only a face, was something noticeable. He looked up at the window again. could only see a very fragile, though a very bright face, lying on one cheek on the window-sill, the delicate smiling face of a girl or woman, framed in long bright brown hair, round which was tied a light blue band or fillet, passing under the chin. He walked on, turned back, passed the window again, shyly glanced up again. No change. He struck off by a winding branch road at the top of the hill, which he must otherwise have descended, kept the cottages in view, worked his way round at a distance so as to come out once more into the main road and be obliged to pass the cottages again. The face still lay on the window-sill, but not so much inclined towards him. And now there were a pair of delicate hands too. They had the action of performing on some musical instrument, and yet it produced no sound that reached his ears. "Mugby Junction must be the maddest place in England," said Barbox Brothers, pursuing his way down the hill. "The first thing I find here is a railway porter who composes comic songs to sing at his bedside. The second thing I find here is a face and a pair of hands playing a musical instrument that don't play." The day was a fine bright day in the early beginning of November. The air was clear and inspiriting, and the landscape was rich in beautiful colours. The prevailing colours in the court off Lombard Street, London City, had been few and sombre. Sometimes, when the weather elsewhere was very bright indeed, the dwellers in those tents enjoyed a pepper and salt-coloured day or two, but their atmosphere's usual wear was slate or snuff-colour. He relished his walk so well that he repeated it next day. He was a little earlier at the cottage than on the day before, and he could hear the children upstairs singing to a regular measure and clapping out the time with their hands. "Still there is no sound of any musical instrument," he said, listening at the corner, "and yet I saw the performing hands again as I came by. What are the children singing? Why, good Lord, they can never be singing the multiplication table." They were, though, and with infinite enjoyment. The mysterious face had a voice attached to it, which occasionally led or set the children right. Its musical cheerfulness was delightful. The measure at length stopped, and was succeeded by a murmuring of young voices, and then by a short song, which he made out to be about the current month of the year, and about what work it yielded to the labourers in the fields and farmyards. Then there was a stir of little feet, and the children came trooping and whooping out as on the previous day. And again, as on the previous day, they all turned at the garden gate and kissed their hands, evidently to the face on the window-sill, though Barbox Brothers, from his retired post of disadvantage at the corner, could not see it. But as the children dispersed, he cut off one small straggler, a brown-faced boy with flaxen hair, and said to him, "Come here, little one. Tell me, whose house is that?" The child, with one swarthy arm held up across his eyes, half in shyness and half ready for defence, said, from behind the inside of his elbow, "Phoebe's." "And who," said Barbox Brothers, quite as much embarrassed by his part in the dialogue as the child could possibly be by his, "is Phoebe?" To which the child made answer, "Why, Phoebe, of course." The small but sharp observer had eyed his questioner closely, and had taken his moral measure. He lowered his guard, and rather assumed a tone with him, as having discovered him to be an unaccustomed person in the art of polite conversation. "Phoebe," said the child, "can't possibly be anybody else but Phoebe, can she?" "No, I suppose not." "Well," returned the child, "then why did you ask me?" Deeming it prudent to shift his ground, Barbox Brothers took up a new position. "What do you do there, up in that room where the open window is? What do you do there?" "Cool," said the child. "Eh?" "Cool," the child repeated in a louder voice, lengthening out the word with a fixed look and with great emphasis, as much as to say, "What's the use of your having grown up if you're such a donkey as not to understand me?" "Ah, school, school," said Barbox Brothers. Yes, yes, yes. And Phoebe teaches you. The child nodded. Good boy. Found it out, have you? Said the child. Yes, I have found it out. What would you do with twopence if I gave it to you? Spend it. The knock-down promptitude of this reply leaving him not a leg to stand upon, Barbox Brothers produced the twopence with great lameness, and withdrew in a state of humiliation. But seeing the face on the window-sill as he passed the cottage, he acknowledged its presence there with a gesture, which was not a nod, not a bow, not a removal of his hat from his head, but was a diffident compromise between, or struggle with, all three. The eyes in the face seemed amused or cheered, or both, and the lips modestly said, "Good day to you, sir." "I find I must stick for a time to Mugby Junction," said Barbox Brothers, with much gravity, after once more stopping on his return road to look up at the lines, where they went their several ways so quietly. "I can't make up my mind yet which iron road to take. In fact, I must get a little accustomed to the junction before I can decide." So he announced at the inn that he was going to stay on for the present, and improved his acquaintance with the junction that night, and again the next morning, and again next night and next morning, going down to the station, mingling with the people there, looking about him down all the avenues of railway, and beginning to take an interest in the incomings and outgoings of the train. At first he often put his head into Lamps's little room, but he never found Lamps there. A pair or two of velveteen shoulders he usually found there, stooping over the fire, sometimes in connection with a clasped knife and a piece of bread and meat. But the answer to his inquiry, "Where's Lamps?" was either that he was t'other side of the line, or that it was his off time, or, in the latter case, his own personal introduction to another Lamps, who was not his Lamps. However, he was not so desperately set upon seeing Lamps now, but he bore the disappointment. Nor did he wholly devote himself to his severe application to the study of Mugby Junction as to neglect exercise. On the contrary, he took a walk every day, and always the same walk. But the weather turned cold and wet again, and the window was never open. Part 3. At length, after a lapse of some days, there came another streak of fine, bright, hardy autumn weather. It was a Saturday. The window was open, and the children were gone. Not surprising this, for he had patiently watched and waited at the corner until they were gone. "A good day," he said to the face, absolutely getting his hat clear off his head this time. "Good day to you, sir." "I'm glad you have a fine sky again to look at." "Thank you, sir. It is kind of you." "You are an invalid, I fear." "No, sir. I have very good health." "But are you not always lying down?" "Oh, yes. I am always lying down because I cannot sit up. But I am not an invalid." The laughing eyes seemed highly to enjoy his great mistake. "Would you mind taking the trouble to come in, sir? There is a beautiful view from this window, and you would see that I am not at all ill, being so good as to care." It was said to help him, as he stood irresolute, but evidently desiring to enter, with his diffident hand on the latch of the garden gate. It did help him, and he went in. The room upstairs was a very clean, white room with a low roof. Its only inmate lay on a couch that brought her face on a level with the window. The couch was white, too, and her simple dress or wrapper being light blue, like the band around her hair, she had an ethereal look, and a fanciful appearance of lying among clouds. He felt that she instinctively perceived him to be by habit a downcast, taciturn man. It was another help to him to have established that understanding so easily, and got it over. There was an awkward constraint upon him, nevertheless, as he touched her hand and took a chair at the side of her couch. "I see now," he began, not at all fluently, "how you occupy your hands. Only seeing you from the path outside, I thought you were playing upon something." She was engaged in very nimbly and dexterously making lace. A lace pillow lay upon her breast, and the quick movements and changes of her hands upon it as she worked had given them the action he had misinterpreted. "That is curious," she answered with a bright smile, "for I often fancy myself that I play tunes when I'm at work." "Have you any musical knowledge?" She shook her head. "I think I could pick out tunes if I had any instrument which could be made as handy to me as my lace pillow. But I dare say I deceive myself. At all events, I shall never know." "You have a musical voice. Excuse me, I have heard you sing." "With the children," she answered, slightly colouring. "Oh, yes, I sing with the dear children, if it can be called singing." Barbox Brothers glanced at the two small forms in the room, and hazarded the speculation that she was fond of children, and that she was learned in new systems of teaching them. "Very fond of them," she said, shaking her head again. "But I know nothing of teaching, beyond the interest I have in it, and the pleasure it gives me when they learn. Perhaps your overhearing my little scholars sing some of their lessons has led you so far astray as to think me a grand teacher. Ah, I thought so. No, I have only read and been told about that system. It seemed so pretty and pleasant, and to treat them so, like the merry robins they are, that I took up with it in my little way. You don't need to be told what a very little way mine is, sir," she added, with a glance at the small forms and around the room. All this time her hands were busy at her lace pillow, and they still continued so, and as if there was a kind of substitute for conversation in the click and play of its pegs. Barbox Brothers took the opportunity of observing her. He guessed her to be 30. The charm of her transparent face and large brown eyes was not that they were passively resigned, but that they were actively and thoroughly cheerful. Even her busy hands, which of their own thinness alone might have besought compassion, plied their task with a gay courage that made mere compassion an unjustifiable assumption of superiority and an impertinence. He saw her eyes in the act of rising towards his, and he directed his towards the prospect, saying, "Beautiful indeed." "Most beautiful, sir. I have sometimes had a fancy that I would like to sit up, for once, only to try how it looks to an erect head. But what a foolish fancy that would be to encourage! It cannot look more lovely to any one than it does to me." Her eyes were turned to it as she spoke, with most delighted admiration and enjoyment. There was not a trace in it of any sense of deprivation. "And those threads of railways, with their puffs of smoke and steam changing places so fast, make it lively for me," she went on. "I think of the number of people who can go where they wish, on their business or their pleasure. I remember that the puffs make signs to me that they are actually going while I look, and that enlivens the prospect with abundance of company, if I want company. There is the great junction, too. I don't see it under the foot of the hill, but I can very often hear it, and I always know it is there. It seems to join me in a way to I don't know how many places and things that I shall never see." With an abashed kind of idea that it might already have joined himself to something he had never seen, he said constrainedly, "Just so." "And so you see, sir," pursued Phoebe, "I'm not the invalid you thought me, and I'm very well off indeed." "You have a happy disposition," said Barbox Brothers, perhaps with a slight excusatory touch for his own disposition. "Ah, but you should know my father," she replied. "His is the happy disposition. Don't mind, sir," for his reserve took the alarm at a step upon the stairs, and he distrusted that he would be set down for a troublesome intruder. "This is my father coming." The door opened, and the father paused there. "Why, Lamps!" exclaimed Barbox Brothers, starting from his chair. "How do you do, Lamps?" To which Lamps responded, "Oh, the gentleman from nowhere. How do you do, sir?" And they shook hands, to the greatest admiration and surprise of Lamps's daughter. "I have looked you up half a dozen times since that night," said Barbox Brothers, "but I have never found you." "So I've heerd on, sir, so I've heerd on," returned Lamps. "It's your being noticed so often down at the Junction, without taking any train, that has begun to get you the name amongst us of the gentleman for nowhere. No offence in my having called you by it when I took by surprise, I hope, sir?" "None at all. It's as good a name for me as any other you could call me by. But may I ask you a question in the corner here?" Lamps suffered himself to be led aside from his daughter's couch by one of the buttons of his velveteen jacket. "Is this the bedside where you sing your songs?" Lamps nodded. The gentleman for nowhere clapped him on the shoulder, and they faced about again. "Upon my word, my dear," said Lamps then to his daughter, looking from her to her visitors, "it is such an amaze to me to find you are acquainted with this gentleman that I must, if this gentleman excuse me, take a rounder." Mr. Lamps demonstrated in action what this meant by pulling out his oily handkerchief rolled up in the form of a ball, and giving himself an elaborate smear from behind the right ear, up the cheek, across the forehead, and down the other cheek to behind his left ear. After this operation he shone exceedingly. "'Tis according to my custom when particular warmed up by any agitation, sir," he offered by way of apology. "And really I'm throwed into that state of amaze by finding you acquainted with Phoebe that I think I will, if you'll excuse me, take another rounder." Which he did, seemingly to be greatly restored by it. They were now both standing by the side of her couch, and she was working at her lace pillow. "Your daughter tells me," said Barbox Brothers, still in a half-reluctant, shamefaced way, "that she never sits up." "No, sir, nor ever has done. See, her mother, who died when she was 1 year and 2 months old, was subject to very bad fits, and as she had never mentioned to me that she was subject to fits, they couldn't be guarded against. Consequently, she dropped the baby when took, and this happened." "It was very wrong of her," said Barbox Brothers, with a knitted brow, "to marry you, making a secret of her infirmity." "Well, sir," pleaded Lamp, in behalf of the long-deceased, "you see, Phoebe and me, we've talked that over too. And Lord bless us, such a number on us as our infirmities, what with fits and what with misfits of one sort or another, that if we confessed to 'em all before we got married, most of us might never get married." "Might not that be for the better?" "Not in this case, sir," said Phoebe, giving her hand to her father. "No, not in this case, sir," said her father, patting it between his own. "You correct me," returned Barbox Brothers with a blush, "and I must look so like a brute that at all events it would be superfluous in me to confess to that infirmity. I wish you would tell me a little more about yourselves. I hardly know how to ask it of you, for I am conscious I have a bad stiff manner, a dull discouraging way with me, but I wish you would." "With all our hearts, sir," returned Lamps, gaily for both. "And first of all, that you may know my name—" "Stay," interposed the visitor with a slight flush. "What signifies your name? Lamps is good enough for me. I like it. It's bright and expressive. What do I want more?" "Why, to be sure, sir," returned Lamps, "I have in general no other name down at the Junction, but I thought, on account of your being here as a first-class single, in a private character, that you might—" The visitor waved the thought away with his hand, and Lamps acknowledged the mark of confidence by taking another rounder. "You're hard worked, I take it for granted," said Barbox Brothers, when the subject of the rounder came out of it much dirtier than he went into it. Lamps was beginning, "Oh, not particularly so," when his daughter took him up. "Oh, yes, sir, he's very hard worked. 14, 15, 18 hours a day, sometimes 24 hours at a time." "And you?" said Barbox Brothers. "What with your school, Phoebe, and what with your lace-making?" "But my school is a pleasure to me," she interrupted, opening her brown eyes wider, as if surprised to find him so obtuse. "I began it when I was but a child, because it brought me and other children into company. Don't you see? That was not work. I carry it on still because it keeps children about me. That is not work. I do it as love, not as work. Then my lace pillow." Her busy hands had stopped, as if her argument required all her cheerful earnestness, but now went on again at the name. It goes with my thoughts when I think, and it goes with my tunes when I hum away, and that's not work. Why, you yourself thought it was music, you know, sir, and so it is to me." "Everything is," cried Lamps radiantly. "Everything is music to her, sir." "My father is at any rate," said Phoebe, exultingly pointing her thin forefinger at him. "There is more music in my father than there is in a brass band." "I say, my dear, it's very filially done, you know, but you are flattering your father," he protested, sparkling. "No, I'm not, sir, I assure you. No, I'm not. If you could hear my father sing, you would know I'm not. But you never will hear him sing, because he never sings to any one but me. However tired he is, he always sings to me when he comes home. When I lay here long ago, quite a poor little broken doll, he used to sing to me. More than that, he used to make songs, bringing in whatever little jokes we had between us. More than that, he often does so to this day. Oh, I'll tell of you, father, as the gentleman has asked about you. He is a poet, sir." "You shouldn't wish the gentleman, my dear," observed Lamps, for the moment turning grave, "to carry away that opinion of your father, because it might look as if I was given to asking the stars in a melancholy manner what they was up to, which I wouldn't at once waste the time and take the liberty, my dear." "My father," resumed Phoebe, amending her text, "is always on the bright side and the good side. You told me now I had a happy disposition. How can I help it?" "Well, but my dear," returned Lamps, argumentatively, "how can I help it? Put it to yourself, sir. Look at her. Always as you see her now. Always working. And after all, sir, for a very few shillings a week. Always contented. Always lively. Always interested in others of all sorts. I said this moment she was always as you see her now. So she is, with the difference that comes to much the same. For when it's my Sunday off, and the morning bells have done ringing, I hear the prayers and thanks read in the touchingest way, and I have the hymns sung to me, so soft, sir, that you couldn't hear 'em out of this room, in notes that seem to me, I'm sure, to come from heaven, and go back to it." It might have been merely through the association of these words with their sacredly quiet time, or it might have been through the larger association of the words with the Redeemer's presence beside the bedridden. But here her dexterous fingers came to a stop on the lace pillow, and clasped themselves round his neck as he bent down. There was a great natural sensibility in both father and daughter that the visitor could easily see, but each made it, for the other's sake, retiring, not demonstrative, and perfect cheerfulness, intuitive or acquired, was either the first or second nature of both. In a very few moments Lamps was taking another rounder with his comical features beaming, while Phoebe's laughing eyes, just a glistening speck or so upon their lashes, were again directed by turns to him and to her work and to Barbox Brothers. "When my father, sir," she said brightly, "tells you about my being interested in other people, even though they know nothing about me, which, by the by, I told you myself, you ought to know how that comes about. That's my father's doing." "No, it isn't," he protested. "Don't you believe him, sir? Yes, it is. He tells me of everything he sees down at his work. You'd be surprised what a quantity he gets together for me every day. He looks into the carriages and tells me how the ladies are dressed, so that I know all the fashions. He looks into the carriages and tells me what pairs of lovers he sees, and what new married couples on their wedding trip, so that I know all about that. He collects chance newspapers and books, so that I have plenty to read. He tells me about the sick people who are travelling to try to get better, so that I know all about them. In short, as I began by saying, he tells me everything he sees and makes out down at his work, and you can't think what a quantity he does see and make out." "As to collecting newspapers and books, my dear," said Lamps, "it's clear I can have no merit in that, because they're not my perquisites. See, sir, it's this way. A guard, he'll say to me, 'Hullo, here you are, Lamps. I've saved this paper for your daughter. How's she getting on?' A head porter, he'll say to me, 'Here, catch hold, Lamps. Here's a couple of volumes for your daughter. Is she pretty much where she were?' And that's what makes it double welcome, you see. If she had £1,000 in a box, they wouldn't trouble themselves about her. But being what she is, that is, you understand, not having £1,000 in a box, they take thought for her. And as concerning the young pairs, married and unmarried, it's only natural I should bring home what little I can about them, seeing as there's not a couple of either sort in the neighbourhood that don't come of their own accord to confide in Phoebe." She raised her eyes triumphantly to Barbox Brothers as she said, "Indeed, sir, that's true. If I could have got up and gone to church, I don't know how often I should have been a bridesmaid. But if I could have done that, some girls in love might have been jealous of me. And as it is, no girl is jealous of me. And my pillow would not have been half so ready to put the piece of cake under, as I always find it," she added, turning her face on it with a light sigh and a smile at her father. The arrival of a little girl, the biggest of the scholars, now led to an understanding on the part of Barbox Brothers that she was the domestic of the cottage, and had come to take active measures in it, attended by a pail that might have extinguished her, and a broom 3 times her height. He therefore rose to take his leave, and took it, saying that, if Phoebe had no objection, he would come again. He had muttered that he would come again in the course of his walks. The course of his walks must have been highly favourable to his return, for he returned after an interval of a single day. "You thought you would never see me any more, I suppose?" he said to Phoebe as he touched her hand and sat down by her couch. "Why should I think so?" was her surprised rejoinder. "I took it for granted you would mistrust me." "For granted, sir? Have you been much mistrusted?" "I think I'm justified in answering yes. But I may have mistrusted too on my part. No matter just now. We were speaking of the Junction last time. I have passed hours there since the day before yesterday." "Are you now the gentleman for somewhere?" she asked, with a smile. "Certainly for somewhere, but I don't know yet where. You would never guess what I am travelling from. Shall I tell you? I am travelling from my birthday." Her hand stopped in her work, and she looked at him with incredulous astonishment. "Yes," said Barbox Brothers, not quite easy in his chair, "from my birthday. I am to myself an unintelligible book, with the earlier chapters all torn out and thrown away. My childhood had no grace of childhood, my youth had no charm of youth, and what can be expected from such a lost beginning?" His eyes meeting hers as they were addressed intently to him, something seemed to stir within his breast, whispering, was this bed a place for the graces of childhood and the charms of youth to take to kindly? Oh, shame, shame! "It is a disease with me," said Barbox Brothers, checking himself, and making as though he had a difficulty in swallowing something. "To go wrong about that, I don't know how I came to speak of that. I hope it's because of an old misplaced confidence in one of your sex, involving an old bitter treachery. I don't know. I'm all wrong together." Her hands quietly and slowly resumed their work. Glancing at her, he saw that her eyes were thoughtfully following them. "I'm travelling from my birthday," he resumed, "because it has always been a dreary day to me. My first free birthday coming round some 5 or 6 weeks hence, I am travelling to put its predecessors far behind me, and to try and crush the day, or at all events put it out of my sight by heaping new objects on it." And he paused. She looked at him, but only to shake her head, as being quite at a loss. "This is unintelligible to your happy disposition," he pursued, abiding by his former phrase, as if there were some lingering virtue of self-defence in it. "I knew it would be, and I'm glad it is. However, on this travel of mine, in which I mean to pass the rest of my days, having abandoned all thought of a fixed home, I stopped, as you heard from your father, at the Junction here. The extent of its ramifications quite confused me as to whither I should go from here. I have not yet settled, being still perplexed among so many roads. What do you think I mean to do? How many of the branching roads can you see from your window?" Looking out, full of interest, she answered, 7. "7," said Barbox Brothers, watching her with a grave smile. "Well, I propose to myself at once to reduce the gross number to those very 7, and gradually to find them down to 1, the most promising for me, and to take that." "But how will you know, sir, which is the most promising?" she asked, with her brightened eyes roving over the view. "Ah!" said Barbox Brothers, with another grave smile, and considerably improving in his ease of speech. "To be sure, in this way. Where your father can pick up so much every day for a good purpose, I may once and again pick up a little for an indifferent purpose. The gentleman for nowhere must become still better known at the junction. He shall continue to explore it until he attaches something that he has seen, heard, or found out at the head of each of the 7 roads to the road itself. And so his choice of a road shall be determined by his choice among his discoveries." Her hands still busy, she again glanced at the prospect, as if it comprehended something that had not been in it before, and laughed as if it yielded her new pleasure. "But I must not forget," said Barbox Brothers, having got so far, "to ask a favour. I want your help in this expedient of mine. I want to bring you what I could pick up at the heads of the 7 roads that you lie here looking out at, and to compare notes with you about it. May I? They say 2 heads are better than 1. I should say myself that probably depends upon the heads concerned. But I'm quite sure, though we are so newly acquainted, that your head and your father's have found out better things, Phoebe, than ever mine of itself discovered." She gave him her sympathetic right hand, in perfect rapture with his proposal, and eagerly and gratefully thanked him. "That's well," said Barbox Brothers. "Again I must not forget, having got so far, to ask a favour. Will you shut your eyes?" Laughing playfully at the strange nature of the request, she did so. "Keep them shut," said Barbox Brothers, going softly to the door and coming back. "You are on your honour, mind, not to open your eyes until I tell you that you may?" "Yes, on my honour." "Good. May I take your lace pillow from you for a moment?" Still laughing and wondering, she removed her hands from it, and he put it aside. "Tell me, did you see the puffs of smoke and steam made by the morning fast train yesterday on road No. 7 from here?" "Behind the elm trees and the spire?" "That's the road," said Barbox Brothers, directing his eyes towards it. "Yes, I watched them melt away." "Anything unusual in what they expressed?" "No," she answered merrily. "Not complimentary to me, for I was in that train. I went, don't open your eyes, to fetch you this from the great ingenious town. It's not half so large as your lace pillow, and lies easily and lightly in its place. These little keys are like the keys of a miniature piano, and you supply the air required with your left hand. May you pick out delightful music from it, my dear. For the present, you can open your eyes now. Good-bye." In his embarrassed way he closed the door upon himself, and only saw, in doing so, that she ecstatically took the present to her bosom and caressed it. The glimpse gladdened his heart, and yet saddened it. For so might she, if her youth had flourished in its natural course, have taken to her breast that day the slumbering music of her own child's voice. End of Barbox Brothers. Barbox Brothers and Company. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 1. Barbox Brothers and Company, by Charles Dickens. With good will and earnest purpose, the gentleman for nowhere began, on the very next day, his researches at the heads of the 7 roads. The results of his researches, as he and Phoebe afterwards set them down in fair writing, hold their due places in this veracious chronicle. But they occupied a much longer time in the getting together than they ever will in the perusal. And this is probably the case with most reading matter, except when it is of that highly beneficial kind, for posterity, which is thrown off in a few moments of leisure by the superior poetic geniuses who scorn to take prose pains. It must be admitted, however, that Barbox by no means hurried himself. His heart being in his work of good nature, he revelled in it. There was the joy, too, it was a true joy to him, of sometimes sitting by, listening to Phoebe as she picked out more and more discourse from her musical instrument, and as her natural taste and ear refined daily upon her first discoveries. Besides being a pleasure, this was an occupation, and in the course of weeks it consumed hours. It resulted that his dreaded birthday was close upon him before he had troubled himself any more about it. The matter was made more pressing by the unforeseen circumstance that the councils held, at which Mr. Lamps, beaming most brilliantly, on a few rare occasions assisted, respecting the road to be selected, were, after all, in no wise assisted by his investigations. For he had connected this interest with this road, or that interest with the other, but could deduce no reason from it for giving any road the preference. Consequently, when the last council was holden, that part of the business stood, in the end, exactly where it had stood in the beginning. "But, sir," remarked Phoebe, "we have only 6 roads after all. Is the 7th road dumb?" "The 7th road? Ah," said Barbox Brothers, rubbing his chin. "That is the road I took, you know, when I went to get your little present. That is its story, Phoebe." "Would you mind taking that road again, sir?" she asked with hesitation. "Not in the least. It is a great high road, after all." "I should like you to take it," returned Phoebe with a persuasive smile, "for the love of that little present which must ever be so dear to me. I should like you to take it because that road can never be again like any other road to me. I should like you to take it in remembrance of your having done me so much good, of your having made me so much happier. If you leave me by the road you travelled when you went to do me this great kindness," sounding a faint chord as she spoke, "I shall feel, lying here watching my window, as if it must conduct you to a prosperous end, and bring you back some day." "It shall be done, my dear, it shall be done." So at last the gentleman for nowhere took a ticket for somewhere, and his destination was the great ingenious town. He had loitered so long about the junction that it was the 18th of December when he left it. High time, he reflected, as he seated himself in the train, that I started in earnest. Only one clear day remains between me and the day I'm running away from. I'll push onward for the hill country to-morrow. I'll go to Wales. It was with some pains that he placed before himself the undeniable advantages to be gained in the way of novel occupation for his senses from misty mountains, swollen streams, rain, cold, a wild seashore, and rugged roads, and yet he scarcely made them out as distinctly as he could have wished. Whether the poor girl, in spite of her new resource, her music, would have any feeling of loneliness upon her now, just at first, that she had not had before, whether she saw those very puffs of steam and smoke that he saw as he sat in the train thinking of her, whether her face would have any pensive shadow on it as they died out of the distant view from her window, whether, in telling him he had done her so much good, she had not unconsciously corrected his old moony bemoaning of his station in life, by setting him thinking that a man might be a great healer, if he would, and yet not be a great doctor. These and other similar meditations got between him and his Welsh picture. There was within him, too, that dull sense of vacuity which follows separation from an object of interest, and cessation of a pleasant pursuit, and this sense, being quite new to him, made him restless. Further, in losing Mugby Junction, he had found himself again, and he was not the more enamoured of himself for having lately passed his time in better company. But surely here, not far ahead, must be the great ingenious town. This crashing and clashing that the train was undergoing, and this coupling on to it of a multitude of new echoes, could mean nothing less than approach to the great station. It did mean nothing less. After some stormy flashes of town lightning in the way of swift revelations of red brick blocks of houses, high red chimney shafts, vistas of red brick railway arches, tongues of fire, blocks of smoke, valleys of canal, and hills of coal, there came the thundering in at the journey's end. Having seen his portmanteaus safely housed in the hotel he chose, and having appointed his dinner hour, Barbox Brothers went out for a walk in the busy streets. And now it began to be suspected by him that Mugby Junction was a junction of many branches, invisible as well as visible, and had joined him to an endless number of byways. For whereas he would but a little while ago have walked these streets blindly brooding, he now had eyes and thoughts for a new external world. How the many toiling people lived and loved and died. How wonderful it was to consider the various trainings of eye and hand, the nice distinctions of sight and touch that separated them into classes of workers, and even into classes of workers at subdivisions of one complete whole, which combined their many intelligences and forces. Though of itself but some cheap object of use or ornament in common life, how good it was to know that such assembling in a multitude on their part, and such contribution of their several dexterities towards a civilizing end, did not deteriorate them, as it was the fashion of the supercilious mayflies of humanity to pretend, but engendered among them a self-respect, and yet a modest desire to be much wiser than they were. The first evinced in their well-balanced bearing and manner of speech, when he stopped to ask a question; the second in the announcements of their popular studies and amusements on the public walls. These considerations, and a host of such, made his walk a memorable one. I, too, am but a little part of a great whole, he began to think, and to be serviceable to myself and others, or to be happy, I must cast my interest into, and draw it out of, the common stock. Although he had arrived at his journey's end for the day by noon, he had since insensibly walked about the town so far and so long that the lamplighters were now at their work in the streets, and the shops were sparkling up brilliantly. Thus reminded to turn towards his quarters, he was in the act of doing so, when a very little hand crept into his, and a very little voice said, "Oh, if you please, I'm lost." He looked down, and saw a very little fair-haired girl. "Yes," she said, confirming her words with a serious nod, "I am indeed. I am lost." Greatly perplexed, he stopped, looked about him for help, descried none, and said, bending low, "Where do you live, my child?" "I don't know where I live," she returned. "I am lost." "What is your name?" "Polly." "What is your other name?" The reply was prompt but unintelligible. Imitating the sound as he caught it, he hazarded the guess, "Trivets?" "Oh, no," said the child, shaking her head. "Nothing like that." "Say it again, little one." An unpromising business, for this time it had a quite different sound. He made the venture. "Paddens?" "Oh, no," said the child. "Nothing like that." "Once more. Let us try it again, dear." A most hopeless business. This time it swelled into 4 syllables. "It can't be Tapitava," said Barbox Brothers, rubbing his head with his hat in discomfiture. "No, it ain't," the child quietly assented. On her trying this unfortunate name once more, with extraordinary efforts at distinctness, it swelled into 8 syllables at least. "I think," said Barbox Brothers, with a desperate air of resignation, "that we had better give it up." "But I'm lost," said the child, nestling her little hand more closely in his, "and you'll take care of me, won't you?" If ever a man were disconcerted by division between compassion on the one hand and the very imbecility of irresolution on the other, here the man was. "Lost," he repeated, looking down at the child. "I'm sure I am. What is to be done?" "Where do you live?" asked the child, looking up at him wistfully. "Over there," he answered, pointing vaguely in the direction of his hotel. "Hadn't we better go there?" said the child. "Really," he replied, "I don't know but what we had." So they set off, hand in hand. He, though through comparison of himself against his little companion, with a clumsy feeling on him as if he had just developed into a foolish giant; she, clearly elevated in her own tiny opinion by having got him so neatly out of his embarrassment. "We're going to have dinner when we get there, I suppose?" said Polly. "Well," he rejoined, "yes, I suppose we are." "Do you like your dinner?" asked the child. "Why, on the whole," said Barbox Brothers, "yes, I think I do." "I do mine," said Polly. "Have you any brothers and sisters?" "No. Have you?" "Mine are dead." "Oh," said Barbox Brothers. With that absurd sense of unwieldiness of mind and body weighing him down, he would not have known how to pursue the conversation beyond this curt rejoinder, but that the child was always ready for him. "What," she asked, turning her soft hand coaxingly in his, "are you going to do to amuse me after dinner?" "Upon my soul, Polly," exclaimed Barbox Brothers, very much at a loss, "I have not the slightest idea." "Then I tell you what," said Polly. "Have you got any cards at your house?" "Plenty," said Barbox Brothers, in a boastful vein. "Very well. Then I'll build houses, and you shall look at me. You mustn't blow, you know." "Oh, no," said Barbox Brothers. No blowing. Blowing's not fair." He flattered himself that he had said this pretty well for an idiotic monster, but the child, instantly perceiving the awkwardness of his attempt to adapt himself to her level, utterly destroyed his hopeful opinion of himself by saying compassionately, "What a funny man you are!" Feeling, after this melancholy failure, as if he every minute grew bigger and heavier in person and weaker in mind, Barbox gave himself up for a bad job. No giant ever submitted more meekly to be led in triumph by all-conquering Jack than he to be bound in slavery to Polly. "Do you know any stories?" she asked him. He was reduced to the humiliating confession, "No." "What a dunce you must be, mustn't you?" said Polly. He was reduced to the humiliating confession, "Yes." "Would you like me to teach you a story? But you must remember it, you know, and be able to tell it right to somebody else afterwards." He professed that it would afford him the highest mental gratification to be taught a story, and that he would humbly endeavour to retain it in his mind. Whereupon Polly, giving her hand a new little turn in his, expressive of settling down for enjoyment, commenced a long romance, of which every relishing clause began with the words, "So this," or "and so this," as "so this boy," or "so this fairy," and "so this pie was 4 yards round and 2 yards and a quarter deep." The interest of the romance was derived from the intervention of this fairy to punish this boy for having a greedy appetite. To achieve which purpose, the fairy made this pie, and this boy ate and ate and ate, and his cheek swelled and swelled and swelled. There were many tributary circumstances, but the forcible interest culminated in the total consumption of this pie and the bursting of this boy. Truly he was a fine sight, Barbox Brothers, with serious attentive face and ear bent down, much jostled on the pavements of the busy town, but afraid of losing a single incident of the epic, lest he should be examined in it by and by and found deficient. Then they arrived at the hotel, and there he had to say at the bar, and said awkwardly enough, "I have found a little girl." The whole establishment turned out to look at the little girl. Nobody knew her, nobody could make out her name as she set it forth, except one chambermaid, who said it was Constantinople. which it wasn't. "I will dine with my young friend in a private room," said Barbox Brothers to the hotel authorities, "and perhaps you will be so good as to let the police know that the pretty baby is here. I suppose she's sure to be inquired for soon, if she has not been already. Come along, Polly." Perfectly at ease and peace, Polly came along, but finding the stairs rather stiff work, was carried up by Barbox Brothers. The dinner was a most transcendent success, and the Barbox sheepishness, under Polly's directions how to mince her meat for her, and how to diffuse gravy over the plate with a liberal and equal hand, was another fine sight. "And now," said Polly, "while we're at dinner, you be good and tell me that story I taught you." With the tremors of a civil service examination upon him, and very uncertain indeed, not only as to the epoch at which the pie appeared in history, but also as to the measurements of that indispensable fact, Barbox Brothers made a shaky beginning, but under encouragement did very fairly. There was a want of breath observable in his rendering of the cheeks, as well as the appetite, of the boy, and there was a certain tameness in his Fairy, referable to an undercurrent of desire to account for her. Still, as the first lumbering performance of a good-humoured monster, it passed muster. "I told you to be good," said Polly, "and you are good, aren't you?" "I hope so," replied Barbox Brothers. Such was his deference that Polly, elevated on a platform of sofa cushions in a chair at his right hand, encouraged him with a pat or two on the face from the greasy bowl of her spoon, and even with a gracious kiss. In getting on her feet upon her chair, however, to give him this last reward, she toppled forward among the dishes, and caused him to exclaim, as he effected her rescue, "Gracious angels! Phew! I thought we were in the fire, Polly." "What a coward you are, ain't you?" said Polly, when replaced. Yes, I am rather nervous," he replied. "Phew! Don't, Polly, don't flourish your spoon, or you'll go over sideways. Don't tilt up your legs when you laugh, Polly, or you'll go over backwards. Oh, Polly, Polly, Polly!" said Barbox Brothers, nearly succumbing to despair. "We are environed with dangers." Indeed, he could descry no security from the pitfalls that were yawning for Polly, but in proposing to her, after dinner, to sit upon a low stool. "I will, if you will," said Polly. So, as peace of mind should go before all, he begged the waiter to wheel aside the table, bring a pack of cards, a couple of footstools, and a screen, and close in Polly and himself before the fire, as if it were a snug room within the room. Then, finest sign of all, was Barbox Brothers on his footstool, with a pint decanter on the rug, contemplating Polly, as she built successfully, and growing blue in the face with holding his breath, lest he should blow the house down. "How you stare, don't you?" said Polly, in a houseless pause. Detected in the ignoble fact, he felt obliged to admit apologetically, "I'm afraid I was looking rather hard at you, Polly." "Why do you stare?" asked Polly. "I cannot," he murmured to himself, "recall why. I don't know, Polly." "You must be a simpleton to do things and not know why, mustn't you?" said Polly. In spite of which reproof, he looked at the child again intently, as she bent her head over her card structure, her rich curls shading her face. "It is impossible," he thought, "that I can ever have seen this pretty baby before. Can I have dreamt of her in some sorrowful dream?" He could make nothing of it. So he went into the building trade as a journeyman under Polly, and they built 3 stories high, 4 stories high, even 5. "I say, who do you think is coming?" asked Polly, rubbing her eyes after tea. He guessed, "The waiter?" "No," said Polly, "the dustman. I'm getting sleepy." A new embarrassment for Barbox Brothers. "I don't think I'm going to be fetched to-night," said Polly. "What do you think?" He thought not either. After another quarter of an hour, the dustman not merely impending but actually arriving, recourse was had to the Constantinopolitan chambermaid. who cheerily undertook that the child should sleep in a comfortable and wholesome room, which she herself would share. "And I know you will be careful, won't you," said Barbox Brothers, as a new fear dawned upon him, "that she don't fall out of bed?" Polly found this so highly entertaining that she was under the necessity of clutching him round the neck with both arms, as he sat on his footstool picking up the cards, and rocking him to and fro with her dimpled chin on his shoulder. "Oh, what a coward you are, ain't you?" said Polly. "Do you fall out of bed?" "Not generally, Polly." "No more do I." With that, Polly gave him a reassuring hug or two to keep him going, and then, giving that confiding mite of a hand of hers to be swallowed up in the hand of the Constantinopolitan chambermaid, trotted off, chattering, without a vestige of anxiety. He looked after her, had the screen removed and the table and the chairs replaced, and still looked after her. He paced the room for half an hour. "A most engaging little creature, but it's not that. A most winning little voice, but it's not that. That has much to do with it, but there is something more. How can it be that I seem to know this child? What was it she imperfectly recalled to me when I felt her touch in the street, and looking down at her, saw her looking up at me? Mr. Jackson?" With a start, he turned towards the sound of the subdued voice, and saw his answer standing at the door. "Oh, Mr. Jackson, do not be severe with me. Speak a word of encouragement to me, I beseech you." "You are Polly's mother?" "Yes." Yes, Polly herself might come to this one day. As you see what the rose was in its faded leaves, as you see what the summer growth of the woods was in their wintry branches, so Polly might be traced one day in a careworn woman like this, with her hair turned grey. Before him were the ashes of a dead fire that had once burned bright. This was the woman he had loved. This was the woman he had lost. Such had been the constancy of his imagination to her, so had time spared her under its withholding, that now, seeing how roughly the inexorable hand had struck her, his soul was filled with pity and amazement. He led her to a chair, and stood leaning on a corner of the chimney-piece, with his head resting on his hand, and his face half averted. "Did you see me in the street, and show me to your child?" he asked. "Yes." "Is the little creature, then, a party to deceit?" "I hope there's no deceit. I said to her, 'We have lost our way, and I must try to find mine by myself. Go to that gentleman and tell him you're lost. You shall be fetched by and by. Perhaps you have not thought how very young she is.'" "She is very self-reliant." "Perhaps because she is so young." He asked, after a short pause, "Why did you do this?" "Oh, Mr. Jackson, do you ask me? In the hope you might see something in my innocent child to soften your heart towards me. Not only towards me, but towards my husband." He suddenly turned round, and walked to the opposite end of the room. He came back again with a slower step, and resumed his former attitude, saying, "I thought you had emigrated to America." "We did, but life went ill with us there, and we came back." "Do you live in this town?" "Yes, I am a daily teacher of music here. My husband is a bookkeeper." "Are you, forgive my asking, poor?" "We earn enough for our wants. That is not our distress. My husband is very, very ill, of a lingering disorder. He will never recover." "You check yourself. If it is for want of the encouraging word you spoke of, take it from me. I cannot forget the old time, Beatrice." "God bless you," she replied, with a burst of tears, and gave him her trembling hand. "Compose yourself. I cannot be composed if you are not. For to see you weep distresses me beyond expression. Speak freely to me. Trust me." She shaded her face with her veil, and after a little while spoke calmly. Her voice had the ring of Polly's. "It is not that my husband's mind is at all impaired by his bodily suffering, for I assure you that is not the case. But in his weakness, and in his knowledge that he is incurably ill, he cannot overcome the ascendancy of one idea. It preys upon him, embitters every moment of his painful life, and will shorten it." She stopping, he said again, "Speak freely to me. Trust me." "We have had 5 children before this, darling, and they all lie in their little graves. He believes that they have withered away under a curse, and that it will blight this child like the rest." "Under what curse?" "Both I and he have it on our conscience that we tried you very heavily, and I do not know but that, if I were as ill as he, I might suffer in my mind as he does. This is the constant burden. I believe, Beatrice, that I was the only friend that Mr. Jackson ever cared to make, though I was so much his junior. The more influence he acquired in the business, the higher he advanced me, and I was alone in his private confidence. I came between him and you, and I took you from him. We were both secret, and the blow fell when he was wholly unprepared. The anguish it caused a man so compressed must have been terrible, the wrath it awakened inappeasable. So a curse came to be invoked on our poor pretty little flowers, and they fall." "And you, Beatrice?" he asked, when she had ceased to speak, and there had been a silence afterwards. "How say you?" "Until within these few weeks I was afraid of you, and I believed that you would never, never forgive." "Until within these few weeks," he repeated. "Have you changed your opinion of me within these few weeks?" "Yes." "For what reason?" "I was getting some pieces of music in a shop in this town, when, to my terror, you came in. As I veiled my face and stood in the dark end of the shop, I heard you explain that you wanted a musical instrument for a bedridden girl. Your voice and manner were so softened, you showed such interest in its selection, you took it away yourself with so much tenderness of care and pleasure, that I knew you were a man with a most gentle heart. Oh, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Jackson, if you could have felt the refreshing rain of tears that followed for me!" Was Phoebe playing at that moment on her distant couch? He seemed to hear her. "I inquired in the shop where you lived, but could get no information. As I had heard you say you were going back by the next train, but you did not say where, I resolved to visit the station at about that time of day as often as I could, between my lessons, on the chance of seeing you again. I have been there very often, but saw you no more until to-day. You were meditating as you walked the street, but the calm expression of your face emboldened me to send my child to you, and when I saw you bend your head to speak tenderly to her, I pray to God to forgive me for having ever brought a sorrow on it. I now pray to you to forgive me, and to forgive my husband. I was very young. He was young too, and in the ignorant hardihoodness of such a time of life, we don't know what we do to those who have undergone more discipline. You generous man, you good man, so raise me up, and make nothing of my crime against you." For he would not see her on her knees, and soothed her as a kind father might have soothed an erring daughter. "Thank you. Bless you. Thank you." When he next spoke, it was after having drawn aside the window curtain and looked out a while. And then he only said, "Is Polly asleep?" "Yes. As I came in, I met her going away upstairs, and put her to bed myself." "Leave her with me for to-morrow, Beatrice, and write me your address on this leaf of my pocket-book. In the evening I will bring her home to you and to her father." "Hello!" cried Polly, putting her saucy sunny face in at the door next morning when breakfast was ready. "I thought I was fetched last night." "So you were, Polly, but I asked leave to keep you here for the day, and to take you home in the evening." "'Pon my word," said Polly, "you're very cool, ain't you?" However, Polly seemed to think it a good idea, and added, "I suppose I must give you a kiss, though you are cool." The kiss given and taken, they sat down to breakfast in a highly conversational tone. "Of course you're going to amuse me," said Polly. "Oh, of course," said Barbox Brothers. In the pleasurable height of her anticipations, Polly found it indispensable to put down her piece of toast, cross one of her little fat knees over the other, and bring her little fat right hand down into her left hand with a business-like slap. After this gathering of herself together, Polly, by that time a mere heap of dimples, asked in a wheedling manner, "What are we going to do, you dear old thing?" "Why, I was thinking," said Barbox Brothers. "But are you fond of horses, Polly?" "Ponies I am," said Polly, "especially when their tails are long. But horses, no, too big, you know." "Well," pursued Barbox Brothers, in a spirit of grave, mysterious confidence, adapted to the importance of the consultation, "I did see yesterday, Polly, on the walls, pictures of 2 long-tailed ponies, speckled all over." "Oh, no, no, no!" cried Polly, in an ecstatic desire to linger on the charming details. "Not speckled all over." "Speckled all over. Which ponies jump through hoops?" "Oh, no, no, no!" cried Polly, as before. "They never jump through hoops." "Yes, they do. Oh, I assure you they do. And eat pie in pinafores." "Ponies eating pie in pinafores?" said Polly. "What a story-teller you are, ain't you?" "Upon my honour. And fire off guns." Polly hardly seemed to see the force of the ponies resorting to firearms. "And I was thinking," pursued the exemplary Barbox, "that if you and I were to go to the circus where these ponies are, it would do our constitutions good." "Does that mean amuse me?" inquired Polly. "What long words you do use, don't you?" Apologetic for having wandered out of his depth, he replied, "That means amuse us. That is exactly what it means. There are many other wonders besides the ponies, and we shall see them all. Ladies and gentlemen in spangled dresses, and elephants, and lions, and tigers." Polly became observant of the teapot, with a curled-up nose indicating some uneasiness of mind. "They never get out, of course," she remarked, as a mere truism. "The elephants and lions and tigers? Oh, dear, no." "Oh, dear, no," said Polly. "And of course nobody's afraid of the ponies shooting anybody?" "No, not the least in the world." "No, not the least in the world," said Polly. "I was also thinking," proceeded Barbox, "that if we were to look in at the toy shop to choose a doll—" "Not dressed!" cried Polly, with a clap of her hands. "No, no, no, not dressed." "Fully dressed, together with a house, and all things necessary for housekeeping." Polly gave a little scream, and seemed in danger of falling into a swoon of bliss. "What a darling you are!" she languidly exclaimed, leaning back in her chair. "Come and be hugged, or I must come and hug you." This resplendent programme was carried into execution with the utmost rigour of the law. It being essential to make the purchase of the doll its first feature, or that lady would have lost the ponies, the toy-shop expedition took precedence. Polly, in the magic warehouse, with a doll as large as herself under each arm, and a neat assortment of some 20 more on view on the counter, did indeed present a spectacle of indecision, not quite compatible with unalloyed happiness, but the light cloud passed. The lovely specimen oftenest chosen, oftenest rejected, and finally abided by, was of Circassian descent, possessing as much boldness of beauty as was reconcilable with extreme feebleness of mouth, and combining a sky-blue silk pelisse with rose-coloured satin trousers and a black velvet hat, which this fair stranger to our northern shores would seem to have founded on the portraits of the late Duchess of Kent. The name this distinguished foreigner brought with her from beneath the glowing skies of a sunny clime was, on Polly's authority, Miss Melucca, and the costly nature of her outfit as a housekeeper, from the Barbox coffers, may be inferred from the fact that her silver teaspoons were as large as her kitchen poker, and that the proportions of her watch exceeded those of her frying-pan. Miss Melucca was graciously pleased to express her entire approbation of the circus, and so was Polly, for the ponies were speckled, and brought down nobody when they fired, and the savageries of the wild beasts appeared to be mere smoke, which article, in fact, they did produce in large quantities from their insides. The Barbocks' absorption in the general subject throughout the realization of these delights was again a sight to see. Nor was it less worthy to behold at dinner, when he drank to Miss Melucca, tied stiff in a chair opposite to Polly, the fair Circassian possessing an unbendable spine, and even induced the waiter to assist in carrying out with due decorum the prevailing glorious idea. To wind up, there came the agreeable fever of getting Miss Melucca and all her wardrobe and rich possessions into a fly, with Polly, to be taken home. But by that time Polly had become unable to look upon such accumulated joys with waking eyes, and had withdrawn her consciousness into the wonderful paradise of a child's sleep. "Sleep, Polly, sleep," said Barbox Brothers, as her head dropped on his shoulder. "You shall not fall out of this bed easily, at any rate." What rustling piece of paper he took from his pocket and carefully folded into the bosom of Polly's frock shall not be mentioned. He said nothing about it, and nothing shall be said about it. They drove to a modest suburb of the great ingenious town, and stopped at the forecourt of a small house. "Do not wake the child," said Barbox Brothers softly to the driver. "I will carry her in as she is." Greeting the light at the opened door, which was held by Polly's mother, Polly's bearer passed on with mother and child into a ground-floor room. There, stretched on a sofa, lay a sick man, sorely wasted, who covered his eyes with his emaciated hand. "Tresham," said Barbox in a kindly voice, "I have brought you back your Polly, fast asleep. Give me your hand, and tell me you are better." The sick man reached forth his right hand, and bowed his head over the hand into which it was taken, and kissed it. "Thank you, thank you. I may say that I am well and happy." "That's brave," said Barbox. "Tresham, I have a fancy. Can you make room for me beside you here?" He sat down on the sofa as he said the words, cherishing the plump peachy cheek which lay uppermost on his shoulder. "I have a fancy, Tresham. I'm getting quite an old fellow now, you know, and old fellows may take fancies into their heads sometimes. To give up Polly, having found her, to no one but you. Will you take her from me?" As the father held out his arms for the child, each of the two men looked steadily at each other. "She is very dear to you, Tresham." "Unutterably dear." "God bless her. It's not much, Polly," he continued, turning his eyes upon her peaceful face, as he apostrophized her. "It's not much, Polly, for a blind and sinful man to invoke a blessing on something so far better than himself as a little child is. But it would be much, much upon his cruel head, and much upon his guilty soul, if he could be so wicked as to invoke a curse. He had better have a millstone round his neck and be cast into the deepest sea. Live and thrive, my pretty baby." Here he kissed her. "Live and prosper, and become in time the mother of other little children, like the angels who behold the Father's face." He kissed her again, gave her up gently to both her parents, and went out. But he went not to Wales. No, he never went to Wales. He went straightway for another stroll about the town, and he looked in upon the people at their work and at their play, here, there, everywhere, and where not. For he was Barbox Brothers and Company now, and had taken thousands of partners into the solitary firm. He had at length got back to his hotel room, and was standing before his fire, refreshing himself with a glass of hot drink, which he stood upon the chimney-piece, when he heard the town clock striking, and, referring to his watch, found the evening to have so slipped away that they were striking 12. As he put up his watch again, his eyes met those of his reflection in the chimney-glass. "Why, it's your birthday already," he said, smiling. "You're looking very well. I wish you many happy returns of the day." He had never before bestowed that wish upon himself. "By Jupiter," he discovered, It alters the whole case of running away from one's birthday. It's a thing to explain to Phoebe. Besides, here's quite a long story to tell her that has sprung out of the road with no story. I'll go back instead of going on. I'll go back by my friend Lamps's up X presently." He went back to Mugby Junction, and in point of fact he established himself at Mugby Junction. It was the convenient place to live in for brightening Phoebe's life. It was the convenient place to live in for having her taught music by Beatrice. It was the convenient place to live in for occasionally borrowing Polly. It was the convenient place to live in for being joined at will to all sorts of agreeable places and persons. So he became settled there, and his house standing in an elevated situation. It is noteworthy of him in conclusion, as Polly herself might, not irreverently, have put it, "There was an old barbox who lived on a hill, and if he ain't gone, he lives there still." Here follows the substance of what was seen, heard, or otherwise picked up by the gentleman for nowhere, in his careful study of the junction. End of Barbox Brothers and Company.
Main line, The Boy at Mugby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 1. Main line, The Boy at Mugby, by Charles Dickens. I am the boy at Mugby. That's about what I am. You don't know what I mean? What a pity. But I think you do. I think you must. Look here. I am the boy at what is called the refreshment room at Mugby Junction. And what's proudest boast is, that it never yet refreshed a mortal being. Up in a corner of the down refreshment room at Mugby Junction, in the height of 27 cross draughts, I've often counted 'em while they brushed the first-class hair 27 ways. Behind the bottles, among the glasses, bounded on the nor' west by the beer, stood pretty far to the right of a metallic object that's at times the tea-urn and at times the soup tureen, according to the nature of the last twang imparted to its contents, which are the same groundwork, fended off from the traveller by a barrier of stale sponge-cakes erected atop of the counter, and lastly exposed sideways to the glare of our Missis's eye. You ask a boy, so situated, next time you stop in a hurry at Mugby for anything to drink, you take particular notice that he'll try to seem not to hear you, that he'll appear in an absent manner to survey the line through a transparent medium composed of your head and body, and that he won't serve you as long as you can possibly bear it. That's me. What a lark it is! We are the model establishment. We are at Mugby. Other refreshment rooms send their imperfect young ladies up to be finished off by our missus. For some of the young ladies, when they're new to the business, come into it mild. Ah, our missus, she soon takes that out of 'em. Why, I originally come into the business meek myself, but our missus, she soon took that out of me. What a delightful lark it is! I look upon us refreshmenters as occupying the only proudly independent footing on the line. There's Papers, for instance, my honourable friend, if he will allow me to call him so, him as belongs to Smith's bookstall. Why, he no more dares to be up to our refreshmenting games than he dares to jump atop of a locomotive with her steam at full pressure, and cut away upon her alone, driving himself at limited mail speed. Papers, he'd get his head punched at every compartment, first, second, and third, the whole length of the train. He was to venture to imitate my demeanour. It's the same with the porters, the same with the guards, the same with the ticket clerks, the same the whole way up to the secretary, traffic manager, or very chairman. There ain't a one among 'em on the nobly independent footing we are. Did you ever catch one of them, when you wanted anything of him, making a system of surveying the line through a transparent medium composed of your head and body? I should hope not. You should see our bandolining room at Mugby Junction. It's led to by the door behind the counter, which you'll notice usually stands ajar, and it's the room where our missus and our young ladies bandolines their hair. You should see 'em at it, betwixt trains, bandolining away, as if they was anointing themselves for the combat. When you're telegraphed, you should see their noses all a-going up with scorn, as if it was part of the working of the same Cook and Wheatstone electrical machinery. You should hear our missus give the word, "Here comes the beast to be fed," and then you should see 'em indignantly skipping across the line, from the up to the down, or vice versa, and begin to pitch the stale pastry into the plates, and chuck the sawdust sandwiches under the glass covers, and then get out the sherry, oh my eye, for your refreshment. It's only in the Isle of the Brave and the Land of the Free, by which of course I means to say Britannia, that refreshmenting is so effective, so wholesome, so constitutional a check upon the public. There was a foreigner, which having politely, with his hat off, beseeched our young ladies and our missus for a leetle gloss of pardonee, and having had the line surveyed through him by all and no other acknowledgment, was a proceeding at last to help himself, as seems to be the custom in his own country, when our missus, with her hair almost a-comin' unbandolined with rage, and her eyes emitting sparks, flew at him, clutched the decanter out of his hand, and said, "Put it down, I won't allow that." The foreigner turned pale, stepped back with his arms stretched out in front of him, his hands clasped, and his shoulders riz, and exclaimed, "Ah! Is it possible this? That these distinguished females and this ferocious old woman are placed here by the administration, not only to empoison the voyagers, but to affront them? Great heavens! How arrives it? The English people! Or is he then a slave? Or idiot?" Another time, a merry wide-awake American gent had tried the sawdust and spit out, and had tried the sherry and spit that out, and had tried in vain to sustain exhausted nature upon butterscotch, and had been rather extra bandolined and line surveyed through, when, as the bell was ringing and he paid our missus, he says, very loud and good-tempered, "I tell you what 'tis, ma'am, I laugh. There, I laugh. I do. I oughta had seen most things, for I hail from the unlimited side of the Atlantic Ocean, and I have travelled right slick over the limited, head on through Jerusalem in the East, and likewise France and Italy, Europe old world, and am now upon track to the chief European village. But such an institution as you, and your young ladies, and you are fixing solid and liquid afore the glorious tarnal I never did see yet. And if I ain't found the eighth wonder of monarchical creation in finding you and your young ladies, and you are fixing solid and liquid, all as aforesaid established in a country where the people's air not absolutely lunatics, I am extra double darned with a nip and a frizzle to the innermost grit. Wherefore, there, I laugh. I do, marm, I laugh." And so he went, stamping and shaking his sides, along the platform all the way to his own compartment. I think it was her standing up agin the foreigner, as gives our missus the idea of going over to France, and drawing a comparison between refreshmenting as followed among the frog-eaters, and refreshmenting as triumph in the Isle of the Brave and the Land of the Free, by which of course I mean to say again, Britannia. Our young ladies, Miss Whiff, Miss Piff, and Mrs. Sniff, were unanimously opposed to her going, for as they says to our missus one and all, it is well beknowns to the ends of the hearth, as no other nation except Britannia has an idea of anything. But above all of business, why then should you tire yourself to prove what is already proved? Our missus, however, being a teaser at all pints, stood out grim obstinate, and got a return pass by Southeastern Tidal to go right through, if such should be her dispositions, to Marseilles. Sniff is husband to Mrs. Sniff, and is a regular insignificant cove. He looks arter the sawdust department in the back room, and it's sometimes when we are very hard put up to let it in behind the counter with a corkscrew, but never when it can be helped, his demeanour towards the public being disgustingly servile. How Mrs. Sniff ever comes so far to lower herself as to marry him, I don't know. But I suppose he does, and I should think he wished he didn't, for he leads an awful life. Mrs. Sniff couldn't be much harder with him if he was public. Similarly, Miss Whiff and Miss Piff taking the tone of Mrs. Sniff, they shoulder Sniff about when he is let in with a corkscrew, and they whisk things out of his hands when in his servility he is going to let the public have 'em, and they snap him up when in the crawling baseness of his spirit he is a-going to answer a public question, and they draw more tears into his eyes than ever the mustard does, which he all day long lays onto the sawdust. But it ain't strong. Once, when Sniff had the repulsiveness to reach across to get the milk pot to hand over for a baby, I see our missus in her rage catch him by both his shoulders and spin him out into the bandolining room. But Mrs. Sniff, how different! She's the one as you'll notice to be always looking another way from you when you look at her. She's the one with the small waist buckled up tight in front, and with the lace cuffs at her wrists, which she puts on the edge of the counter before her, and stands a-smoothin' while the public foams. This smoothing the cuffs and looking another way while the public foams is the last accomplishment taught to the young ladies that come to Mugby to be finished by our missus, and it's always taught by Mrs. Sniff. When our missus went away upon her journey, Mrs. Sniff was left in charge. She did hold the public in check most beautifully. In all my time, I never see half so many cups of tea given without milk to people as wanted it with it, nor half so many cups of tea with milk given to people who wanted it without. When foaming ensued, Mrs. Sniff would say, "Then you'd better settle it among yourselves, and change with one another." It was a most highly delicious lark. I enjoyed the refreshmenting business more than ever, and was so glad I had took to it when young. Our missus returned. It got circulated among the young ladies, and it as it might be penetrated to me through the crevices of the bandolining room, as she had horrors to reveal, if revelation so contemptible could be dignified with the name. Agitation became awakened. Excitement was up in the stirrups. Expectation stood a tiptoe. At length it was put forth that on our slackest evening in the week, and at our slackest time in that evening betwixt trains, our missus would give her views of foreign refreshmenting in the bandolining room. It was arranged tasteful for the purpose. The bandolining table and glass was hid in a corner, an armchair was elevated on a packing case for our missus' occupation, a table and a tumbler of water, no sherry in it, thank'ee, was placed beside it. Two of the pupils, the season being autumn, and hollyhocks and dahlias being in, ornamented the wall with 3 devices in those flowers. On one might be read, "May Albion never learn." On another, "Keep the public down." On another, "Our refreshmenting charter." The whole had a beautiful appearance, with which the beauty of the sentiments corresponded. On our missus' brow was wrote severity as she ascended the fatal platform. Not that that was anything new. Miss Whiff and Miss Piff sat at her feet. 3 chairs from the waiting-room might have been perceived by an average eye in front of her, on which the pupils was accommodated. Behind them, a very close observer might have discerned a boy. "Myself." "Where," said our missus, glancing gloomily around, "is Sniff?" "I thought it better," answered Mrs. Sniff, "that he should not be let to come in. He is such an ass." "No doubt," assented our missus, "but for that reason is it not desirable to improve his mind?" "Oh, nothing will ever improve him," said Mrs. Sniff. "However," pursued our missus, "call him in, Ezekiel." I called him in. The appearance of the low-minded cove was hailed with disapprobation from all sides, on account of his having brought his corkscrew with him. He pleaded the force of habit. "The force!" said Mrs. Sniff. "Don't let us have you talking about force, for gracious sake. There! Do stand still where you are, with your back against the wall." He is a smiling piece of vacancy, and he smiled in a mean way, in which he will even smile at the public if he gets a chance. Language can say no meaner of him. And he stood upright near the door, with the back of his head agin the wall, as if he was a-waiting for someone to come and measure his height for the army. "I should not enter, ladies," said our missus, "on the revolting disclosures I am about to make, if it was not in the hope that they will cause you to be yet more implacable in the exercise of the power you wield in a constitutional country, and yet more devoted to the constitutional motto which I see before me." It was behind her, but the word sounded better so. May Albion never learn. Here the pupils, as had made the motto, admired it, and cried, "Hear, hear, hear!" Sniff, showing an inclination to join in chorus, got himself frowned down by every brow. "The baseness of the French," pursued Our Missis, "as displayed in the fawning nature of their refreshmenting, equals, if not surpasses, anything that was ever heard of the baseness of the celebrated Buonaparte." Miss Whiff, Miss Piff, and me, we drored a heavy breath, equal to saying, "We thought as much." Miss Whiff and Miss Piff, seeming to object to my droring mine along with theirs, I drored another to aggravate 'em. "Shall I be believed," says Our Missis, with flashing eyes, "when I tell you that no sooner had I set my foot upon that treacherous shore—" Here Sniff, either busting out mad, or thinking aloud, says in a low voice, "Feet, plural, you know." The cowering that came upon him when he was spurned by all eyes, added to his being beneath contempt, was sufficient punishment for a cove so grovelling. In the midst of a silence rendered more impressive by the turned-up female noses with which it was pervaded, Our Missis went on. "Shall I be believed when I tell you that no sooner had I landed," this word with a killing look at Sniff, "on that treacherous shore, than I was ushered into a refreshment room where there were, I do not exaggerate, actually eatable things to eat?" A groan burst from the ladies. I not only did myself the honour of jining, but also of lengthening it out. Where there were, Our Missis added, not only eatable things to eat, but also drinkable things to drink. A murmur, swelling almost to a scream, ariz. Miss Piff, trembling with indignation, called out, "Name!" "I will name," said Our Missis. There was roast fowls, hot and cold. There was smoking roast veal surrounded with browned potatoes. There was hot soup, with, again I ask, shall I be credited? Nothing bitter in it, and no flour to choke off the consumer. There was a variety of cold dishes set off with jelly. There was salad. There was, mark me, fresh pastry, and that of a light construction. There was a luscious show of fruit. There was bottles and decanters of sound small wine, of every size and adapted to every pocket. The same odious statement will apply to brandy, and these were set out upon the counter so that all could help themselves. Our Missis' lips so quivered that Mrs. Sniff, though scarcely less convulsed than she were, got up and held the tumbler to them. "This," proceeds Our Missis, "was my first unconstitutional experience. Well would it have been if it had been my last and worst. But no! As I proceeded further into that enslaved and ignorant land, its aspect became more hideous. I need not explain to this assembly the ingredients and formation of the British refreshment sandwich." Universal laughter, except from Sniff, who, as a sandwich cutter, shook his head in a state of the utmost dejection as he stood with it against the wall. "Well," said Our Missis, with dilated nostrils, "take a fresh, crisp, long, crusty penny loaf made of the whitest and best flour. Cut it longwise through the middle, insert a fair and nicely fitting slice of ham. Tie a smart piece of ribbon around the middle of the whole to bind it together. Add at one end a neat wrapper of clean white paper by which to hold it, and the universal French refreshment sandwich bursts upon your disgusted vision." A cry of shame from all, except Sniff, which rubbed his stomach with a soothing hand. "I need not," said Our Missis, "explain to this assembly the usual formation and fitting of the British refreshment room." No, no, and laughter. Sniff again shaking his head in low spirits against the wall. "Well," said Our Missis, "what would you say to a general decoration of everything? To hangings, sometimes elegant, to easy velvet furniture, to abundance of little tables, to abundance of little seats, to brisk bright waiters, to great convenience, to a pervading cleanliness and tastefulness, positively addressing the public and making the beast thinking itself worth the pains?" Contemptuous fury on the part of all the ladies. Mrs. Sniff looking as if she wanted someone to hold her, and everyone else looking as if they'd rather not. "3 times," said Our Missis, working herself into a truly tremendous state, "3 times did I see these shameful things, only between the coast and Paris, and not counting either. At Hazebroucke, at Arras, at Amiens. But worst remains. Tell me, what would you call a person who should propose in England that there should be kept, say at our own model Mugby Junction, pretty baskets, each holding an assorted cold lunch and dessert for one, each at a certain fixed price, and each within a passenger's power to take away, to empty in the carriage at perfect leisure, and to return at another station 50 or 100 miles further on? There was disagreement what such a person should be called. Whether revolutionist, atheist, bright, I said him, or un-English. Miss Piff reached her shrill opinion last in these words: "A malignant maniac." "I adopt," says our Missus, "the brand set upon such a person by the righteous indignation of my friend Miss Piff. A malignant maniac. Know, then, that that malignant maniac has sprung from the congenial soul of France, and that his malignant madness was in unchecked action on this same part of my journey." I noticed that Sniff was a-rubbing his hands, and that Mrs. Sniff had got her eye upon him, but I did not take more particular notice, owing to the excited state in which the young ladies was, and to feeling myself called upon to keep it up with a howl. "On my experience south of Paris," said our Missus in a deep tone, "I will not expatiate. Too loathsome were the task. But fancy this. Fancy a guard coming round, with the train at full speed, to inquire how many for dinner. Fancy his telegraphing forward the number of diners. Fancy every one expected, and the table elegantly laid for the complete party. Fancy a charming dinner in a charming room, and the head cook concerned for the honour of every dish, superintending in his clean white cap and jacket. Fancy the beast travelling 600 miles on end very fast and with great punctuality, yet being taught to expect all this to be done for it." A spirited chorus of "The beast!" I noticed that Sniff was again a-rubbing his stomach with a soothing hand, and that he had drored up one leg. But again I didn't take particular notice, looking on myself as called upon to stimulate public feeling, it being a lark besides. "Putting everything together," said our Missus, "French refreshmenting comes to this, and oh, it comes to a nice total. First, eatable things to eat, and drinkable things to drink." A groan from the young ladies, kept up by me. "Second, convenience and even elegance." Another groan from the young ladies, kept up by me. "Third, moderate charges." This time a groan from me, kept up by the young ladies. "Fourth, and here," says our Missus, "I claim your angriest sympathy, attention, common civility, nay, even politeness." Me and the young ladies regularly raging mad altogether. "And I cannot in conclusion," says our Missus after her most spitefulest sneer, "give you a completer picture of that despicable nation, after what I have related, than assuring you that they wouldn't bear our constitutional ways and noble independence at Mugby Junction for a single month, and that they would turn us to the right about, and put another system in our places, as soon as look at us, perhaps sooner, for I do not believe they have the good taste to care to look at us twice." The swelling tumult was arrested in its rise. Sniff, borne away by his servile disposition, had drored up his leg with a higher and higher relish, and was now discovered to be waving his corkscrew over his head. It was at this moment that Mrs. Sniff, who had kept her eye upon him like the fabled obelisk, descended upon her victim. Our Missus followed them both out, and cries was heard in the sawdust department. "You come into the down refreshment room, at the Junction, making believe you don't know me, and I'll pint you out with my right thumb over my shoulder, which is our Missus, and which is Miss Whiff, and which is Miss Piff, and which is Mrs. Sniff. But you won't get a chance to see Sniff, 'cause he disappeared that night. Whether he perished, tore to pieces, I cannot say, but his corkscrew alone remains, to bear witness to the servility of his disposition. End of main line The Boy at Mugby. Recording by Todd.
Frauds on the Fairies. From the Household Words, Volume 8, Number 184. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 1. Frauds on the Fairies. From the Household Words, Volume 8, number 184, by Charles Dickens. We may assume that we are not singular in entertaining a very great tenderness for the fairy literature of our childhood. What enchanted us then, and is captivating a million of young fancies now, has at the same blessed time of life enchanted vast hosts of men and women who have done their long day's work and laid their grey heads down to rest. It would be hard to estimate the amount of gentleness and mercy that has made its way among us through these slight channels. Forbearance, courtesy, consideration for the poor and aged, kind treatment of animals, the love of nature, abhorrence of tyranny and brute force. Many such good things have been first nourished in the child's heart by this powerful aid. It has greatly helped to keep us, in some sense, ever young, by preserving through our worldly ways one slender track, not overgrown with weeds, where we may walk with children, sharing their delights. In an utilitarian age, of all other times, it is a matter of grave importance that fairy tales should be respected. Our English red tape is too magnificently red ever to be employed in the tying up of such trifles. But every one who has considered the subject knows full well that a nation without fancy, without some romance, never did, never can, never will hold a great place under the sun. The theatre having done its worst to destroy these admirable fictions, and having in a most exemplary manner destroyed itself, its artists and its audiences, in that perversion of its duty, it becomes doubly important that the little books themselves, nurseries of fancy as they are, should be preserved. To preserve them in their usefulness, they must be as much preserved in their simplicity and purity and innocent extravagance as if they were actual fact. Whosoever alters them to suit his own opinions, whatever they are, is guilty, to our thinking, of an act of presumption, and appropriates to himself what does not belong to him. We have lately observed with pain the intrusion of a whole hog of unwieldy dimensions into the fairy flower garden. The rooting of the animal among the roses would in itself have awakened in us nothing but indignation. Our pains arise from his being violently driven in by a man of genius, our own beloved friend, Mr. George Cruikshank. That incomparable artist is, of all men, the last who should lay his exquisite hand on fairy text. In his own art he understands it so perfectly, and illustrates it so beautifully, so humorously, so wisely, that he should never lay down his etching needle to edit the ogre, to whom with that little instrument he can render such extraordinary justice. But to editing ogres and hop-o'-my-thumbs and their families, our dear moralist has in a rash moment taken as a means of propagating the doctrines of total abstinence, prohibition of the sale of spirituous liquors, free trade, and popular education. For the introduction of these topics he has altered the text of a fairy story, and against his right to do any such thing we protest with all our might and main. Of his likewise altering it to advertise that excellent series of plates, The Bottle, we say nothing more than that we foresee a new and improved edition of Goody Two-Shoes, edited by E. Moses and Son, of the Dervish with the box of ointment, edited by Professor Holloway, and of Jack and the Beanstalk, edited by Mary Wedlake, the popular authoress of Do You Bruise Your Oats Yet? Now it makes not the least difference to our objection whether we agree or disagree with our worthy friend Mr. Cruikshank in the opinions he interpolates upon an old fairy story. Whether good or bad in themselves, they are, in that relation, like the famous definition of a weed, a thing growing up in a wrong place. He has no greater moral justification, in altering the harmless little books than we should have in altering his best etchings. If such a precedent were followed, we must soon become disgusted with the old stories into which modern personages so obtruded themselves, and the stories themselves must soon be lost. With 7 Bluebeards in the field, each coming at a gallop from his own platform mounted on a foaming hobby, a generation or two hence would not know which was which, and the great original Bluebeard would be confounded with the counterfeits. Imagine a total abstinence edition of Robinson Crusoe, with the rum left out. Imagine a peace edition, with the gunpowder left out and the rum left in. Imagine a vegetarian edition, with the goat's flesh left out. Imagine a Kentucky edition, to introduce a flogging of that tarnal old nigger Friday, twice a week. Imagine an Aborigines Protection Society edition, to deny the cannibalism, and make Robinson embrace the amiable savages whenever they landed. Robinson Crusoe would be edited out of his island in 100 years, and the island would be swallowed up in the editorial ocean. Among the other learned professions, we have now the platform profession, chiefly exercised by a new and meritorious class of commercial travellers, who go about to take the sense of meetings on various articles, some of a very superior description, some not quite so good. Let us write the story of Cinderella, edited by one of these gentlemen, doing a good stroke of business, and having a rather extensive mission. Once upon a time, a rich man and his wife were the parents of a lovely daughter. She was a beautiful child, and became, at her own desire, a member of the juvenile bands of hope when she was only 4 years of age. When this child was only 9 years of age, her mother died, and all the juvenile bands of hope in her district, the Central District, number 527, formed in a procession of 2 and 2, amounting to 1,500, and followed her to the grave, singing chorus number 42, O come, etc. This grave was outside the town, and under the direction of the local Board of Health, which reported at certain stated intervals to the General Board of Health, Whitehall. The motherless little girl was very sorrowful for the loss of her mother, and so was her father too, at first. But after a year was over, he married again, a very cross widow lady, with 2 proud tyrannical daughters, as cross as herself. He was aware that he could have made his marriage with this lady a civil process by simply making a declaration before a registrar, but he was averse to this course on religious grounds, and, being a member of the Montgolfian persuasion, was married according to the ceremonies of that respectable church by the Reverend Jared Jocks, who improved the occasion. He did not live long with his disagreeable wife, having been shamefully accustomed to shave with warm water instead of cold, which he ought to have used, see Medical Appendix B and C. His undermined constitution could not bear up against her temper, and he soon died. Then this orphan was cruelly treated by her stepmother and the 2 daughters, and was forced to do the dirtiest of the kitchen work, to scour the saucepans, wash the dishes, and light the fires, which did not consume their own smoke, but emitted a dark vapour prejudicial to the bronchial tubes. The only warm place in the house where she was free from ill treatment was the kitchen chimney corner, and as she used to sit down there among the cinders when her work was done, the proud fine sisters gave her the name of Cinderella. About this time the king of the land, who never made war against anybody, and allowed everybody to make war against him, which was the reason why his subjects were the greatest manufacturers on earth, and always lived in security and peace, gave a great feast, which was to last 2 days. This splendid banquet was to consist entirely of artichokes and gruel, and from among those who were invited to it, and to hear the delightful speeches after dinner, the king's son was to choose a bride for himself. The proud fine sisters were invited, but nobody knew anything about poor Cinderella, and she was to stay at home. She was so sweet-tempered, however, that she assisted the haughty creatures to dress, and bestowed her admirable taste upon them as freely as if they had been kind to her. Neither did she laugh when they broke 17 stay-laces in dressing, for although she wore no stays herself, being sufficiently acquainted with the anatomy of the human figure to be aware of the destructive effects of tight lacing, she always reserved her opinion on that subject for the regenerative record. Price 3 halfpence in a neat wrapper, which all good people take in, and to which she was a contributor. At length the wished-for moment arrived, and the proud fine sisters swept away to the feast and speeches, leaving Cinderella in the chimney-corner. But she could always occupy her mind with the general question of the ocean penny postage, and she had in her pocket an unread oration on that subject, made by the well-known orator Nehemiah Nix. She was lost in the fervid eloquence of the talented apostle, when she became aware of the presence of one of those female relatives which, it may not be generally known, it is not lawful for a man to marry. I allude to her grandmother. "Why so solitary, my child?" said the old lady to Cinderella. "Alas, grandmother," returned the poor girl, "my sisters have gone to the feast and speeches, and here sit I in the ashes, Cinderella." "Never," cried the old lady with animation, "shall one of the band of hope despair. Run into the garden, my dear, and fetch me an American pumpkin. American, because in some parts of that independent country there are prohibitory laws against the sale of alcoholic drink in any form. Also because America produced, among many great pumpkins, the glory of her sex, Mrs. Colonel Bloomer. None but an American pumpkin will do, my child." Cinderella ran into the garden and brought the largest American pumpkin she could find. This virtuously democratic vegetable her grandmother immediately changed into a splendid coach. Then she sent her for 6 mice from the mouse-trap, which she changed into prancing horses, free from the obnoxious and oppressive post-horse duty. Then to the rat-trap in the stable for a rat, which she changed to a state coachman, not amenable to the iniquitous assessed taxes. Then to look behind a watering-pot for 6 lizards, which she changed into 6 footmen, each with a petition in his hand, ready to present to the prince, signed by 50,000 persons, in favour of the early closing movement. "But, grandmother," said Cinderella, stopping in the midst of her delight, and looking at her clothes, "how can I go to the palace in these miserable rags?" "Be not uneasy about that, my dear," returned her grandmother. Upon which the old lady touched her with her wand, her rags disappeared, and she was beautifully dressed. Not in the present costume of the female sex, which has been proved to be at once grossly immodest and absurdly inconvenient, but in rich sky-blue satin pantaloons gathered at the ankle, a puce-coloured satin pelisse sprinkled with silver flowers, and a very broad leghorn hat. The hat was chastely ornamented with a rainbow-coloured ribbon hanging in 2 bell-pulls down the back. The pantaloons were ornamented with a golden stripe, and the effect of the whole was unspeakably sensible, feminine, and retiring. Lastly, the old lady put on Cinderella's feet a pair of shoes made of glass, observing that, but for the abolition of the duty on that article, it never could have been devoted to such a purpose, the effect of all such taxes being to cramp invention and embarrass the producer, to the manifest injury of the consumer. When the old lady had made these wise remarks, she dismissed Cinderella to the feast and speeches, charging her by no means to remain after 12 o'clock at night. The arrival of Cinderella at the monster gathering produced a great excitement. As a delegate from the United States had just moved that the King do take the chair, and as the motion had been seconded and carried unanimously, the King himself could not go forth to receive her, but His Royal Highness the Prince, who was to move the second resolution, went to the door to hand her from her carriage. This virtuous prince, being completely covered from head to foot with total abstinence medals, shone as if he were attired in complete armour, while the inspiring strains of the Peace brass band in the gallery, composed of the Lambkin family, 18 in number, who cannot be too much encouraged, awakened additional enthusiasm. The King's son handed Cinderella to one of the reserved seats for pink tickets on the platform, and fell in love with her immediately. His appetite deserted him. He scarcely tasted his artichokes, and merely trifled with his gruel. When the speeches began, and Cinderella, wrapped in the eloquence of the two inspired delegates who occupied the entire evening in speaking to the first resolution, occasionally cried, "Hear, hear," the sweetness of her voice completed her conquest of the prince's heart. But indeed the whole male portion of the assembly loved her, and doubtless would have done so, even if she had been less beautiful, in consequence of the contrast which her dress presented to the bold and ridiculous garments of the other ladies. At 12:15, the second inspired delegate having drunk all the water in the decanter and fainted away, the King put the question, that this meeting do now adjourn until tomorrow. Those who were of that opinion holding up their hands, and then those who were of the contrary theirs, there appeared an immense majority in favour of the resolution, which was consequently carried. Cinderella got home in safety, and heard nothing all that night or all next day but the praises of the unknown lady with the sky-blue satin pantaloons. When the time for the feast and speeches came around again, the cross stepmother and the proud fine daughters went out in good time to secure their places. As soon as they were gone, Cinderella's grandmother returned, and changed her as before. Amid a blast of welcome from the Lambkin family, she was again handed to the pink seat on the platform by His Royal Highness. This gifted prince was a powerful speaker, and had the evening before him. He rose at precisely 10 minutes before 8, and was greeted with tumultuous cheers and waving of handkerchiefs. When the excitement had in some degree subsided, he proceeded to address the meeting, who were never tired of listening to speeches, as no good people ever are. He held them enthralled for 4 hours and a quarter. Cinderella forgot the time, and hurried away so when she heard the first stroke of 12, that her beautiful dress changed back to her old rags at the door, and she left one of her glass shoes behind. The prince took it up, and vowed, that is, made a declaration before a magistrate, for he objected on principle to the multiplying of oaths, that he would only marry the charming creature to whom that shoe belonged. He accordingly caused an advertisement to that effect to be inserted in all the newspapers, for the advertisement duty, an impost most unjust in principle, and most unfair in operation, did not exist in that country, neither was the stamp on newspapers known in that land, which had as many newspapers as the United States, and got as much good out of them. Innumerable ladies answered the advertisement, and pretended that the shoe was theirs, but every one of them was unable to get her foot into it. The proud fine sisters answered it, and tried their feet with no greater success. Then Cinderella, who had answered it too, came forward amidst their scornful jeers, and the shoe slipped on in a moment. It is a remarkable tribute to the improved and sensible fashion of the dress her grandmother had given her, that if she had not worn it the prince would probably never have seen her feet. The marriage was solemnized with great rejoicing. When the honeymoon was over, the king retired from public life, and was succeeded by the prince. Cinderella, being now a queen, applied herself to the government of the country on enlightened, liberal, and free principles. All the people who ate anything she did not eat, or who drank anything she did not drink, were imprisoned for life. All the newspaper offices from which any doctrine proceeded that was not her doctrine were burnt down. All the public speakers proved to demonstration that if there were any individual on the face of the earth who differed from them in anything, that individual was a designing ruffian and an abandoned monster. She also threw open the right of voting and of being elected to public office and of making the laws to the whole of her sex, who thus came to be always gloriously occupied with public life, and whom nobody dared to love, and they all lived happily ever afterwards. Frauds on the Fairies once permitted, we see little reason why they may not come to this, and great reason why they may. The Vicar of Wakefield was wisest when he was tired of being always wise. The world is too much with us early and late. Leave this precious old escape from it alone. End of Frauds on the Fairies, from Household Words, Volume 8, number 184. Recording by Noel Badrian, County Offaly, Ireland.
Introductory Romance from the pen of William Tinkling, Esquire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 1. Introductory Romance from the pen of William Tinkling, Esquire, aged 8. This beginning part is not made out of anybody's head, you know. It's real. You must believe this beginning part more than what comes after, else you won't understand how what comes after came to be written. You must believe it all, but you must believe this most, please. I am the editor of it. Bob Redforth, he's my cousin and shaking the table on purpose, wanted to be the editor of it, but I said he shouldn't, because he couldn't. He has no idea of being an editor. Nettie Ashford is my bride. We were married in the right-hand closet in the corner of the dancing school where we first met, with a ring, a green one, from Wilkingwater's toy shop. I owed for it out of my pocket-money. When the rapturous ceremony was over, we all four went up the lane and let off a cannon, brought loaded in Bob Redforth's waistcoat pocket, to announce our nuptials. It flew right up when it went off, and turned over. Next day, Lieutenant Colonel Robin Redforth was united with similar ceremonies to Alice Rainbird. This time the cannon burst with a most terrific explosion, and made a puppy bark. My peerless bride was, at the period of which we now treat, in captivity at Miss Grimmer's. Drovey and Grimmer is the partnership, and opinion is divided which is the greatest beast. The lovely bride of the Colonel was also immured in the dungeons of the same establishment. A vow was entered into between the Colonel and myself that we would cut them out on the following Wednesday when walking 2 and 2. Under the desperate circumstances of the case, the active brain of the Colonel, combining with his lawless pursuit—he is a pirate—suggested an attack with fireworks. This, however, from motives of humanity, was abandoned as too expensive. Lightly armed with a paper-knife buttoned up under his jacket, and waving the dreaded black flag at the end of a cane, the Colonel took command of me at 2 p.m. on the eventful and appointed day. He had drawn out the plan of attack on a piece of paper, which was rolled up round a hoop-stick. He showed it to me. My position and my full-length portrait, but my real ears don't stick out horizontal, was behind a corner lamp-post, with written orders to remain there till I should see Miss Drovey fall. The Drovey who was to fall was the one in spectacles, not the one with the large lavender bonnet. At that signal I was to rush forth, seize my bride, and fight my way to the lane. There a junction would be effected between myself and the Colonel, and putting our brides behind us, between ourselves and the palings, we were to conquer or die. The enemy appeared, approached. Waving his black flag, the Colonel attacked. Confusion ensued. Anxiously I awaited my signal, but my signal came not. So far from falling, the hated Drovey in spectacles appeared to me to have muffled the Colonel's head in his outlawed banner, and to be pitching into him with a parasol. The one in the lavender bonnet also performed prodigies of valour with her fists on his back. Seeing that all was for the moment lost, I fought my desperate way hand to hand to the lane. Through taking the back road, I was so fortunate as to meet nobody, and arrived there uninterrupted. It seemed an age ere the Colonel joined me. He had been to the jobbing tailors to be sewn up in several places, and attributed our defeat to the refusal of the detested Drovey to fall. Finding her so obstinate, he had said to her, "Die, recreant," but had found her no more open to reason on that point than the other. My blooming bride appeared, accompanied by the Colonel's bride, at the dancing-school next day. What? Was her face averted from me? Ha! Even so. With a look of scorn she put into my hand a bit of paper, and took another partner. On the paper was pencilled, "Heavens! Can I write the word, Is my husband a cow?" In the first bewilderment of my heated brain I tried to think what slanderer could have traced my family to the ignoble animal mentioned above. Vain were my endeavours. At the end of that dance I whispered the Colonel to come into the cloak-room, and I showed him the note. "There is a syllable wanting," he said, with a gloomy brow. "Huh? What syllable?" was my inquiry. "She asks, can she write the word? And no, you see she couldn't," said the Colonel, pointing out the passage. "And the word was?" said I. "Cow, cow, coward," hissed the pirate Colonel in my ear, and gave me back the note. Feeling that I must for ever tread the earth a branded person, I mean, or that I must clear up my honour, I demanded to be tried by a court-martial. The Colonel admitted my right to be tried. Some difficulty was found in composing the court, on account of the Emperor, France's aunt, refusing to let him come out. He was to be the president. Ere yet we had appointed a substitute, he made his escape over the back wall, and stood among us, a free monarch. The court was held on the grass by the pond. I recognised in a certain admiral among my judges my deadliest foe. A cocoa-nut had given rise to language that I could not brook, but confiding in my innocence, and also in the knowledge that the President of the United States, who sat next to him, owed me a knife, I braced myself for the ordeal. It was a solemn spectacle, that court. 2 executioners with pinafores reversed led me in. Under the shade of an umbrella I perceived my bride, supported by the bride of the pirate Colonel. The President, having reproved a little female ensign for tittering, on matter of life or death, called upon me to plead, coward or no coward, guilty or not guilty. I pleaded in a firm tone, no coward, and not guilty. The little female ensign, being again reproved by the President for misconduct, mutinied, left the court, and threw stones. My implacable enemy, the Admiral, conducted the case against me. The Colonel's bride was called to prove that I had remained behind the corner lamp-post during the engagement. I might have been spared the anguish of my own bride's being also made a witness to the same point, but the Admiral knew where to wound me. Be still, my soul, no matter. The Colonel was then brought forward with his evidence. It was for this point that I had saved myself up as the turning-point of my case. Shaking myself free of my guards, who had no business to hold me, the stupids, unless I was found guilty, I asked the Colonel what he considered the first duty of a soldier. Ere he could reply, the President of the United States rose and informed the court that my foe, the Admiral, had suggested bravery, and that prompting a witness wasn't fair. The President of the court immediately ordered the Admiral's mouth to be filled with leaves and tied up with string. I had the satisfaction of seeing the sentence carried into effect before the proceedings went further. I then took a paper from my trousers pocket and said, "What do you consider, Colonel Redford, the first duty of a soldier? Is it obedience?" "It is," said the Colonel. "Is that paper, please to look at it, in your hand?" "It is," said the Colonel. "Is it a military sketch?" "It is," said the Colonel. "Of an engagement?" "Quite so," said the Colonel. "Of the late engagement?" "Of the late engagement." "Please to describe it, and then hand it to the President of the court." From that triumphant moment my sufferings and my dangers were at an end. The court rose up and jumped on discovering that I had strictly obeyed orders. My foe, the Admiral, who, though muzzled, was malignant yet, contrived to suggest that I was dishonoured by having quitted the field. But the Colonel himself had done as much, and gave his opinion, upon his word and honour as a pirate, that when all was lost, the field might be quitted without disgrace. I was going to be found no coward and not guilty, and my blooming bride was going to be publicly restored to my arms in a procession, when an unlooked-for event disturbed the general rejoicing. This was no other than the Emperor of France's aunt catching hold of his hair. The proceedings abruptly terminated, and the court tumultuously dissolved. It was when the shades of the next evening but one were beginning to fall, ere yet the silver beams of Luna touched the earth, that four forms might have been descried slowly advancing towards the weeping willow on the borders of the pond, the now deserted scene of the day before yesterday's agonies and triumphs. On a nearer approach, and by a practised eye, these might have been identified as the forms of the pirate colonel with his bride, and of the day before yesterday's gallant prisoner with his bride. On the beauteous faces of the nymphs dejection sat enthroned. All four reclined under the willow for some minutes without speaking, till at length the bride of the colonel poutingly observed, "It's of no use pretending any more, and we had better give it up." "Ha!" exclaimed the pirate. "Pretending?" "Don't go on like that, you worry me," returned his bride. The lovely bride of Tinkling echoed the incredible declaration. The two warriors exchanged stony glances. "If," said the bride of the pirate colonel, "grown-up people won't do what they ought to do, and will put us out, what comes of our pretending?" "We only get into scrapes," said the bride of Tinkling. "You know very well," pursued the colonel's bride, "that Miss Drovey wouldn't fall. You complained of it yourself, and you know how disgracefully the court-martial ended. As to our marriage, would my people acknowledge it at home?" "Or would my people acknowledge ours?" said the bride of Tinkling. Again the two warriors exchanged stony glances. "If you knocked at the door and claimed me, after you were told to go away," said the colonel's bride, "you would only have your hair pulled, or your ears, or your nose." "If you persisted in ringing at the bell and claiming me," said the bride of Tinkling to that gentleman, "you would have things dropped on your head from the window over the handle, or you would be played upon by the garden engine." "And at your own homes," resumed the bride of the colonel, "it would be just as bad. You would be sent to bed, or something equally undignified. Again, how would you support us?" The pirate colonel replied in a courageous voice, "By rapine." But his bride retorted, "Suppose the grown-up people wouldn't be rapined?" "Then," said the colonel, "they should pay the penalty in blood." "But suppose they should object," retorted his bride, "and wouldn't pay the penalty in blood or anything else?" A mournful silence ensued. "Then do you no longer love me, Alice?" asked the colonel. "Redforth, I am for ever thine," returned his bride. "Then do you no longer love me, Nettie?" asked the present writer. "Tinkling, I am ever thine," returned my bride. We all four embraced. Let me not be misunderstood by the giddy. The colonel embraced his own bride, and I embraced mine, but 2 times 2 make 4. "Nettie and I," said Alice mournfully, "have been considering our position. The grown-up people are too strong for us. They make us ridiculous. Besides, they have changed the times. William Tinkling's baby brother was christened yesterday. What took place? Was any king present? Answer, William." I said, "No, unless disguised as Great-uncle Chopper." "Any queen?" "There had been no queen that I knew of at our house. There might have been one in the kitchen, but I didn't think so, or else the servants would have mentioned it." "Any fairies?" "None that were visible." "We had an idea amongst us, I think," said Alice, with a melancholy voice, "we four, that Miss Grimmer would prove to be the wicked fairy, and would come in at the christening with her crutch-stick, and give the child a bad gift. Was there anything of that sort? Answer, William." I said that Ma had said afterwards, and so she had, that Great-uncle Chopper's gift was a shabby one, but she hadn't said a bad one. She had called it shabby, electrotyped, second-hand, and below his income. "It must be the grown-up people who have changed all this," said Alice. "We couldn't have changed it, if we had been so inclined, and we never should have been. Or perhaps Miss Grimmer is a wicked fairy after all, and won't act up to it because the grown-up people have persuaded her not to. Either way, they would make us ridiculous if we told them what we expected." "Tyrants!" muttered the pirate colonel. "Nay, my Redforth," said Alice, "say not so. Call not names, my Redforth, or they will apply to Pa." "Let 'em," said the colonel. "I do not care. Who's he?" Tinkling here undertook the perilous task of remonstrating with his lawless friend, who consented to withdraw the moody expressions above quoted. "What remains for us to do?" Alice went on in her mild, wise way. "We must educate. We must pretend in a new manner. We must wait." The colonel clenched his teeth, 4 out in front and a piece of another, and he had been twice dragged to the door of a dentist despot, but had escaped from his guards. How educate? How pretend in a new manner? How wait? Educate the grown-up people, replied Alice. We part to-night. Yes, Redforth, for the Colonel tucked up his cuffs. Part to-night. Let us in these next holidays, now going to begin, throw our thoughts into something educational for the grown-up people, hinting to them how things ought to be. Let us veil our meaning under a mask of romance, you, I, and Nettie. William Tinkling, being the plainest and quickest writer, shall copy it out. Is it agreed? The Colonel answered sulkily, I don't mind. He then asked, How about pretending? We will pretend, said Alice, that we are children, not that we are those grown-up people, who won't help us out as they ought, and who understand us so badly. The Colonel, still much dissatisfied, growled, How about waiting? We will wait, answered little Alice, taking Nettie's hand in hers and looking up to the sky. We will wait, ever constant and true, till the times have got so changed as that everything helps us out, and nothing makes us ridiculous, and the fairies have come back. We will wait, ever constant and true, till we are 80, 90, or 100. And then the fairies will send us children, and we will help them out, poor pretty little creatures, if they pretend ever so much. So we will, dear, said Nettie Ashford, taking her round the waist with both arms and kissing her. And now, if my husband will go and buy some cherries for us, I have got some money. In the friendliest manner I invited the Colonel to go with me, but he so far forgot himself as to acknowledge the invitation by kicking out behind, and then lying down on his stomach on the grass, pulling it up and chewing it. When I came back, however, Alice had nearly brought him out of his vexation, and was soothing him by telling him how soon we should all be 90. As we sat under the willow-tree and ate the cherries, fair, for Alice shared them out, we played at being 90. Nettie complained that she had a bone in her old back, and it made her hobble, and Alice sang a song in an old woman's way, but it was very pretty, and we were all very merry. At least, I don't know about merry exactly, but all comfortable. There was a most tremendous lot of cherries, and Alice always had with her some neat little bag or box or case to hold things. In that night it was a tiny wine-glass. So Alice and Nettie said they would make some cherry wine to drink our love at parting. Each of us had a glassful, and it was delicious, and each of us drank the toast, Our love at parting. The Colonel drank his wine last, and it got into my head directly that it got into his directly. Anyhow, his eyes rolled immediately after he had turned the glass upside down, and he took me on one side and proposed in a hoarse whisper that we should cut him out still. How did he mean? I asked my lawless friend. Cut our brides out, said the Colonel, and then cut our way, without going down a single turning, bang to the Spanish Main. We might have tried it, though I didn't think it would answer, only we looked round and saw that there was nothing but moonlight under the willow-tree, and that our pretty, pretty wives were gone. We burst out crying. The Colonel gave in second, and came to first, but he gave in strong. We were ashamed of our red eyes, and hung about for half an hour to whiten them. Likewise a piece of chalk round the rims, I doing the Colonel's, and he mine, but afterwards found in the bedroom looking-glass not natural, besides inflammation. Our conversation turned on being 90. The Colonel told me he had a pair of boots that wanted soling and heeling, but he thought it hardly worth while to mention it to his father, as he himself should so soon be 90, when he thought shoes would be more convenient. The Colonel also told me, with his hand upon his hip, that he himself already getting on in life and turning rheumatic. And I told him the same, and when they said at our house at supper, they are always bothering about something, that I stooped, I felt so glad. This is the end of the beginning part that you were to believe most. End of introductory romance from the pen of William Tinkling, Esquire, aged 8.
Old Lamps for New Ones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 1. Old Lamps for New Ones by Charles Dickens. The magician in Aladdin may possibly have neglected the study of men for the study of alchemical books, but it is certain that in spite of his profession he was no conjurer. He knew nothing of human nature, or the everlasting set of the current of human affairs. If, when he fraudulently sought to obtain possession of the wonderful lamp, and went up and down disguised before the flying palace, crying, "New lamps for old ones," he had reversed his cry, and made it "Old lamps for new ones," he would have been so far before his time as to have projected himself into the 19th century of our Christian era. This age is so perverse, and is so very short of faith, in consequence, as some suppose, of there having been a run on that bank for a few generations, that a parallel and beautiful idea, generally known among the ignorant as the Young England hallucination, unhappily expired before it could run alone, to the great grief of a small but a very select circle of mourners. There is something so fascinating, to a mind capable of any serious reflection, in the notion of ignoring all that has been done for the happiness and elevation of mankind during 3 or 4 centuries of slow and dearly bought amelioration, that we have always thought it would tend soundly to the improvement of the general public, if any tangible symbol, any outward and visible sign expressive of that admirable conception, could be held up before them. We are happy to have found such a sign at last, and although it would make a very indifferent sign indeed in the licensed victualling sense of the word, and would probably be rejected with contempt and horror by any Christian publication, it has our warmest philosophical appreciation. In the 15th century, a certain feeble lamp of art arose in the Italian town of Urbino. This poor light, Raphael Sanzio by name, better known to a few miserably mistaken wretches in these later days as Raphael, another burned at the same time, called Titian, was fed with a preposterous idea of beauty, with a ridiculous power of etherealizing and exalting to the very heaven of heavens what was most sublime and lovely in the expression of the human face divine on earth, with the truly contemptible conceit of finding in poor humanity the fallen likeness of the angels of God, and raising it up again to their pure spiritual condition. This very fantastic whim effected a low revolution in art, in this wise, that beauty came to be regarded as one of its indispensable elements. In this very poor delusion, artists have continued until this present 19th century, when it was reserved for some bold aspirants to put it down. The Pre-Raphael Brotherhood, ladies and gentlemen, is the dread tribunal which is to set this matter right. Walk up, and here, conspicuous on the wall of the Royal Academy of Art in England, in the 82nd year of their annual exhibition, you shall see what this new holy brotherhood, this terrible police that is to disperse all post-Raphael offenders, has been and done. You come in this Royal Academy exhibition, which is familiar with the works of Wilkie, Collins, Etty, Eastlake, Mulready, Leslie, Maclise, Turner, Stanfield, Landseer, Roberts, Danby, Creswick, Lee, Webster, Herbert, Dyce, Cope, and others who would have been renowned as great masters in any age or country, you come in this place to the contemplation of a holy family. You will have the goodness to discharge from your minds all post-Raphael ideas, all religious aspirations, all elevating thoughts, all tender, awful, sorrowful, ennobling, sacred, graceful, or beautiful associations, and to prepare yourselves, as befits such a subject, pre-Raphaelly considered, for the lowest depths of what is mean, odious, repulsive, and revolting. You behold the interior of a carpenter's shop. In the foreground of that carpenter's shop is a hideous, wry-necked, blubbering, red-headed boy in a bedgown, who appears to have received a poke in the hand from the stick of another boy with whom he has been playing in an adjacent gutter, and to be holding it up for the contemplation of a kneeling woman, so horrible in her ugliness, that, supposing it were possible for any human creature to exist for a moment with that dislocated throat, she would stand out from the rest of the company as a monster in the vilest cabaret in France or the lowest gin-shop in England. Two almost naked carpenters, master and journeyman, worthy companions of this agreeable female, are working at their trade. A boy, with some small flavour of humanity in him, is entering with a vessel of water, and nobody is paying any attention to a snuffy old woman who seems to have mistaken that shop for the tobacconist's next door, and to be hopelessly waiting at the counter to be served with half an ounce of her favourite mixture. Wherever it is possible to express ugliness of feature, limb, or attitude, you have it expressed. Such men as the carpenters might be undressed in any hospital where dirty drunkards in a high state of varicose veins are received. Their very toes have walked out of St. Giles. This, in the 19th century, and in the 82nd year of the annual exhibition of the National Academy of Art, is the Pre-Raphael representation to us, ladies and gentlemen, of the most solemn passage which our minds can ever approach. This, in the 19th century, and in the 82nd year of the annual exhibition of the National Academy of Art, is what Pre-Raphael art can do to render reverence and homage to the faith in which we live and die. Consider this picture well. Consider the pleasure we should have in a similar Pre-Raphael rendering of a favourite horse or dog or cat, and coming fresh from a pretty considerable turmoil about desecration in connection with the National Post Office, let us extol this great achievement, and commend the National Academy. In further considering this symbol of the great retrogressive principle, it is particularly gratifying to observe that such objects as the shavings which are strewn on the carpenter's floor are admirably painted, and that the Pre-Raphael brother is indisputably accomplished in the manipulation of his art. It is gratifying to observe this because the fact involves no low effort at notoriety, everybody knowing that it is by no means easier to call attention to a very indifferent pig with 5 legs than to a symmetrical pig with 4. Also, because it is good to know that the National Academy thoroughly feels and comprehends the high range and exalted purposes of art, distinctly perceives that art includes something more than the faithful portraiture of shavings or the skilful colouring of drapery, imperatively requires, in short, that it shall be informed with mind and sentiment, will on no account reduce it to a narrow question of trade juggling with a palette, palette-knife, and paint-box. It is likewise pleasing to reflect that the great educational establishment foresees the difficulty into which it would be led by attaching greater weight to mere handicraft than to any other consideration, even to considerations of common reverence or decency. Which absurd principle, in the event of a skilful painter of the figure becoming a very little more perverted in his taste than certain skilful painters are just now, might place her gracious Majesty in a very painful position one of these fine private view days. Would it were in our power to congratulate our readers on the hopeful prospects of the great retrogressive principle, of which this thoughtful picture is the sign and emblem. Would that we could give our readers encouraging assurance of a healthy demand for old lamps in exchange for new ones, and a steady improvement in the old lamp market. The perversity of mankind is such, and the untoward arrangements of Providence are such, that we cannot lay that flattering unction to their souls. We can only report what brotherhoods, stimulated by this sign, are forming, and what opportunities will be presented to the people, if the people will but accept them. In the first place, the Pre-Perspective Brotherhood will be presently incorporated, for the subversion of all known rules laws and principles of perspective. It is intended to swear every PPB to a solemn renunciation of the art of perspective on a soup plate of the willow pattern. And we may expect, on the occasion of the 83rd Annual Exhibition of the Royal Academy of Art in England, to see some pictures by this pious brotherhood realising Hogarth's idea of a man on a mountain several miles off, lighting his pipe at the upper window of a house in the foreground. But we are informed that every brick in the house will be a portrait, that the man's boots will be copied with the utmost fidelity from a pair of bluchers sent up out of Northamptonshire for the purpose, and that the texture of his hands, including 4 chilblains, a whitlow, and 10 dirty nails, will be a triumph of the painter's art. A society, to be called the Pre-Newtonian Brotherhood, was lately projected by a young gentleman under articles to a civil engineer, who objected to being considered bound to conduct himself according to the laws of gravitation. But this young gentleman, being reproached by some aspiring companions with the timidity of his conception, has abrogated that idea in favour of a pre-Galileo brotherhood now flourishing, who distinctly refuse to perform any annual revolution round the sun, and have arranged that the world shall not do so any more. The course to be taken by the Royal Academy of Art in reference to this brotherhood is not yet decided upon, but it is whispered that some other large educational institutions in the neighbourhood of Oxford are nearly ready to pronounce in favour of it. Several promising students connected with the Royal College of Surgeons have held a meeting to protest against the circulation of the blood, and to pledge themselves to treat all the patients they can get on principles condemnatory of that innovation. A pre-Harvey brotherhood is the result, from which a great deal may be expected by the undertakers. In literature, a very spirited effort has been made, which is no less than the formation of a PGAPCB, or Pre-Gower and Pre-Chaucer Brotherhood, for the restoration of the ancient English style of spelling, and the weeding out from all libraries, public and private, of those and all later pretenders, particularly a person of loose character named Shakespeare. It having been suggested, however, that this happy idea could scarcely be considered complete while the art of printing was permitted to remain unmolested, another society, under the name of the Pre-Laurentius Brotherhood, has been established in connection with it, for the abolition of all but manuscript books. These Mr. Pugin has engaged to supply in characters that nobody on earth shall be able to read, and it is confidently expected by those who have seen the House of Lords that he will faithfully redeem his pledge. In music, a retrogressive step in which there is much hope has been taken. The PAB, or Pre-Agincourt Brotherhood, has arisen, nobly devoted to consign to oblivion Mozart, Beethoven, Handel, and every other such ridiculous reputation, and to fix its millennium, as its name implies, before the date of the first regular musical composition known to have been achieved in England. As this institution has not yet commenced active operations, it remains to be seen whether the Royal Academy of Music will be a worthy sister of the Royal Academy of Art, and admit this enterprising body to its orchestra. We have it on the best authority that its compositions will be quite as rough and discordant as the real old original, that it will be, in a word, exactly suited to the pictorial art we have endeavoured to describe. We have strong hopes, therefore, that the Royal Academy of Music, not wanting an example, may not want courage. The regulation of social matters, as separated from the fine arts, has been undertaken by the Pre-Henry VII Brotherhood, who date from the same period as the Pre-Raphael Brotherhood. This society, as cancelling all the advances of nearly 400 years, and reverting to one of the most disagreeable periods of English history, when the nation was yet very slowly emerging from barbarism, and when gentle female foreigners, come over to be the wives of Scottish kings, wept bitterly, as well they might, at being left alone among the savage court, must be regarded with peculiar favour. As the time of ugly religious caricatures, called mysteries, it is thoroughly Pre-Raphael in its spirit, and may be deemed the twin brother to that great society. We should be certain of the plague among many other advantages if this brotherhood were properly encouraged. All these brotherhoods, and any other society of the like kind now in being or yet to be, have at once a guiding star and a reduction of their great ideas to something palpable and obvious to the senses, in the sign to which we take the liberty of directing their attention. We understand that it is in the contemplation of each society to become possessed, with all convenient speed, of a collection of such pictures, and that once every year, to wit upon the 1st of April, the whole intend to amalgamate in a high festival, to be called the Convocation of Eternal Boobies. End of Old Lamps for New Ones, by Charles Dickens, 1850.
A Tale of the Good Old Times, from Pearl Fishing, Choice Stories from Dickens' Household Words. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 1. A Tale of the Good Old Times, from Pearl Fishing, Choice Stories from Dickens's Household Words, by Charles Dickens. An alderman of the ancient borough of Beetlebury, and churchwarden of the parish of St. Wulfstan's in the said borough, Mr. Blenkinsop might have been called, in the language of the 16th century, a man of worship. This title would probably have pleased him very much, it being an obsolete one, and he entertaining an extraordinary regard for all things obsolete or thoroughly deserving to be so. He looked up with profound veneration to the griffins which formed the waterspouts of St. Wulfstan's church, and he almost worshipped an old boot under the name of a blackjack, which on the affidavit of a forsworn broker he had bought for a drinking vessel of the 16th century. Mr. Blenkinsop even more admired the wisdom of our ancestors than he did their furniture and fashions. He believed that none of their statutes and ordinances could possibly be improved upon, and in this persuasion had petitioned Parliament against every just or merciful change which, since he had arrived at man's estate, had been made in the laws. He had successively opposed all the Beetlebury improvements, gas, waterworks, infant schools, mechanics' institute and library. He had been active in an agitation against any measure for the improvement of the public health, and being a strong advocate of intramural interment, was instrumental in defeating an attempt to establish a pretty cemetery outside Beetlebury. He had successfully resisted a project for removing the pig market from the middle of the High Street. Through his influence the shambles, which were corporation property, had been allowed to remain where they were, namely, close to the town hall and immediately under his own and his brethren's noses. In short, he had regularly, consistently, and nobly done his best to frustrate every scheme that was proposed for the comfort and advantage of his fellow creatures. For this conduct he was highly esteemed and respected, and, indeed, his hostility with any interference of disease had procured him the honour of a public testimonial, shortly after the presentation of which, with several neat speeches, the cholera broke out in Beetlebury. The truth is that Mr. Blenkinsop's views on the subject of public health and popular institutions were supposed to be economical, though they were in truth desperately costly, and so pleased some of the ratepayers. Besides, he withstood ameliorations, and defended nuisances and abuses with all the heartiness of an actual philanthropist. Moreover, he was a jovial fellow, a boon companion, and his love of antiquity leaned particularly towards old ale and old port wine. Of both of these beverages he had been partaking rather largely at a visitation dinner, where, after the retirement of the bishop and his clergy, festivities were kept up till late, under the presidency of the deputy registrar. One of the last to quit the crown and mitre was Mr. Blenkinsop. He lived in a remote part of the town, whither, as he did not walk exactly in a straight line, it may be allowable perhaps to say that he bent his course. Many of the dwellers in Beetleberry High Street, awakened at 12:30 on that night by somebody passing below singing, not very distinctly, "With a jolly full bottle let each man be armed," were indebted, little as they may have suspected it, to Alderman Blenkinsop for their serenade. In his homeward way stood the Market Cross, a fine mediaeval structure supported on a series of circular steps by a groined arch, which served as a canopy to the stone figure of an ancient burgess. This was the effigies of Wynkyn de Voces, once mayor of Beetleberry and a great benefactor to the town, in which he had founded almshouses and a grammar school, A.D. 1440. The post was formerly occupied by St. Wulfstan, but de Voces had been removed from the town hall in Cromwell's time and promoted to the vacant pedestal, vice Wulfstan demolished. Mr. Blenkinsop highly revered this work of art, and he now stopped to take a view of it by moonlight. In that doubtful glimmer it seemed almost lifelike. Mr. Blenkinsop had not much imagination, yet he could well nigh fancy he was looking upon the veritable Wynkyn, with his bonnet, beard, furred gown and staff, and his great book under his arm. So vivid was this impression that it impelled him to apostrophize the statue. "Fine old fellow," said Mr. Blenkinsop. "Rare old buck. We shall never look upon your like again. Ah, the good old times, the jolly good old times. No times like the good old times, my ancient worthy. No such times as the good old times." "And pray, sir, what times do you call the good old times?" in distinct and deliberate accents answered, according to the positive affirmation of Mr. Blenkinsop, subsequently made before divers witnesses, the statue. Mr. Blenkinsop is sure that he was in the perfect possession of his senses. It is certain that he was not the dupe of ventriloquism or any other illusion. The value of these convictions must be a question between him and the world, to whose perusal the facts of his tale, simply as stated by himself, are here submitted. When first he heard the statue speak, Mr. Blenkinsop says, he certainly experienced a kind of a sudden shock, a momentary feeling of consternation. But this soon abated in a wonderful manner. The statue's voice was quite mild and gentle, not in the least grim, had no funeral twang in it, and was quite different from the tone a statue might be expected to take by anybody who had derived his notions on that subject from having heard the representative of the class in Don Giovanni. "Well, what times do you mean by the good old times?" repeated the statue, quite familiarly. The churchwarden was able to reply with some composure that such a question coming from such a quarter had taken him a little by surprise. "Come, come, Mr. Blenkinsop," said the statue, "don't be astonished. 'Tis 12:30, and a moonlit night, as your favourite police, the sleepy and infirm old watchman, says. Don't you know that we statues are apt to speak when spoken to at these hours? Collect yourself. I will help you to answer my own questions. Let us go back step by step, and allow me to lead you. To begin, by the good old times, do you mean the reign of George III.? "The last of them, sir," replied Mr. Blenkinsop, very respectfully, "I am inclined to think, were seen by the people who lived in those days." "I should hope so," the statue replied. "Those the good old times? What! Mr. Blenkinsop, when men were hanged by dozens, almost weekly, for paltry thefts! when a nursing woman was dragged to the gallows with a child at her breast for shoplifting to the value of a shilling; when you lost your American colonies, and plunged into war with France, which, to say nothing of the useless bloodshed it cost, has left you saddled with the national debt. Surely you will not call these the good old times, will you, Mr. Blenkinsop?" "Not exactly, sir, no. On reflection I don't know that I can," answered Mr. Blenkinsop. He had now, it was such a civil, well-spoken statue, lost all sense of the preternatural horror of his situation, and scratched his head just as if he had been posed in argument by an ordinary mortal. "Well, then," resumed the statue, "my dear sir, shall we take the 2 or 3 reigns preceding? What think you of the then existing state of prisons and prison discipline? Unfortunate debtors confined indiscriminately with felons, in the midst of filth, vice, and misery unspeakable. Criminals under sentence of death tippling in the condemned cell with the ordinary for their pot companion. Flogging a common punishment of women convicted of larceny. What say you of the times when London streets were absolutely dangerous, and the passenger ran the risk of being hustled and robbed even in the daytime? When not only Hounslow and Bagshot Heath, but the public road swarmed with robbers, and a stage-coach was as frequently plundered as a hen-roost? When, indeed, the road was esteemed the legitimate resource of a gentleman in difficulties, and a highwayman was commonly called captain, if not respected accordingly? When cock-fighting, bear-baiting, and bull-baiting were popular, nay, fashionable amusements? When the bulk of the landed gentry could barely read and write, and divided their time between fox-hunting and guzzling? When a duellist was a hero, and when it was an honour to have "killed your man"? When a gentleman could hardly open his mouth without uttering a profane or filthy oath? When the country was continually in peril of civil war through a disputed succession, and 2 murderous insurrections, followed by more murderous executions, actually took place? This era of inhumanity, shamelessness, brigandage, brutality, and personal and political insecurity, what say you of it, Mr. Blenkinsop? Do you regard this wig and pigtail period as constituting the good old times, respected friend?" "There was Queen Anne's golden reign, sir," deferentially suggested Mr. Blenkinsop. "A golden reign!" exclaimed the statue. "A reign of favoritism and court trickery at home and profitless war abroad. The time of Bolingbroke's and Harleys and Churchill's intrigues. The reign of Sarah, Duchess of Marlborough, and Mrs. Mesham. A golden fiddlestick! I imagine you must go farther back yet for your good old times, Mr. Blenkinsop." "Well," answered the churchwarden, "I suppose I must, sir, after what you say." "Take William III's rule," persuaded the statue. "War, war again, nothing but war. I don't think you'll particularly call these the good old times. Then what will you say to those of James II? Were they the good old times when Judge Jeffreys sat on the bench? When Monmouth's rebellion was followed by the bloody assize? When the king tried to set himself above the law, and lost his crown in consequence? Does your worship fancy that these were the good old times?" Mr. Blenkinsop admitted that he could not very well imagine that they were. "Were Charles II's the good old times?" demanded the statue. "With a court full of riot and debauchery, a palace much less decent than any modern casino, whilst Scotch Covenanters were having their legs crushed in the boots, under the auspices and personal superintendence of His Royal Highness the Duke of York; the time of Titus Oates, Bedloe, and Dangerfield, and their sham plots, with the hangings, drawings, and quarterings, on perjured evidence, that followed them; when Russell and Sidney were judicially murdered; the time of the Great Plague and fire of London; the public money wasted by roguery and embezzlement, while sailors lay starving in the streets for want of their just pay; the Dutch about the same time burning their ships in the Medway. My friend, I think you will hardly call the scandalous monarchy of the Merry Monarch the good old times." "I feel the difficulty which you suggest, sir," owned Mr. Blenkinsop. "Now, that a man of your loyalty pursued the statue, should identify the good old times with Cromwell's protectorate, is of course out of the question." "Decidedly, sir," exclaimed Mr. Blenkinsop. "He shall not have a statue, though you enjoy that honour," bowing. "And yet," said the statue, "with all its faults, this era was perhaps no worse than any we have discussed yet. Never mind, it was a dreary, cant-ridden one. And if you don't think those England's palmy days, neither do I. There's the previous reign, then. During the first part of it there was the king endeavouring to assert arbitrary power. During the latter, the Parliament were fighting against him in the open field. What ultimately became of him I need not say. At what stage of King Charles the First's career did the good old times exist, Mr. Alderman? I need barely mention the Star Chamber and Poor and Prin. I merely allude to the state of Strafford and of Laud. In consideration, should you fix the good old times anywhere thereabouts?" "I'm afraid not, indeed, sir," Mr. Blenkinsop responded, tapping his forehead. "What is your opinion of James the First's reign? Are you enamoured with the good old times of the Gunpowder Plot, or when Sir Walter Raleigh was beheaded, or when hundreds of poor miserable old women were burnt alive for witchcraft, and the royal wiseacre on the throne wrote as wise a book in defence of the execrable superstition through which they suffered?" Mr. Blenkinsop confessed himself obliged to give up the times of James the First. "Now then," continued the statue, "we come to Elizabeth." "There I've got you," interrupted Mr. Blenkinsop, exultingly. "I beg your pardon, sir," he added with a sense of the freedom he had taken, "but everybody talks of the times of good Queen Bess, you know." "Ha, ha," laughed the statue, not at all like Zamiel or Don Guzman or a Pavior's rammer, but really with unaffected gaiety. "Everybody sometimes says very foolish things. Suppose everybody's lot had been cast under Elizabeth. How would everybody have relished being subject to the jurisdiction of the Ecclesiastical Commission with its power of imprisonment, rack, and torture? How would everybody have liked to see his Roman Catholic and dissenting fellow subjects butchered, fined, and imprisoned for their opinions, and charitable ladies butchered too, for giving them shelter in the sweet compassion of their hearts? What would everybody have thought of the murder of Mary Queen of Scots? Would everybody, would anybody, would you, wish to have lived in these days, whose emblems are cropped ears, pillory, stocks, thumbscrews, gibbet, axe, chopping block, and scavenger's daughter? Will you take your stand upon this stage of history for the good old times, Mr. Blenkinsop?" "I should rather prefer firmer and safer ground, to be sure, upon the whole," answered the worshipper of antiquity, dubiously. "Well now," said the statue, "'tis getting late, and unaccustomed as I am to conversational speaking, I must be brief. Were those the good old times when Sanguinary Mary roasted bishops and lighted the fires of Smithfield? When Henry VIII, the British Bluebeard, cut his wives' heads off and burnt Catholic and Protestant at the same stake? When Richard III smothered his nephews in the Tower? When the Wars of the Roses deluged the land with blood? When Jack Cade marched upon London? When we were disgracefully driven out of France under Henry VI, or as disgracefully went marauding there under Henry V? Were the good old times those of Northumberland's rebellion? Of Richard II's assassination? Of the battles, burnings, massacres, cruel tormentings, and atrocities which form the sum of the Plantagenet reigns? Of John's declaring himself the Pope's vassal and performing dental operations on the Jews? Of the forest laws and curfew under Norman kings? At what point of this series of bloody and cruel annals will you place the times which you praise? Or do your good old times extend over all that period when somebody or other was constantly committing high treason, and there was a perpetual exhibition of heads on London Bridge and Temple Bar? It was allowed by Mr. Blenkinsop that either alternative represented considerable difficulty. Was it in the good old times that Harold fell at Hastings and William the Conqueror enslaved England? Were those blissful years the ages of monkery, of Odo and Dunstan, bearding monarchs and branding queens? of Danish ravage and slaughter? Or were they those of the Saxon heptarchy and the worship of Thor and Odin? Of the advent of Hengist and Horsa? Of British subjugation by Romans? Or, lastly, must we go back to the ancient Britons, Druidism, and human sacrifices, and say that those were the real, unadulterated, genuine, good old times, when the true blue natives of this island went naked, painted with woad? "Upon my word, sir," replied Mr. Blenkinsop, "after the observations that I have heard from you this night, I acknowledge that I do feel myself rather at a loss to assign a precise period to the times in question." "Shall I do it for you?" asked the statue. "If you please, sir, I should be very much obliged if you would," replied the bewildered Blenkinsop, greatly relieved. "The best times, Mr. Blenkinsop," said the statue, "are the oldest. They are wisest, for the older the world grows the more experience it acquires. It is older now than ever it was. The oldest and best times the world has yet seen are the present. These, so far as we have yet gone, are the genuine good old times, sir." "Indeed, sir?" ejaculated the astonished alderman. "Yes, my good friend, these are the best times that we know of, bad as the best may be; but in proportion to their defects they afford room for amendment. Mind that, sir, in the future exercise of your municipal and political wisdom. Don't continue to stand in the light which is gradually illuminating human darkness. The future is the date of that happy period which your imagination has fixed in the past. It will arrive when all shall do what is right. Hence none shall suffer what is wrong. The true good old times are yet to come." "Have you any idea when, sir?" Mr. Blenkinsop inquired, modestly. "That is a little beyond me," the statue answered. "I cannot say how long it will take to convert the Blenkinsops. I devoutly wish you may live to see them. And with that I wish you good night, Mr. Blenkinsop." "Sir," returned Mr. Blenkinsop with a profound bow, "I have the honour to wish you the same." Mr. Blenkinsop returned home an altered man. This was soon manifest. In a few days he astonished the corporation by proposing the appointment of an officer of health to preside over sanitary affairs of Beetleberry. It had already transpired that he had consented to the introduction of lucifer matches into his domestic establishment, in which previously he had insisted on sticking to the old tinder box. Next, to the wonder of all Beetleberry, he was the first to propose a great new school, and to sign a requisition that a county penitentiary might be established for the reformation of juvenile offenders. The last account of him is that he has not only become a subscriber to the Mechanics' Institute, but that he actually presided thereat, lately, on the occasion of a lecture on geology. The remarkable change which has occurred in Mr. Blenkinsop's views and principles he himself refers to his conversation with the statue as above related. The narrative, however, his fellow townsmen receive with incredulous expressions, accompanied by gestures and grimaces of like import. They hint that Mr. Blenkinsop had been thinking for himself a little, and only wanted a plausible excuse for recanting his errors. Most of his fellow aldermen believe him mad, not less on account of his new moral and political sentiments, so very different from their own, than of his statue story. When it has been suggested to them that he has only had his spectacles cleaned, and has been looking about him, they shake their heads, and say that he had better have left his spectacles alone, and that a little knowledge is a dangerous thing, and a good deal of dirt quite the contrary. Their spectacles have never been cleaned, they say, and any one may see they don't want cleaning. The truth seems to be that Mr. Blenkinsop has found an altogether new pair of spectacles, which enable him to see in the right direction. Formerly he could only look backwards. He now looks forwards to the grand object that all human eyes should have in view, progressive improvement. End of A Tale of the Good Old Times, from Pearl Fishing, Choice Stories from Dickens' Household Words.
Some particulars concerning a lion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 1, by Charles Dickens. Some particulars concerning a lion. We have a great respect for lions in the abstract. In common with most other people, we have heard and read of many instances of their bravery and generosity. We have duly admired that heroic self-denial and charming philanthropy which prompts them never to eat people except when they are hungry, and we have been deeply impressed with a becoming sense of the politeness they are said to display towards unmarried ladies of a certain state. All natural histories teem with anecdotes illustrative of their excellent qualities, and one old spelling-book in particular recounts a touching instance of an old lion, of high moral dignity and stern principle, who felt it his imperative duty to devour a young man who had contracted a habit of swearing, as a striking example to the rising generation. All this is extremely pleasant to reflect upon, and indeed says a very great deal in favour of lions as a mass. We are bound to state, however, that such individual lions as we have happened to fall in with have not put forth any very striking characteristics, and have not acted up to the chivalrous character assigned them by their chroniclers. We never saw a lion in what is called his natural state, certainly. That is to say, we have never met a lion out walking in a forest, or crouching in his lair under a tropical sun, waiting till his dinner should happen to come by hot from the baker's. But we have seen some under the influence of captivity and the pressure of misfortune, and we must say that they appeared to us very apathetic, heavy-headed fellows. The lion at the Zoological Gardens, for instance. He is all very well. He has an undeniable mane, and looks very fierce. But Lord bless us, what of that? The lions of the fashionable world look just as ferocious, and are the most harmless creatures breathing. A box lobby lion or a Regent Street animal will put on a most terrible aspect, and roar fearfully if you affront him. But he will never bite, and if you offer to attack him manfully, will fairly turn tail and sneak off. Doubtless these creatures roam about sometimes in herds, and if they meet an especially meek-looking and peaceably disposed fellow, will endeavour to frighten him, but the faintest show of vigorous resistance is sufficient to scare them even then. These are pleasant characteristics, whereas we make it matter of distinct charge against the zoological lion and his brethren at the fairs that they are sleepy, dreamy, sluggish quadrupeds. We do not remember to have ever seen one of them perfectly awake, except at feeding-time. In every respect we uphold the biped lions against their four-footed namesakes, and we boldly challenge controversy upon the subject. With these opinions, it may be easily imagined that our curiosity and interest are very much excited the other day, when a lady of our acquaintance called on us and resolutely declined to accept our refusal of her invitation to an evening party. "For," said she, "I have got a lion coming." We at once retracted our plea of a prior engagement, and became as anxious to go as we had previously been to stay away. We went early, and posted ourselves in an eligible part of the drawing-room, from whence we could hope to obtain a full view of the interesting animal. 2 or 3 hours passed, the quadrilles began, the room filled, but no lion appeared. The lady of the house became inconsolable, for it is one of the peculiar privileges of these lions to make solemn appointments and never keep them, when all of a sudden there came a tremendous double rap at the street door, and the master of the house, after gliding out, unobserved, as he flattered himself, to peep over the banisters, came into the room, rubbing his hands together with great glee, and cried out in a very important voice, "My dear Mr. ——, naming the lion, has this moment arrived." Upon this all eyes were turned towards the door, and we observed several young ladies, who had been laughing and conversing previously with great gaiety and good humour, grow extremely quiet and sentimental, while some young gentlemen, who had been cutting great figures in the facetious and small-talk way, suddenly sank very obviously in the estimation of the company, and were looked upon with great coldness and indifference. Even the young man who had been ordered from the music-shop to play the pianoforte was visibly affected, and struck several false notes in the excess of his excitement. All this time there was a great talking outside, more than once accompanied by a loud laugh and a cry of "Oh, capital! Excellent!" from which we inferred that the lion was jocose, and that these exclamations were occasioned by the transports of his keeper and our host. Nor were we deceived, for when the lion at last appeared, we overheard his keeper, who was a little prim man, whisper to several gentlemen of his acquaintance with uplifted hands, and every expression of half-suppressed admiration, that, naming the lion again, was in such cue to-night. The lion was a literary one. Of course there were a vast number of people present who had admired his roarings, and were anxious to be introduced to him, and very pleasant it was to see them brought up for the purpose, and to observe the patient dignity with which he received all their patting and caressing. This brought forcibly to our mind what we had so often witnessed at country fairs, where the other lions are compelled to go through as many forms of courtesy as they chance to be acquainted with, just as often as admiring parties happen to drop in upon them. While the lion was exhibiting in this way, his keeper was not idle, for he mingled among the crowd, and spread his praises most industriously. To one gentleman he whispered some very choice thing that the noble animal had said in the very act of coming upstairs, which of course rendered the mental effort still more astonishing. To another he murmured a hasty account of a grand dinner that had taken place the day before, where 27 gentlemen had got up all at once to demand an extra chair for the lion. And to the ladies he made sundry promises of interceding to procure the majestic brute's sign manual for their albums. Then there were little private consultations in different corners, relative to the personal appearance and stature of the lion, whether he was shorter than they had expected to see him, or taller, or thinner, or fatter, or younger, or older, whether he was like his portrait, or unlike it, and whether the particular shade of his eyes was black, or blue, or hazel, or green, or yellow, or mixture. At all these consultations the keeper assisted, and in short the lion was the sole and single subject of discussion, till they sat him down to whist, and then the people relapsed into their old topics of conversation, themselves and each other. We must confess that we looked forward with no slight impatience to the announcement of supper, for if you wish to see a tame lion under particularly favourable circumstances, feeding time is the period of all others to pitch upon. We were therefore very much delighted to observe a sensation among the guests which we well knew how to interpret, and immediately afterwards to behold the lion escorting the lady of the house downstairs. We offered our arm to an elderly female of our acquaintance, who, dear old soul, is the very best person that ever lived to lead down to any meal, for be the room ever so small, or the party ever so large, she is sure, by some intuitive perception of the eligible, to push and pull herself and conductor close to the best dishes on the table. We say we offered our arm to this elderly female, and descending the stairs shortly after the lion, were fortunate enough to obtain a seat nearly opposite him. Of course the keeper was there already. He had planted himself at precisely that distance from his charge which afforded him a decent pretext for raising his voice, when he addressed him, to so loud a key as could not fail to attract the attention of the whole company, and immediately began to apply himself seriously to the task of bringing the lion out, and putting him through the whole of his manoeuvres. Such flashes of wit as he elicited from the lion! First of all, they began to make puns upon a salt-cellar, and then upon the breast of a fowl, and then upon the trifle. But the best jokes of all were decidedly on the lobster salad, upon which latter subject the lion came out most vigorously, and in the opinion of the most competent authorities quite outshone himself. This is a very excellent mode of shining in society, and is founded, we humbly conceive, upon the classic model of the dialogues between Mr. Punch and his friend the proprietor, wherein the latter takes all the uphill work, and is content to pioneer to the jokes and repartees of Mr. P. himself, who never fails to gain credit and excite much laughter thereby. Whatever it be founded on, however, we recommend it to all lions, present and to come, for in this instance it succeeded to admiration, and perfectly dazzled the whole body of hearers. When the salt-cellar, and the fowl's breast, and the trifle, and the lobster salad were all exhausted, and could not afford standing room for another solitary witticism, the keeper performed that very dangerous feat which is still done with some of the caravan lions, although in one instance it terminated fatally, of putting his head in the animal's mouth, and placing himself entirely at its mercy. Boswell frequently presents a melancholy instance of the lamentable results of this achievement, and other keepers and jackals have been terribly lacerated for their daring. It is due to our lion to state that he condescended to be trifled with in the most gentle manner, and finally went home with the showman in a hack-cab, perfectly peaceable, but slightly fuddled. Being in a contemplative mood, we were led to make some reflections upon the character and conduct of this genus of lions as we walked homewards, and we were not long in arriving at the conclusion that our former impression in their favour was very much strengthened and confirmed by what we had recently seen. While the other lions receive company and compliments in a sullen, moody, not to say snarling manner, these appear flattered by the attentions that are paid them, while those conceal themselves to the utmost of their power from the vulgar gaze, these court the popular eye, and, unlike their brethren, whom nothing short of compulsion will move to exertion, are ever ready to display their acquirements to the wondering throng. We have known bears of undoubted ability, who, when the expectations of a large audience have been wound up to the utmost pitch, have peremptorily refused to dance. Well-taught monkeys, who have unaccountably objected to exhibit on the slack wire, and elephants of unquestioned genius, who have suddenly declined to turn the barrel-organ. But we never once knew or heard of a biped lion, literary or otherwise, and we state it as a fact which is highly creditable to the whole species, who, occasion offering, did not seize with avidity on any opportunity which was afforded him, of performing to his heart's content on the first violin. End of some particulars concerning a lion.
To be read at dusk. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 1. To be read at dusk, by Charles Dickens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were 5 of them. 5 couriers sitting on a bench outside the convent on the summit of the great St. Bernard in Switzerland, looking at the remote heights stained by the setting sun as if a mighty quantity of red wine had been broached upon the mountain top, and had not yet had time to sink into the snow. This is not my simile. It was made for the occasion by the stoutest courier, who was a German. None of the others took any more notice of it than they took of me, sitting on another bench on the other side of the convent door, smoking my cigar like them, and, also like them, looking at the reddened snow, and at the lonely shed hard by, where the bodies of belated travellers, dug out of it, slowly wither away, knowing no corruption in that cold region. The wine upon the mountain top soaked in as we looked. The mountain became white, the sky a very dark blue. The wind rose, and the air turned piercing cold. The 5 couriers buttoned their rough coats. There being no safer man to imitate in all such proceedings than a courier, I buttoned mine. The mountain in the sunset had stopped the 5 couriers in a conversation. It is a sublime sight, likely to stop conversation. The mountain being now out of the sunset, they resumed. Not that I had heard any part of their previous discourse, for indeed I had not then broken away from the American gentleman in the travellers' parlour of the convent, who, sitting with his face to the fire, had undertaken to realize to me the whole progress of events which had led to the accumulation by the Honourable Ananias Dodger of one of the largest acquisitions of dollars ever made in our country." "My God!" said the Swiss courier, speaking in French, which I do not hold, as some authors appear to do, to be such an all-sufficient excuse for a naughty word that I have only to write it in that language to make it innocent. "If you talk of ghosts—" "But I don't talk of ghosts," said the German. "Of what then?" asked the Swiss. "If I knew of what then," said the German, "I should probably know a great deal more." It was a good answer, I thought, and it made me curious. So I moved my position to that corner of my bench which was nearest to them, and leaning my back against the convent wall, heard perfectly, without appearing to attend. "Thunder and lightning," said the German, warming. "When a certain man is coming to see you unexpectedly, and, without his own knowledge, sends some invisible messenger, to put the idea of him into your head all day, what do you call that? When you walk along a crowded street, at Frankfort, Milan, London, Paris, and think that a passing stranger is like your friend Heinrich, and then that other passing stranger is like your friend Heinrich, and so begin to have a strange foreknowledge that presently you'll meet your friend Heinrich, which you do, though you believed him at Trieste, what do you call that?" "It is not uncommon either," murmured the Swiss and the other three. "Uncommon!" said the German. "It's as common as cherries in the Black Forest. It's as common as macaroni at Naples. And Naples reminds me. When the old Marchesa Senzanima shrieks at a card party on the Chiaja, as I heard and saw her, for it happened in a Bavarian family of mine, and I was overlooking the service that evening, I say, when the old Marchesa starts up at the card table, white through her rouge, and cries, 'My sister in Spain is dead, I felt her cold touch on my back,' and when that sister is dead at that moment, what do you call that? Or when the blood of San Gennaro liquefies at the request of the clergy, as all the world knows that it does regularly once a year, in my native city," said the Neapolitan courier after a pause, with a comical look, "what do you call that?" "That!" cried the German. "Well, I think I know a name for that." "Miracle?" said the Neapolitan with the same sly face. The German merely smoked and laughed, and they all smoked and laughed. "Bah!" said the German presently. "I speak of things that really do happen. When I want to see the conjurer, I pay to see a professed one, and have my money's worth. Very strange things do happen without ghosts. Ghosts! Giovanni Baptista, tell your story of the English bride. There's no ghost in that, but something full as strange. Will any man tell me what?" As there was a silence among them, I glanced around. He whom I took to be Baptista was lighting a fresh cigar. He presently went on to speak. He was a Genoese, as I judged. "The story of the English bride?" said he. "Basta, one not ought to call so slight a thing a story. Well, it's all one. But it's true. Observe me well, gentlemen, it's true. That which glitters is not always gold, but what I am going to tell is true." He repeated this more than once. 10 years ago I took my credentials to an English gentleman at Long's Hotel, in Bond Street, London, who was about to travel, it might be for 1 year, it might be for 2. He approved of them, likewise of me. He was pleased to make inquiry. The testimony that he received was favourable. He engaged me by the 6 months, and my entertainment was generous. He was young, handsome, very happy. He was enamoured of a fair young English lady with a sufficient fortune, and they were going to be married. It was the wedding trip, in short, that we were going to take. For 3 months' rest in the hot weather (it was early summer then), he had hired an old place on the Riviera, at an easy distance from my city, Genoa, on the road to Nice. Did I know that place? Yes, I told him, I knew it well. It was an old palace with great gardens. It was a little bare, and it was a little dark and gloomy, being close surrounded by trees. But it was spacious, ancient, grand, and on the seashore. He said it had been so described to him exactly, and he was well pleased that I knew it. For its being a little bare of furniture, all such places were. For its being a little gloomy, he had hired it principally for the gardens, and he and my mistress would pass the summer weather in their shade. "So all goes well, Baptista?" said he. "Indubitably, Signore, very well." We had a travelling chariot for our journey, newly built for us, and in all respects complete. All we had was complete. We wanted for nothing. The marriage took place. They were happy. I was happy, seeing all so bright, being so well situated, going to my own city, teaching my language in the rumble to the maid, la bella Carolina, whose heart was gay with laughter, who was young and rosy. The time flew. But I observed, listen to this, I pray, and here the courier dropped his voice, I observed my mistress sometimes brooding in a manner very strange, in a frightened manner, in an unhappy manner, with a cloudy, uncertain alarm upon her. I think that I began to notice this when I was walking up hills by the carriage side, and master had gone on in front. At any rate, I remember that it impressed itself on my mind one evening in the south of France, when she called to me to call master back; and when he came back, and walked for a long way, talking encouragingly and affectionately to her, with his hand upon the open window, and hers in it. Now and then he laughed in a merry way, as if he were bantering her out of something. By and by she laughed, and then all went well again. It was curious. I asked la bella Carolina, the pretty little one, was mistress unwell? No. Out of spirits? No. Fearful of bad roads or brigands? No. And what made it more mysterious was, the pretty little one would not look at me in giving answer, but would look at the view. But one day she told me the secret. "If you must know," said Carolina, "I find, from what I have overheard, that mistress is haunted." "How haunted?" "By a dream." "What dream?" "By a dream of a face. For 3 nights before her marriage she saw a face in a dream, always the same face, and only one." "A terrible face?" "No, the face of a dark, remarkable looking man, in black, with black hair and a grey moustache, a handsome man except for a reserved and secret air. Not a face she ever saw, nor at all like a face she ever saw. Doing nothing in the dream but looking at her fixedly, out of darkness." "Does the dream come back?" "Never. The recollection of it is all her trouble." "And why does it trouble her?" Carolina shook her head. "That's master's question," said la bella. "She don't know. She wonders why, herself. But I heard her tell him, only last night, that if she was to find a picture of that face in our Italian house, which she is afraid she will, she did not know how she would ever bear it." "Upon my word, I was fearful after this," said the Genoese courier, "of our coming to the old palazzo, lest some such ill-starred picture should happen to be there. I knew there were many there; and, as we got nearer and nearer to the place, I wished the whole gallery in the crater of Vesuvius. To mend the matter, it was a stormy dismal evening when we at last approached that part of the Riviera. It thundered, and the thunder of my city, and its environs, rolling among the high hills, is very loud. The lizards ran in and out of the chinks in the broken stone wall of the garden, as if they were frightened. The frogs bubbled and croaked their loudest. The sea wind moaned, and the wet trees dripped, and the lightning, body of San Lorenzo, how it lightened! We all know what an old palace in or near Genoa is, how time and the sea air have blotted it, how the drapery painted on the outer walls has peeled off in great flakes of plaster, how the lower windows are darkened with rusty bars of iron, how the courtyard is overgrown with grass, how the outer buildings are dilapidated, how the whole pile seems devoted to ruin. Our palazzo was one of the true kind. It had been shut up close for months. Months? Years. It had an earthy smell like a tomb. The scent of the orange trees on the broad back terrace, and one of the lemons ripening on the wall, and of some shrubs that grew around a broken fountain, had got into the house somehow, and had never been able to get out again. There was in every room an aged smell, grown faint with confinement. It pined in all the cupboards and drawers. In the little rooms of communication between great rooms, it was stifling. If you turned a picture, to come back to the pictures, there it still was, clinging to the wall behind the frame, like a sort of bat. The lattice blinds were close shut, all over the house. There were 2 ugly, grey old women in the house to take care of it, one of them with a spindle, who stood winding and mumbling in the doorway, and who would as soon have let in the devil as the air. Master, mistress, la bella Carolina, and I went all through the palazzo. I first went, though I have named myself last, opening the windows and the lattice blinds, and shaking down on myself splashes of rain and scraps of mortar, and now and then a dozing mosquito, or a monstrous, fat, blotchy Genoese spider. When I had let the evening light into a room, master, mistress, and la bella Carolina entered. Then we looked round at all the pictures, and I went forward again into another room. Mistress secretly had a great fear of meeting with the likeness of that face. We all had. But there was no such thing. The Madonna and Bambino, San Francisco, San Sebastiano, Venus, Santa Caterina, angels, brigands, friars, temples at sunset, battles, white horses, forests, apostles, doges, all my old acquaintances, many times repeated? Yes. Dark, handsome man in black, reserved and secret, with black hair and grey moustache, looking fixedly at mistress out of darkness? No. At last we got through all the rooms and all the pictures, and came out into the gardens. They were pretty well kept, being rented by a gardener, and were large and shady. In one place there was a rustic theatre, open to the sky, the stage a green slope, the coulisses 3 entrances upon a side, sweet-smelling leafy greens. Mistress moved her bright eyes, even there, as if she looked to see the face come in upon the scene, but all was well. "Now, Clara," master said in a low voice, "you see that it is nothing? You are happy." Mistress was much encouraged. She soon accustomed herself to that grim palazzo, and would sing and play the harp, and copy the old pictures, and stroll with master under the green trees and vines all day. She was beautiful. He was happy. He would laugh and say to me, mounting his horse for his spring ride before the heat, "All goes well, Baptista?" "Yes, signore, thank God, very well." We had no company. I took la bella to the Duomo and Annunziata, to the café, to the opera, to the village festa, to the public garden, to the day theatre, and to the marionetti. The pretty little one was charmed with all she saw. She learnt Italian. Heavens, miraculously! Was mistress quite forgetful of that dream? I asked Carolina sometimes. Nearly, said la bella, almost. It was wearing out. One day master received a letter and called me. "Baptista!" "Signore!" "A gentleman who is presented to me will dine here to-day. He is called the Señor Dellombra. Let me dine like a prince." It was an odd name. I did not know that name. But there had been many noblemen and gentlemen pursued by Austria on political suspicions lately, and some names had changed. Perhaps this was one. Altro! Dellombra was as good a name to me as another. "When the Señor Dellombra came to dinner," said the Genoese courier in a low voice, into which he had subsided once before, "I showed him into the reception room, the great sala of the old palazzo. Master received him with cordiality and presented him to mistress. As she rose, her face changed, she gave a cry, and fell upon the marble floor. Then I turned my head to the Señor Dellombra, and saw that he was dressed in black, and had a reserved and secret air, and was a dark, remarkable-looking man, with black hair and a grey moustache. Master raised mistress in his arms, and carried her to her own room, where I sent la bella Carolina straight. La bella told me afterwards that mistress was nearly terrified to death, and that she wandered in her mind about her dream all night. Master was vexed and anxious. almost angry, and yet full of solicitude. The Señor Dellombra was a courtly gentleman, and spoke with great respect and sympathy of Mistress's being so ill. The African wind had been blowing for some days, they had told him at his hotel of the Maltese Cross, and he knew that it was often hurtful. He hoped the beautiful lady would recover soon. He begged permission to retire, and to renew his visit when he should have the happiness of hearing that she was better. Master would not allow of this, and they dined alone. He withdrew early. Next day he called at the gate on horseback to inquire for Mistress. He did so 2 or 3 times in that week. What I observed myself, and what la bella Carolina told me, united to explain to me that Master had now set his mind on curing Mistress of her fanciful terror. He was all kindness, but was sensible and firm. He reasoned with her that to encourage such fancies was to invite melancholy, if not madness; that it rested with herself to be herself; that if she once resisted her strange weakness so successfully as to receive the Señor Dellombra as an English lady would receive any other guest, it was for ever conquered. To make an end, the Señore came again, and Mistress received him without marked distress, though with constraint and apprehension still, and the evening passed serenely. Master was so delighted with this change, and so anxious to confirm it, that the Señor Dellombra became a constant guest. He was accomplished in pictures, books, and music, and his society in any grim palazzo would have been welcome. I used to notice many times that Mistress was not quite recovered. She would cast down her eyes and droop her head before the Señor Dellombra, or would look at him with a terrified and fascinated glance, as if his presence had some evil influence or power over her. Turning from her to him, I used to see him in the shaded gardens, or the large half-lighted sala, looking, as I might say, fixedly upon her out of darkness. But truly I had not forgotten la bella Carolina's words describing the face in the dream. After his second visit I heard Master say, "Now see, my dear Clara, it's over. Dellombra has come and gone, and your apprehension is broken like glass." "Will he ever come again?" asked Mistress. "Again? Why surely, over and over again. Are you cold?" She shivered. "No, dear, but he terrifies me. Are you sure that he need come again?" "The surer for the question, Clara," replied Master cheerfully. But he was very hopeful of her complete recovery now, and grew more and more so every day. She was beautiful, he was happy. "All goes well, Baptista?" he would say to me again. "Yes, Signore, thank God, very well." "We were all," said the Genoese courier, constraining himself to speak a little louder, "we were all at Rome for the Carnival. I had been out all day with a Sicilian, a friend of mine, and a courier, who was there with an English family. As I returned at night to our hotel, I met the little Carolina, who never stirred from home alone, running distractedly along the Corso. "Carolina, what's the matter?" "Oh, Baptista! Oh, for the Lord's sake, where is my mistress?" "Mistress, Carolina?" "Gone since morning. Told me, when Master went out on his day's journey, not to call her, for she was tired with not resting in the night, having been in pain, and would lie in bed until the evening, then get up refreshed. She is gone, she is gone! Master has come back, broken down the door, and she is gone! My beautiful, my good, my innocent mistress!" The pretty little one so cried, and raved, and tore herself, that I could not have held her, but for her swooning on my arm as if she had been shot. Master came up, in manner, face, or voice no more the master that I knew, than I was he. He took me (I laid the little one upon her bed in the hotel, and left her with the chamber women) in a carriage, furiously through the darkness, across the desolate Campagna. When it was day, and we stopped at a miserable post-house, all the horses had been hired 12 hours ago, and sent away in different directions. Mark me, by the Señor Dellombra, who had passed there in a carriage, with a frightened English lady crouching in one corner. "I never heard," said the Genoese courier, drawing a long breath, "that she was ever traced beyond that spot. All I know is that she vanished into infamous oblivion, with the dreaded face beside her that she had seen in her dream. "What do you call that?" said the German courier triumphantly. "Ghosts! There are no ghosts there. What do you call this that I am going to tell you? Ghosts! There are no ghosts here." "I took an engagement once," pursued the German courier, "with an English gentleman, elderly and a bachelor, to travel through my country, my fatherland. He was a merchant who traded with my country and knew the language, but who had never been there since he was a boy, as I judge, some 60 years before. His name was James, and he had a twin brother, John, also a bachelor. Between these brothers there was a great affection. They were in business together at Goodman's Fields, but they did not live together. Mr. James dwelt in Poland Street, turning out of Oxford Street, London. Mr. John resided by Epping Forest. Mr. James and I were to start for Germany in about a week. The exact day depended on business. Mr. John came to Poland Street, where I was staying in the house, to pass that week with Mr. James. But he said to his brother on the second day, "I don't feel very well, James. There's not much the matter with me, but I think I am a little gouty. I'll go home and put myself under the care of my old housekeeper, who understands my ways. If I get quite better, I'll come back and see you before you go. If I don't feel well enough to resume my visit where I leave it off, why, you will come and see me before you go." Mr. James, of course, said he would, and they shook hands, both hands as they always did, and Mr. John ordered out his old-fashioned chariot and rumbled home. It was on the second night after that, that is to say, the fourth in the week, when I was awoke out of my sound sleep by Mr. James coming to my bedroom in his flannel gown, with a lighted candle. He sat upon the side of my bed, and looking at me said, "Wilhelm, I have reason to think I have got some strange illness upon me." I then perceived that there was a very unusual expression on his face. "Wilhelm," said he, "I am not afraid or ashamed to tell you what I might be afraid or ashamed to tell another man. You come from a sensible country, where mysterious things are inquired into, and are not settled to have been weighed and measured, or to have been unweighable and unmeasurable, or in either case to have been completely disposed of, for all time, ever so many years ago. I have just now seen the phantom of my brother." "I confess," said the German courier, "that it gave me a little tingling of the blood to hear it." "I have just now seen," Mr. James repeated, looking full at me, that I might see how collected he was, "the phantom of my brother John. I was sitting up in bed, unable to sleep, when it came into my room in a white dress, and regarding me earnestly, passed up to the end of the room, glanced at some papers on my writing desk, turned, and still looking earnestly at me as it passed the bed, went out at the door. Now, I am not in the least mad, and I am not in the least disposed to invest that phantom with any external existence out of myself. I think it is a warning to me that I am ill, and I think I had better be bled." "I got out of bed directly," said the German courier, "and began to get on my clothes, begging him not to be alarmed, and telling him that I would go myself to the doctor. I was just ready, when we heard a loud knocking and ringing at the street door. My room being an attic at the back, and Mr. James's being the second-floor room in the front, we went down to his room, and put up the window to see what was the matter. "Is that Mr. James?" said a man below, falling back to the opposite side of the way to look up. "It is," said Mr. James, "and you are my brother's man, Robert." "Yes, sir. I am sorry to say, sir, that Mr. John is ill. He is very bad, sir. It is even feared that he may be lying at the point of death. He wants to see you, sir. I have a chaise here. Pray come to him. Pray lose no time." Mr. James and I looked at one another. "Wilhelm," said he, "this is strange. I wish you to come with me." I helped him to dress, partly there and partly in the chaise. And no grass grew under the horse's iron shoes between Poland Street and the forest. "Now mind," said the German courier, "I went with Mr. James into his brother's room, and I saw and heard myself what follows." His brother lay upon his bed, at the upper end of a long bed-chamber. His old housekeeper was there, and others were there. I think 3 others were there, if not 4, and they had been with him since early in the afternoon. He was in white, like the figure, necessarily so, because he had his nightdress on. He looked like the figure, necessarily so, because he looked earnestly at his brother when he saw him come into the room. But, when his brother reached the bedside, he slowly raised himself in bed, and, looking full upon him, said these words, "James, you have seen me before to-night, and you know it," and so died. I waited, when the German courier ceased, to hear something said of this strange story. The silence was unbroken. I looked round, and the 5 couriers were gone, so noiselessly that the ghostly mountain might have absorbed them into its eternal snows. By this time I was by no means in a mood to sit alone in that awful scene, with the chill air coming solemnly upon me, or, if I may tell the truth, to sit alone anywhere. So I went back into the convent parlour, and finding the American gentleman still disposed to relate the biography of the Honourable Ananias Dodger, heard it all out. End of To Be Read at Dusk.
The Ghost of the Late Mr. James Barber. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason Mills. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 1. The Ghost of the Late Mr. James Barber. A Yarn Ashore, by Charles Dickens. Luck! Nonsense! There is no such thing. Life is not a game of chance, any more than chess is. If you lose, you have no one but yourself to blame. This was said by a young lieutenant in the Royal Navy, to a middle-aged midshipman, his elder brother. Do you mean to say that luck had nothing to do with fine gentleman Bobbin passing for lieutenant, and my being turned back? Was the rejoinder. Bobbin, though a dandy, is a good seaman, and... The speaker looked another way, and hesitated. I am not, you would add, if you had courage. But I say I am, and a better seaman than Bobbin. Practically, perhaps, for you were 10 years older in the service, but it was in the theoretical part of seamanship, which is equally important, that you broke down before the examiners, continued the younger officer, in tones of earnest but sorrowful reproach. You never would study. I'll tell you what it is, Master Ferdinand, said the elder middy, not without a show of displeasure. I don't think this is the correct sort of conversation to be going on between 2 brothers after a 5 years' separation. The young lieutenant laid his hand soothingly on his brother's arm, and entreated him to take what he said in good part. Well, well, rejoined the middy, with a laugh half forced. Take care what you are about, or by Jove I'll inform against you. What for? Why, for preaching without a licence. Besides, you were once as bad as you pretend I am. I own it with sorrow. But I was warned in time by the wretched end of poor James Barber. Of whom? Asked the elder brother, starting back as he pushed his glass along the table. You don't mean Jovial Jemmy, as we used to call him? Once my messmate in the brig Rollock? Yes, I do. What, dead? Yes. Why, it was one of our great delights, when in harbour and on shore, to go the rounds, as he called it, with Jovial Jemmy. He understood life from stem to stern, from truck to keel. He knew everybody, from the First Lord downwards. I have seen him recognised by the Duke one minute, and the next pick up with a strolling player, and familiarly treat him at a tavern. He once took me to a quadrille party at the Duchess of Durrington's, where he seemed to know and be known to everybody present, and then adjourned to the cider cellars, where he was equally intimate with all sorts of queer characters. Though a favourite among the aristocracy, he was equally welcome to less exclusive societies. He was brother, past master, warden, noble grand, or president of all sorts of lodges and fraternities. Uncommonly knowing was Jemmy, in all sorts of club and fashionable gossip. He knew who gave the best dinners, and was always invited to the best balls. He was a capital judge of champagne, and when he betted upon a horse race, everybody backed him. He could hum all the fashionable songs, and was the fourth man who could dance the polka when it was first imported. Then he was as profound in bottled stout, Welsh rabbits, Burton ale, devilled kidneys, and bowls of bishop, as he was in Roman punch, French cookery, and Italian singers. Afloat, he was the soul of fun. He got up all our private theatricals, told all the best stories, and sung comic songs that made even the purser laugh. An extent and variety of knowledge and accomplishments, said Lieutenant Fid, which had the precise effect of blasting his prospects in life. He was, as you remember, at last dismissed the service for intemperance and incompetence. When did you see him last? What, alive? Inquired Ferdinand Fid, changing countenance. Of course. Surely you do not mean to insinuate that you have seen his ghost? The lieutenant was silent, and the midshipman took a deep draught of his favourite mixture, equal portions of rum and water, and hinted to his younger brother, the lieutenant, the expediency of immediately confiding the story to the marines, for he declined to credit it. He then ventured another recommendation, which was that Ferdinand should throw the impotent temperance tipple he was then imbibing over the side of the ship, which meant the tavern of that name in Greenwich, at the open bow window of which they were then sitting, and clear his intellects by something stronger. I can afford to be laughed at, said the younger Fid, because I have gained immeasurably by the delusion, if it be one. But if ever there was a ghost, I have seen the ghost of James Barber. I, like yourself and he, was nearly ruined by love of amusement and intemperance, when he, or whatever else it might have been, came to my aid. Let us hear. I see I am in for a ghost story. Well, it was 1841 when I came home in the Arrow, with dispatches from the coast of Africa. You were lying in the Tagus in the bobstay. Ours, you know, was rather a thirsty station. A man inclined for it comes home from the slaving coasts with a determination to make up his lee way. I did mine with a vengeance. As usual, I looked up jovial Jemmy. 'Twas easy to find him if you knew where to go. I did know, and went. He had by that time got tired of his more aristocratic friends. Respectability was too slow for him, so I found him presiding over the philanthropic Raspers at the Union Jack. He received me with open arms, and took me, as you say, the rounds. I can't recall that week's dissipation without a shudder. We rushed about from ball to tavern, from theatre to supper-room, from club to gin palace, as if our lives depended on losing not a moment. We had not time to walk, so we galloped about in cabs. On the fourth night, when I was beginning to feel knocked up, and tired of the same songs, the same quadrilles, the bad whisky, the suffocating tobacco smoke, and the morning's certain and desperate penalties, I remarked to Jemmy that it was a miracle how he had managed to weather it for so many years. What a hardship you would deem it, I added, if you were obliged to go the same weary round from one year's end to another. What did he say to that? Asked Philip. Why, I never saw him so taken aback. He looked quite fiercely at me and replied, I am obliged. How did he make that out? Why, he had tippled and dissipated his constitution into such a state that use had become second nature. Excitement was his natural condition, and he dared not become quite sober for fear of a total collapse, or dropping down like a shot in the water. The midshipman had his glass in his hand, but forbore to taste it. Well, what then? The rounds lasted 2 nights longer. I was fairly beaten. Cast iron could not have stood it. I was prostrated in bed with fever, and worse. Ferdinand was agitated, and took a large draught of his lemonade. Well, well, you need not enlarge upon that, replied Phil Fid, raising his glass towards his lips, but again thinking better of it. I heard how bad you were from Seaton, who shaved your head. I had scarcely recovered when the Arrow was ordered back, and I made a vow. Took the pledge, perhaps, interjected the mid, with a slight curl of his lip. No, I determined to work more and play less. We had a capital naval instructor aboard, and our commander was as good an officer as ever trod the deck. I studied, a little too hard, perhaps, for I was laid up again. The Arrow was, as usual, as good as her name, and we shot across to Jamaica in 5 weeks. One evening, as we were lying in Kingston Harbour, Seaton, who had come over to join the Commodore as full surgeon, told me what he had never ventured to divulge before. What was that? Why, that on the very day I left London, James Barber died of a frightful attack of delirium tremens. Poor Jemmy, said the elder Fid sorrowfully, taking a long pull of consolation from his rummer. Little did I think, while singing some of your best songs off Belem Castle, that I had seen you for the last time." "I hadn't seen him for the last time," returned the lieutenant, with awful significance. Philip assumed a careless air, and said, "Go on." "We were ordered home in 1845, and paid off in January. I went to Portsmouth, was examined, and passed as lieutenant." This allusion to his brother's better condition made poor Philip look rather blank. "On being confirmed at the Admiralty," continued Ferdinand, "I had to give a dinner to the Arrows, which I did at the Salopian, Charing Cross. In the excess of my joy at promotion, my determination of temperance and avoidance of what is called society was swamped. I kept it up once more. I went the rounds, and accepted all the dinner, supper, and ball invitations I could get, invariably ending each morning in one of the old haunts of dissipation. Old associations with James Barber returned, and like causes produced similar effects. One morning, while maundering home, I began to feel the same wild confusion as had previously commenced my dreadful malady. Ah, a little touched in the top hamper. It was just daylight. Thinking to cool myself, I jumped into a wherry to get pulled down here to Greenwich. Of course you were not quite sober. Don't ask. I do not like even to allude to my sensations, for fear of recalling them. My brain seemed in a flame. The boat appeared to be going at the rate of 20 miles an hour. Fast as we were cleaving the current, I heard my name distinctly called out. I reconnoitred, but could see nobody. I looked over on one side of the gunwale, and while doing so, felt something touch me from the other. I felt a chill. I turned round and saw— "Whom?" asked the midshipman, holding his breath. "What seemed to be James Barber." "Was he wet?" "As dry as you are." I summoned courage to speak. "Hello, some mistake!" I exclaimed.
"Not at all,"
was the reply.
"I'm James Barber. Don't be frightened. I'm harmless."
"But—"
"I know what you are going to say,"
interrupted the intruder.
"Seaton did not deceive you. I am only an occasional visitor up here."
This brought me up with a round turn, and I had sense enough to wish my friend would vanish as he came. "Where shall we land you?" I asked.
"Oh, anywhere. It don't matter. I have got to be out every night and all night, and the nights are plaguey long just now."
I could not muster a word.
"Third fid,"
continued the voice, which now seemed about 50 fathoms deep, and fast as we were dropping down the stream, the boat gave a heel to starboard, as if she had been broadsided by a tremendous wave.
"Third fid. You recollect how I used to kill time? How I sang, drank, danced, and supped all night long, and then slept and soda-watered it all day? You remember what a happy fellow I seemed? Fools like yourself thought I was so. But I say again, I wasn't," growled the voice, letting itself down a few fathoms deeper. "Often and often I would have given the world to have been a market gardener or a dealer in chickweed, while roaring, 'He is a jolly good fellow, and we won't go home till morning,' as I emerged with a group from some tavern into Covent Garden Market. But I'm punished fearfully for my sins now. What do you think I have got to do every night of my— Never mind. What do you think is now marked out as my dreadful punishment?"
"Well, to walk the earth, I suppose," said I.
"No."
"To paddle about in the Thames from sunset to sunrise?"
"Worse. Ha ha!"
His laugh sounded like the booming of a gong.
"I only wish my doom was merely to be a mudlark. No, no, I'm condemned to rush about from one evening party and public house to another. At the former I am bound for a certain term on each night to dance all the quadrilles and a few of the polkas and waltzes with clumsy partners, and then I have to eat stale pastry and tough poultry before I am let off from that place. After, I am bound to go to some cellar or singing place to listen to Hail Smiling Morn, Mynheer Van Dunk, the monks of old, Happy Land, imitations of the London actors, and to hear a whole canto of dreary extempore verses. I must also smoke a dozen of cigars, knowing, as in my present condition I must know, what they are made of. The whole to end on each night with unlimited brandy, British, and water, and eternal intoxication. Oh, FF, be warned. Take my advice. Keep up your resolution, and don't do it again. When afloat, drink nothing stronger than Purser's tea. When on shore, be temperate in your pleasures. Don't turn night into day. Don't exchange wholesome amusements for rabid debauchery, robust health for disease, and, well, I won't mention it. When afloat, study your profession, and don't get cashiered and cold-shouldered as I was. Promise me. Nay, you must swear.
At this word I thought I heard a gurgling sound in the water.
If I can get 6 solemn pledges before the season's over, I'm only to go these horrid rounds during the meeting of Parliament. Will you swear?
Again urged the voice, with persuasive agony. I was just able to comply.
10,000 thanks,
were the next words I heard.
I'm off, for there is an awful pint of pale ale, a chop, and a glass of brandy and water overdue yet, and I must devour them at the Shades.
We were then close to London Bridge.
Don't let the waterman pull to shore. I can get there without troubling him.
I remember no more. When sensation returned, I was in bed, in this very house, a shade worse than I had been from the previous attack. That, said Philip, who had left his tumbler untasted, must have been when you had your head shaved for the second time. Exactly so. And you really believe it was Jovial James's ghost? Inquired Fid, earnestly. Would it be rational to doubt it? Philip rose and paced the room in deep thought for several minutes. He cast 2 or 3 earnest looks at his brother, and a few longing ones at his glass. In the course of his cogitation he groaned out more than once an apostrophe to poor James Barber. At length he declared his mind was made up. "Ferd," he said, "I told you a while ago to throw your lemonade over the side of the ship. Don't. Souse out my grog instead." The lieutenant did as he was bid. "And now," said Fid the elder, "ring for soda water, for one must drink something." Last year it was my own good fortune to sail with Mr. Philip Fid in the Bomb Bottle, 74. He is not exactly a teetotaler, but he never drinks spirits, and will not touch wine unmixed with water, for fear of its interfering with his studies, at which he is, with the assistance of the naval instructor, who is also the chaplain, assiduous. He is our first mate, and the smartest officer in the ship. Seaton is our surgeon. One day, after a cheerful wardroom dinner, of which Fid was a guest, while we were at anchor in the Bay of Cadiz, the conversation happened to turn upon Jovial Jemmy's apparition, which had become the best authenticated ghost story in Her Majesty's naval service. On that occasion Seaton undertook to explain the mystery upon medical principles. "The fact is," he said, "what the commander of the Arrow saw" (Ferdinand had by this time got commissioned in his old ship) "was a spectrum, produced by that morbid condition of the brain which is brought on by the immoderate use of stimulants, and by dissipation. We call it transient monomania. I could show you dozens of such ghosts in the books, if you only had the patience while I turned them up." Everybody declared that was unnecessary. We would take the doctor's word for it, though I feel convinced not a soul besides the chaplain and myself had one iota of his faith shaken in the real presence of Jovial Jemmy's post-mortem appearance to Fid the younger. Ghost or no ghost, however, the story had had the effect of converting Philip Fid from one of the most intemperate and inattentive to one of the soberest and best of Her Majesty's officers. May his promotion be steady. End of The Ghost of the Late Mr. James Barber. Recording by Jason Mills.
The Amusements of the People, Number 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Schneider. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 1. The Amusements of the People, Number 1, by Charles Dickens. As one half of the world is said not to know how the other half lives, so it may be affirmed that the upper half of the world neither knows nor greatly cares how the lower half amuses itself. Believing that it does not care mainly because it does not know, we purpose occasionally recording a few facts on this subject. The general character of the lower class of dramatic amusements is a very significant sign of a people, and a very good test of their intellectual condition. We design to make our readers acquainted in the first place with a few of our experiences under this head in the metropolis. It is probable that nothing will ever root out from among the common people an innate love they have for dramatic entertainment in some form or other. It would be a very doubtful benefit to society, we think, if it could be rooted out. The Polytechnic Institution in Regent Street, where an infinite variety of ingenious models are exhibited and explained, and where lectures comprising a quantity of useful information on many practical subjects are delivered, is a great public benefit and a wonderful place, but we think a people formed entirely in their hours of leisure by polytechnic institutions would be an uncomfortable community. We would rather not have to appeal to the generous sympathies of a man of 25 in respect of some affliction of which he had no personal experience, who had passed all his holidays when a boy among cranks and cog-wheels. We should be more disposed to trust him if he had been brought into occasional contact with a maid and a magpie, if he had made one or two diversions into the forest of Bondy, or even had gone the length of a Christmas pantomime. There is a range of imagination in most of us which no amount of steam engines will satisfy, and which the great exhibition of the works of industry of all nations itself will probably leave unappeased. The lower we go, the more natural it is that the best relished provision for this should be found in dramatic entertainments, as at once the most obvious, the least troublesome, and the most real of all the escapes of the literal world. Joe Whelks of the New Cut, Lambeth, is not much of a reader, has no great store of books, no very commodious room to read in, no very decided inclination to read, and no power at all of presenting vividly before his mind's eye what he read about. But put Joe in the gallery of the Victoria Theatre, show him doors and windows in the scene that will open and shut, and that people can get in and out of. Tell him a story with these aids, and by the help of live men and women dressed up, confiding to him their innermost secrets in voices audible half a mile off, and Joe will unravel a story through all its entanglements, and sit there as long after midnight as you have anything left to show him. Accordingly, the theatres to which Mr. Whelks resorts are always full, and whatever changes of fashion the drama knows elsewhere, it is always fashionable in the New Cut. The question then might not unnaturally arise, one would suppose, whether Mr. Whelks' education is at all susceptible of improvement through the agency of his theatrical tastes. How far it is improved at present, our readers shall judge for themselves. In affording them the means of doing so, we wish to disclaim any grave imputation on those who are concerned in ministering to the dramatic gratification of Mr. Whelks. Heavily taxed, wholly unassisted by the state, deserted by the gentry, and quite unrecognized as a means of public instruction, the higher English drama has declined. Those who would live to please Mr. Whelks must please Mr. Whelks to live. It is not the manager's province to hold the mirror up to nature, but to Mr. Whelks, the only person who acknowledges him. If in like manner the actor's nature, like the dyer's hand, becomes subdued to what he works in, the actor can hardly be blamed for it. He grinds hard at his vocation, is often steeped in direful poverty, and lives at the best in a little world of mockeries. It is bad enough to give away a great estate 6 nights a week and want a shilling, to preside at imaginary banquets, hungry for a mutton chop, to smack the lips over a tankard of toast and water, and declaim about the mellow produce of the sunny vineyard on the banks of the Rhine, to be a rattling young lover with the measles at home, and to paint sorrow over with burnt cork and rouge, without being called upon to despise his vocation too. If he can utter the trash to which he is condemned with any relish, so much the better for him, heaven knows, and peace be with him. A few weeks ago we went to one of Mr. Whelks's favourite theatres, to see an attractive melodrama called May Morning, or The Mystery of 1715 and the Murder. We had an idea that the former of these titles might refer to the month in which either the mystery or the murder happened, but we found it to be the name of the heroine, the pride of Keswick Vale, who was called May Morning, after a common custom among the English peasantry, from her bright eyes and merry laugh. Of this young lady it may be observed, in passing, that she subsequently sustained every possible calamity of human existence in a white muslin gown with blue tucks, and that she did every conceivable and inconceivable thing with a pistol that could anyhow be effected by that description of firearms. The theatre was extremely full. The prices of admission were, to the boxes, a shilling, to the pit 6d., to the gallery 3d. The gallery was of enormous dimensions. Among the company in the front row we observed Mr. Whelks, and overflowing with occupants. It required no close observation of the attentive faces rising one above another to the very door in the roof, and squeezed and jammed in, regardless of all discomforts, even there, to impress a stranger with a sense of its being highly desirable to lose no possible chance of effecting any mental improvement in that great audience. The company in the pit were not very clean or sweet-savoured, but there were some good-humoured young mechanics among them with their wives. These were generally accompanied by the baby, insomuch that the pit was a perfect nursery. No effect made on the stage was so curious as the looking down on the quiet faces of these babies fast asleep, after looking up at the staring sea of heads in the gallery. There were a good many cold fried soles in the pit besides, and a variety of flat stone bottles of all portable sizes. The audience in the boxes was of much the same character, babies and fish excepted, as the audience in the pit. A private in the foot-guard sat in the next box, and a personage who wore pins on his coat instead of buttons, and was in such a damp habit of living as to be quite mouldy, was our nearest neighbour. In several parts of the house we noticed some young pickpockets of our acquaintance, but as they were evidently there as private individuals and not in their public capacity, we were little disturbed by their presence. For we consider the hours of idleness passed by this class of society as so much gain to society at large, and we do not join in the whimsical sort of lamentation that is generally made over them when they are found to be unoccupied. As we made these observations, the curtains rose, and we were presently in possession of the following particulars. Sir George Elmore, a melancholy baronet, with every appearance of being in that advanced stage of indigestion in which Mr. Morrison's patients usually are, when they happen to hear through Mr. Mote of the surprising effect of his vegetable pills, was found to be living in a very large castle, in the society of one round table, 2 chairs, and Captain George Elmore, his supposed son, the child of mystery and the man of crime. The captain, in addition to an undutiful habit of bullying his father on all occasions, was a prey to many vices, foremost among which may be mentioned his desertion of his wife, Estella de Neva, a Spanish lady, and his determination unlawfully to possess himself of May Morning, M.M. being then on the eve of marriage to William Stanmore, a cheerful sailor with very loose legs. The strongest evidence at first of the captain's being the child of mystery and man of crime was deducible from his boots, which being very high and wide, and apparently made of sticking plaster, justified the worst theatrical suspicions to his disadvantage. And indeed he presently turned out as ill as could be desired, getting into May Morning's cottage by the window after dark, refusing to unhand May Morning when required to do so by that lady, waking May Morning's only surviving parent, a blind old gentleman with a black ribbon over his eyes, whom we shall call Mr. Stars, as his name was stated in the bill thus, and showing himself desperately bent on carrying off May Morning by force of arms. Even this was not the worst of the captain, for being foiled in his diabolical purpose, temporarily by means of knives and pistols, providentially caught up and directed at him by May Morning, and finally for the time being by the advent of Will Stanmore, he caused one Slink, his adherent, to denounce Will Stanmore as a rebel, and got that cheerful mariner carried off and shut up in prison. At about the same period of the captain's career there suddenly appeared in his father's castle a dark-complexioned lady of the name of Manuela, a Zingara woman from the Pyrenean mountains, the wild wanderer of the heath, and the pronouncer of the prophecy, who threw the melancholy baronet, his supposed father, into the greatest confusion by asking him what he had upon his conscience, and by pronouncing mysterious rhymes concerning the child of mystery and the man of crime, to a low trembling of fiddles. Matters were in this state when the theatre resounded with applause, and Mr. Whelks fell into a fit of unbounded enthusiasm, consequent on the entrance of Michael the Mendicant. At first we referred something of the cordiality with which Michael the Mendicant was greeted to the fact of his being made up with an excessively dirty face, which might create a bond of union between himself and a large majority of the audience. But it soon came out that Michael the Mendicant had been hired in old time by Sir George Elmore to murder his, Sir George Elmore's, elder brother, which he had done. Notwithstanding which little affair of honour, Michael was in reality a very good fellow, quite a tender-hearted man, who, on hearing of the captain's determination to settle Will Stanmore, cried out, "What, more blood?" and fell flat, overpowered by his nice sense of humanity. In like manner, in describing that small error of judgment into which he had allowed himself to be tempted by money, this gentleman exclaimed, "I struck him down, I fell in error." And further he remarked, with honest pride, "I have lived as a beggar, a roadsider vagrant, but no crime since then has stained these hands." All these sentiments of the worthy man were hailed with showers of applause, and when in the excitement of his feelings on one occasion, after a soliloquy, he went off on his back, kicking and shuffling along the ground, after the manner of bold spirits in trouble who object to be taken to the station-house, the cheering was tremendous. And to see how little harm he had done after all. Sir George Elmore's elder brother was not dead, not he. He recovered after this sensitive creature had felled in error, and putting a black ribbon over his eyes to disguise himself, went and lived in a modest retirement with his only child. In short, Mr. Stars was the identical individual. When Will Stanmore turned out to be the wrongful Sir George Elmore's son, instead of the child of mystery and man of crime, who turned out to be Michael's son, a change having been effected in revenge by the lady from the Pyrenean mountains, who became the wild wonder of the heath in consequence of the wrongful Sir George Elmore's perfidy to her and desertion of her. Mr. Stars went up to the castle, and mentioned to his murdering brother how it was. Mr. Stars said it was all right, he bore no malice, he had kept out of the way, in order that his murdering brother to whose numerous virtues he was no stranger, might enjoy the property. And now he would propose that they should make it up and dine together. The murdering brother immediately consented, embraced the wild wanderer, and it is supposed sent instructions to Doctors' Commons for a license to marry her. After which they were all very comfortable indeed, for it is not much to try to murder your brother for the sake of his property, if you only suborn such a delicate assassin as Michael the Mendicant. All this did not tend to the satisfaction of the child of mystery and the man of crime, who was so little pleased by the general happiness that he shot Will Stanmore, now joyfully out of prison and going to be married directly, to May Morning, and carried off the body, and May Morning to boot, to a lone hut. Here Will Stanmore, laid out for dead at 15 minutes past 12 p.m., arose at 17 minutes past, infinitely fresher than most daisies, and fought 2 strong men single-handed. However, the wild wanderer, arriving with a party of male wild wanderers, who were always at her disposal, and the murdering brother arriving arm in arm with Mr. Stars, stopped the combat, confounded the child of mystery and the man of crime, and blessed the lovers. The adventures of Red Ribbon the Bandit concluded the moral lesson of the evening. But feeling by this time a little fatigued, and believing that we already discerned in the countenance of Mr. Whelks a sufficient confusion between right and wrong to last him for one night, we retired. The rather as we intended to meet him shortly at another place of dramatic entertainment for the people. End of the Amusement of the People, No. 1.
A Walk in a Workhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Carl Manchester, 2012. A Walk in a Workhouse by Charles Dickens. On a certain Sunday, I formed one of the congregation assembled in the chapel of a large metropolitan workhouse. With the exception of the clergyman and clerk, and a very few officials, there were none but paupers present. The children sat in the galleries, the women in the body of the chapel and in one of the side aisles, the men in the remaining aisle. The service was decorously performed, though the sermon might have been much better adapted to the comprehension and to the circumstances of the hearers. The usual supplications were offered, with more than the usual significancy in such a place, for all the fatherless children and widows, for all the sick persons and young children, for all that were desolate and oppressed, for the comforting and helping of the weak-hearted, for the raising up of them that had fallen, for all that were in danger, necessity, and tribulation. The prayers of the congregation were desired for several persons in the various wards dangerously ill, and others who were recovering returned their thanks to heaven. Among this congregation were some evil-looking young women and beetle-browed young men, but not many. Perhaps that kind of characters kept away. Generally the faces, those of the children excepted, were depressed and subdued, and wanted colour. Aged people were there in every variety, mumbling, blear-eyed, spectacled, stupid, deaf, lame, vacantly winking in the gleams of sun that now and then crept in through the open doors from the paved yard, shading their listening ears, or blinking eyes, with their withered hands, poring over their books, leering at nothing, going to sleep, crouching and drooping in corners. There were weird old women, all skeleton within, all bonnet and cloak without, continually wiping their hands with dirty dusters of pocket-handkerchiefs. And there were ugly old crones, both male and female, with a ghastly kind of contentment upon them, which was not at all comforting to see. Upon the whole, It was the dragon, pauperism, in a very weak and impotent condition, toothless, fangless, drawing his breath heavily enough, and hardly worth chaining up. When the service was over, I walked with the humane and conscientious gentleman whose duty it was to take that walk that Sunday morning, through the little world of poverty enclosed within the workhouse walls. It was inhabited by a population of some 1,500 or 2,000 paupers, ranging from the infant newly born or not yet come into the pauper world, to the old man dying on his bed. In a room opening from a squalid yard, where a number of listless women were lounging to and fro, trying to get warm in the ineffectual sunshine of the tardy May morning, in the itch ward, not to compromise the truth, a woman such as Hogarth has often drawn, was hurriedly getting on her gown before a dusty fire. She was the nurse or wardswoman of that insalubrious department, herself a pauper, flabby, raw-boned, untidy, unpromising and coarse of aspect as need be. But on being spoken to about the patients whom she had in charge, she turned round with her shabby gown half on, half off, and fell a-crying with all her might. Not for show, not querulously, not in any mawkish sentiment, but in the deep grief and affliction of her heart, turning away her dishevelled head, sobbing most bitterly, wringing her hands, and letting fall abundance of great tears that choked her utterance. What was the matter with the nurse of the itch ward? Oh, the dropped child was dead. Oh, the child that was found in the street, and she had brought up ever since, had died an hour ago. And see where the little creature lay, beneath this cloth, the dear, the pretty dear. The dropped child seemed too small and poor a thing for death to be in earnest with, but death had taken it, and already its diminutive form was neatly washed, composed, and stretched, as if in sleep, upon a box. I thought I heard a voice from heaven saying, "It shall be well for thee, O nurse of the itch ward," when some less gentle pauper does those offices to thy cold form, that such as the dropped child are the angels who behold my Father's face. In another room were several ugly old women, crouching witch-like round a hearth and chattering and nodding after the manner of the monkeys. All well here, and enough to eat? A general chattering and chuckling. At last an answer from a volunteer. "Oh, yes, gentlemen. Bless you, gentlemen. Lord bless the parish of St. So-and-so. It feed the hungry, sir, and give drink to the thirsty, and it warm them which is cold, so it do. And good luck to the parish of St. So-and-so, and thank ye, gentlemen." Elsewhere, a party of pauper nurses were at dinner. "How do you get on?" "Oh, pretty well, sir. We works hard, and we lives hard, like the sodgers." In another room, a kind of purgatory or place of transition, 6 or 8 noisy madwomen were gathered together, under the superintendence of one sane attendant. Among them was a girl of 2 or 3 and 20, very prettily dressed, of most respectable appearance and good manners, who had been brought in from the house where she had lived as domestic servant, having, I suppose, no friends, on account of being subject to epileptic fits, and requiring to be removed under the influence of a very bad one. She was by no means of the same stuff, or the same breeding, or the same experience, or in the same state of mind, of those by whom she was surrounded, and she pathetically complained that the daily association and the nightly noise made her worse, and was driving her mad, which was perfectly evident. The case was noted for inquiry and redress, but she said she had already been there for some weeks. If this girl had stolen her mistress's watch, I do not hesitate to say she would have been infinitely better off. We have come to this absurd, this dangerous, this monstrous pass, that the dishonest felon is, in respect of cleanliness, order, diet, and accommodation, better provided for and taken care of than the honest pauper. And this conveys no special imputation on the workhouse of the parish of St. So-and-so, where, on the contrary, I saw many things to commend. It was very agreeable recollecting that most infamous and atrocious enormity committed at Tooting, an enormity which 100 years hence will still be vividly remembered in the byways of English life, and which has done more to engender a gloomy discontent and suspicion among many thousands of the people than all the Chartist leaders could have done in all their lives, to find the pauper children in this workhouse looking robust and well, and apparently in the objects of very great care. In the infant school, a large, light, airy room at the top of the building, the little creatures being at dinner and eating their potatoes heartily, were not cowed by the presence of strange visitors, but stretched out their small hands to be shaken, with a very pleasant confidence. And it was comfortable to see 2 mangy pauper rocking horses rampant in a corner. In the girls' school, where the dinner was also in progress, everything bore a cheery and healthy aspect. The meal was over in the boys' school by the time of our arrival there, and the room was not yet quite rearranged. But the boys were roaming unrestrained about a large and airy yard, as any other schoolboys might have done. Some of them had been drawing large ships upon the schoolroom wall, and if they had a mast with shrouds and stays set up for practice, as they have in the Middlesex House of Correction, it would be so much the better. At present, if a boy should feel a strong impulse upon him to learn the art of going aloft, he could only gratify it, I presume, as the men and women paupers gratify their aspirations after better board and lodging, by smashing as many workhouse windows as possible, and being promoted to prison. In one place, the new gate of the workhouse, a company of boys and youths were locked up in a yard alone, their day-room being a kind of kennel where the casual poor used formerly to be littered down at night. Divers of them had been going there some long time. Are they never going away? Was a natural inquiry. Most of them are crippled in some form or other, said the wardsman, and not fit for anything. They slunk about like dispirited wolves or hyenas, and made a pounce at their food when it was served out, much as those animals do. The big-headed idiot shuffling his feet along the pavement, in the sunlight outside, was a more agreeable object anyway. Groves of babies in arms, groves of mothers and other sick women in bed, groves of lunatics, jungles of men in stone-paved downstairs day-rooms, waiting for their dinners, longer and longer groves of old people in upstairs infirmary wards, wearing out life, God knows how. This was the scenery through which the walk lay for 2 hours. In some of these latter chambers there were pictures stuck against the wall, and a neat display of crockery and pewter on a kind of sideboard. Now and then it was a treat to see a plant or two. In almost every ward there was a cat. In all these long walks of aged and infirm, some old people were bedridden, and had been for a long time. Some were sitting on their beds half naked, some dying in their beds, some out of bed and sitting at a table near the fire. A sullen or lethargic indifference to what was asked, a blunted sensibility to everything but warmth and food, a moody absence of complaint as being of no use, a dogged silence, and resentful desire to be left alone again, I thought were generally apparent. On our walking into the midst of one of these dreary perspectives of old men, nearly the following little dialogue took place, the nurse not being immediately at hand. All well here? No answer. An old man in a Scotch cap, sitting amongst others on a form at the table, eating out of a tin porringer, pushes back his cap a little to look at us, claps it down on his forehead again with the palm of his hand, and goes on eating. All well here, repeated. No answer. All well here, repeated. No answer. Another old man sitting on his bed, paralytically peeling a boiled potato, lifts his head and stares. Enough to eat? No answer. Another old man in bed turns himself and coughs. How are you today? To the last old man. That old man says nothing, but another old man, a tall old man of very good address, speaking with perfect correctness, comes forward from somewhere and volunteers an answer. The reply almost always proceeds from a volunteer, and not from the person looked at or spoken to. "We are very old, sir," in a mild, distinct voice. "We can't expect to be well, most of us." "Are you comfortable?" "I have no complaint to make, sir," with a half shake of his head, a half shrug of his shoulders, and a kind of apologetic smile. "Enough to eat?" "Why, sir, I have but a poor appetite," with the same air as before, "and yet I get through my allowance very easily. But," showing a porringer with a Sunday dinner in it, "here is a portion of mutton and 3 potatoes. You can't starve on that." "Oh dear, no, sir," with the same apologetic air, "not starve." "What do you want?" "We have very little bread, sir. It's an exceedingly small quantity of bread." The nurse, who is now rubbing her hands at the questioner's elbow, interferes with, "It ain't much really, sir. You can see they've only 6 ounces a day, and when they've took their breakfast, there can only be a little left for night, sir." Another old man, hitherto invisible, rises out of his bedclothes, as out of a grave, and looks on. "You have tea at night?" The questioner is still addressing the well-spoken old man. "Yes, sir, we have tea at night." "And you save what bread you can from the morning to eat with it?" "Yes, sir, if we can save any." "And you want more to eat with it?" "Yes, sir," with a very anxious face. The questioner, in the kindness of his heart, appears a little discomposed, and changes the subject. "What has become of the old man who used to lie in that bed in the corner?" The nurse don't remember what old man is referred to. There has been such a many old men. The well-spoken old man is doubtful. The spectral old man, who has come to life in bed, says, "Billy Stevens." Another old man, who has previously had his head in the fireplace, pipes out, "Charlie Walters." Something like a feeble interest is awakened. I suppose Charlie Walters had conversation in him. "He's dead," says the piping old man. Another old man, with one eye screwed up, hastily displaces the piping old man and says, "Yes, Charlie Walters died in that bed, and "Billy Stevens," persists the spectral old man. No, and Johnny Rogers died in that bed, and they're both of 'em dead. And Samuel Boyer," this seems very extraordinary to him, "he went out." With this he subsides, and all the old men, having had quite enough of it, subside. And the spectral old man goes into his grave again, and takes the shade of Billy Stevens with him. As we turn to go out at the door, another previously invisible old man, a hoarse old man in a flannel gown, is standing there as if he had just come up through the floor. "I beg your pardon, sir. Could I take the liberty of saying a word?" "Yes, what is it?" "I am greatly better in my health, sir, but what I want, to get me quite round," with his hand on his throat, "is a little fresh air, sir. It has always done my complaint so much good, sir. The regular leave for going out comes round so seldom that if the gentleman next Friday would give me leave to go out walking now and then, sir, for only an hour or so, sir." Who could wonder, looking through those weary vistas of bed and infirmity, that it should do him good to meet with some other scenes, and assure himself that there was something else on earth? Who could help wondering why the old men lived on as they did? What grasp they had on life, what crumbs of interest or occupation they could pick up from its bare board? Whether Charlie Walters had ever described to them the days when he kept company with some old pauper woman in the bud, or Billy Stevens ever told them of the time when he was a dweller in the far-off foreign land called home. The morsel of burnt child lying in another room so patiently in bed, wrapped in lint, and looking steadfastly at us with his bright, quiet eyes, when we spoke to him kindly, looked as if the knowledge of these things, and of all the tender things there are to think about, might have been in his mind, as if he thought with us that there was a fellow feeling in the pauper nurses which appeared to make them more kind to their charges than the race of common nurses in the hospital, as if he mused upon the future of some older children lying around him in the same place, and thought it best, perhaps, all things considered, that he should die, as if he knew without fear of those many coffins, made and unmade, piled up in the store below, and of his unknown friend, the dropped child, calm upon the box-lid, covered with a cloth. But there was something wistful and appealing, too, in his tiny face, as if, in the midst of all the hard necessities and incongruities, he pondered on, he pleaded, in behalf of the helpless and the aged poor, for a little more liberty and a little more bread. End of A Walk in a Workhouse.
The Hymn of the Wiltshire Labourers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection Volume 1. The Hymn of the Wiltshire Labourers by Charles Dickens. O God, who by thy prophet's hand didst smite the rocky brake, whence water came at thy command thy people's thirst to slake, strike now upon this granite wall, stern, obdurate, and high, and let some drops of pity fall for us who starve and die. The God who took a little child and set him in the midst, and promised him his mercy mild, as by thy Son thou didst, look down upon our children dear, so gaunt, so cold, so spare, and let their images appear where lords and gentry are. O God, teach them to feel how we, when our poor infants droop, are weakened in our trust in thee, and how our spirits stoop. For in thy rest so bright and fair all tears and sorrow sleep, and their young looks so full of care would make thine angels weep. The God who with his finger drew the judgment coming on, write for these men what must ensue ere many years be gone. O God, whose bow is in the sky, let them not brave and dare, until they look, too late, on high, and see an arrow there. O God, remind them, in the bread they break upon the knee, those sacred words may yet be read in memory of me. O God, remind them of his sweet compassion for the poor, and how he gave them bread to eat, and went from door to door. End of The Hymn of the Wiltshire Labourers. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway. The 15th of January 2012.
Section 17. Speech. London, June 5th, 1867, to the Railway Benevolent Society. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 1. Speech. London, June 5th, 1867, to the Railway Benevolent Society, by Charles Dickens. On the above date, Mr. Dickens presided at the 9th Anniversary Festival of the Railway Benevolent Society, at Willis's Rooms, and in proposing the toast of the evening, made the following speech. Although we have not yet left behind us by the distance of nearly 50 years the time when one of the first literary authorities of this country insisted upon the speed of the fastest railway train that the legislature might disastrously sanction being limited by Act of Parliament to 10 miles an hour, yet it does somehow happen that this evening, and every evening, there are railway trains running pretty smoothly to Ireland and to Scotland at the rate of 50 miles an hour, much as it was objected in its time to vaccination, that it must have a tendency to impart to human children something of the nature of the cow, whereas, I believe, to this very time, vaccinated children are found to be as easily defined from calves as they ever were,
and certainly they have no cheapening influence on the price of veal, much as it was objected that chloroform was a contravention of the will of Providence, because it lessened providentially inflicted pain, which would be a reason for your not rubbing your face if you had the toothache, or not rubbing your nose if it itched. So it was evidently predicted that the railway system, even if anything so absurd could be productive of any result, would infallibly throw half the nation out of employment. Whereas, you observe that the very cause and occasion of our coming here together to-night is, apart from the various tributary channels of occupation which it has opened out, that it has called into existence a specially and directly employed population of upwards of 200,000 persons. Now, gentlemen, it is pretty clear and obvious that upwards of 200,000 persons engaged upon the various railways of the United Kingdom cannot be rich, and although their duties require great care and great exactness, and although our lives are every day, humanly speaking, in the hands of many of them, still, for the most of these places there will be always great competition, because they are not posts which require skilled workmen to hold. Wages, as you know very well, cannot be high where competition is great, and you also know very well that railway directors, in the bargains they make, and the salaries which they pay, have to deal with the money of the shareholders to whom they are accountable. Thus it necessarily happens that railway officers and servants are not remunerated on the whole by any means splendidly, and that they cannot hope in the ordinary course of things to do more than meet the ordinary wants and hazards of life. But it is to be observed that the general hazards are in their case, by reason of the dangerous nature of their avocations, exceptionally great, so very great, I find, as to be stateable, on the authority of a parliamentary paper, by the very startling round of figures, that whereas one railway traveller in 8,000,000 of passengers is killed, one railway servant in every 2,000 is killed. Hence, from general, special, as well, no doubt, for the usual prudential and benevolent considerations, there came to be established among railway officers and servants, 9 years ago, the Railway Benevolent Association. I may suppose, therefore, as it was established 9 years ago, that this is the 9th occasion of publishing from this chair the banns between this institution and the public. Nevertheless, I feel bound individually to do my duty the same as if it had never been done before, and to ask whether there is any just cause or impediment why these two parties, the institution and the public, should not be joined together in holy charity. As I understand the society, its objects are fivefold. First, to guarantee annuities which, it is always to be observed, is paid out of the interest of invested capital, so that those annuities may be secure and safe. Annual pensions varying from £10 to £25 to distressed railway officers and servants incapacitated by age, sickness, or accident. Secondly, to guarantee small pensions to distressed widows. Thirdly, to educate and maintain orphan children. Fourthly, to provide temporary relief for all those classes, till lasting relief can be guaranteed out of funds sufficiently large for the purpose. Lastly, to induce railway officers and servants to assure their lives in some well-established office by subdividing the payment of the premiums into small periodical sums, and also by granting a reversionary bonus of £10 per cent. On the amount assured from the funds of the institution. This is the society we are met to assist, simple, sympathetic, practical, easy, sensible, unpretending. The number of its members is large and rapidly on the increase. They number 12,000. The amount of invested capital is very nearly £15,000. It has done a world of good and a world of work in these first 9 years of its life, and yet I am proud to say that the annual cost of the maintenance of the institution is no more than £250. And now, if you do not know all about it in a small compass, either I do not know all about it myself, or the fault must be in my packing. One naturally passes from what the institution is and has done to what it wants. Well, it wants to do more good, and it cannot possibly do more good until it has more money. It cannot safely, and therefore it cannot honourably, grant more pensions to deserving applicants until it grows richer, and it cannot grow rich enough for its laudable purpose by its own unaided self. The thing is absolutely impossible. The means of these railway officers and servants are far too limited. Even if they were helped to the utmost by the great railway companies, their means would still be too limited. even if they were helped, and I hope they shortly will be, by some of the great corporations of this country, whom railways have done so much to enrich. These railway officers and servants, on their road to a very humble and modest superannuation, can no more do without the help of the great public than the great public, on their road from Torquay to Aberdeen, can do without them. Therefore, I desire to ask the public whether the servants of the great railways, who, in fact, are their servants, their ready, zealous, faithful, hard-working servants, whether they have not established, whether they do not every day establish, a reasonable claim to liberal remembrance. Now, gentlemen, on this point of the case there is a story once told me by a friend of mine, which seems to my mind to have a certain application. My friend was an American sea captain, and therefore it is quite unnecessary to say his story was quite true. He was captain and part owner of a large American merchant liner. On a certain voyage out, in exquisite summer weather, he had for cabin passengers one beautiful young lady and 10 more or less beautiful young gentlemen. Light winds or dead calms prevailing, the voyage was slow. They had made half their distance when the 10 young gentlemen were all madly in love with the beautiful young lady. They had all proposed to her, and bloodshed among the rivals seemed imminent pending the young lady's decision. On this extremity the beautiful young lady confided in my friend the captain, who gave her discreet advice. He said, "If your affections are disengaged, take that one of the young gentlemen whom you like the best, and settle the question." To this the beautiful young lady made reply, "I cannot do that, because I like them all equally well." My friend, who was a man of resource, hit upon this ingenious expedient. Said he, "Tomorrow morning at midday, when lunch is announced, do you plunge bodily overboard, head foremost. I will be alongside in a boat to rescue you, and take the one of the 10 who rushes to your rescue, and then you can afterwards have him." The beautiful young lady highly approved, and did accordingly. But after she plunged in, 9 out of the 10 more or less beautiful young gentlemen plunged in after her, and the 10th remained and shed tears, looking over the side of the vessel. They were all picked up, and restored dripping to the deck. The beautiful young lady, upon seeing them, said, "What am I to do? See what a plight they are in. How can I possibly choose, because every one of them is equally wet?" Then said my friend the captain, acting upon a sudden inspiration, "Take the dry one." I am sorry to say that she did so, and they lived happy ever afterwards. Now, gentlemen, in my application of this story I exactly reverse my friend the captain's anecdote, and I entreat the public in looking about to consider who are fit subjects for their bounty, to give each his hand with something in it, and not award a dry hand to the industrious railway servant who is always at his back. And I would ask anyone with a doubt upon this subject to consider what his experience of the railway servant is from the time of his departure to his arrival at his destination. I know what mine is. Here he is, in velveteen or in a policeman's dress, scaling cabs, storming carriages, finding lost articles by a sort of instinct, binding up lost umbrellas and walking sticks, wheeling trunks, counselling old ladies with a wonderful interest in their affairs, mostly very complicated, and sticking labels upon all sorts of articles. I look around. There he is in a station-master's uniform, directing and overseeing with the head of a general, and with the courteous manners of a gentleman. And then there is the handsome figure of the guard, who inspires confidence in timid passengers. I glide out of the station, and there he is again with his flags in his hand at his post in the open country, at the level crossing, at the cutting, at the tunnel mouth, and at every station on the road until our destination is reached. In regard, therefore, to the railway servants with whom we do come into contact, we may surely have some natural sympathy, and it is on their behalf that I this night appeal to you. I beg now to propose Success to the Railway Benevolent Society. End of section 17.
The Holly Tree, First Branch, Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 1. The Holly Tree, First Branch, Myself, by Charles Dickens. I have kept one secret in the course of my life. I am a bashful man. Nobody would suppose it. Nobody ever does suppose it. Nobody ever did suppose it. But I am naturally a bashful man. This is the secret which I have never breathed until now. I might greatly move the reader by some account of the innumerable places I have not been to, the innumerable people I have not called upon or received, the innumerable social evasions I have been guilty of, solely because I am, by original constitution and character, a bashful man. But I will leave the reader unmoved, and proceed with the object before me. That object is to give a plain account of my travels and discoveries in the Holly Tree Inn, in which place of good entertainment for man and beast I was once snowed up. It happened in the memorable year when I parted for ever from Angela Leath, whom I was shortly to have married, on making the discovery that she preferred my bosom friend. From our school days I had freely admitted Edwin in my own mind to be far superior to myself, and though I was grievously wounded at heart, I felt the preference to be natural, and tried to forgive them both. It was under these circumstances that I resolved to go to America, on my way to the devil. Communicating my discovery neither to Angela nor to Edwin, but resolving to write each of them an affecting letter conveying my blessing and forgiveness, which the steam tender for shore should carry to the post when I myself should be bound for the New World, far beyond recall, I say, locking up my grief in my own breast, and consoling myself as I could with the prospect of being generous, I quietly left all I held dear, and started on the desolate journey I have mentioned. The dead winter time was in full dreariness when I left my chambers for ever at 5 o'clock in the morning. I had shaved by candle light, of course, and was miserably cold, and experienced that general all-pervading sensation of getting up to be hanged, which I have usually found inseparable from untimely rising under such circumstances. How well I remember the forlorn aspect of Fleet Street when I came out of the Temple. The street lamps flickering in the gusty north-east wind, as if the very gas were contorted with cold, the white-topped houses, the bleak star-lighted sky, the market people and other early stragglers trotting to circulate their almost frozen blood, the hospitable light and warmth of the few coffee shops and public houses that were open for such customers, the hard, dry, frosty rime with which the air was charged, the wind had already beaten it into every crevice, and which lashed my face like a steel whip. It wanted 9 days to the end of the month and end of the year. The post office packet for the United States was to depart from Liverpool, weather permitting, on the 1st of the ensuing month, and I had the intervening time on my hands. I had taken this into consideration, and had resolved to make a visit to a certain spot, which I need not name, on the farther borders of Yorkshire. It was endeared to me by my having first seen Angela at a farmhouse in that place, and my melancholy was gratified by the idea of taking a wintry leave of it before my expatriation. I ought to explain that, to avoid being sought out before my resolution should have been rendered irrevocable by being carried into full effect, I had written to Angela overnight in my usual manner, lamenting that urgent business, of which she should know all particulars by and by, took me unexpectedly away from her for a week or 10 days. There was no Northern Railway at that time, and in its place there were stage-coaches, which I occasionally find myself, in common with some other people, affecting to lament now, but which everybody dreaded as a very serious penance then. I had secured the box seat on the fastest of these, and my business in Fleet Street was to get into a cab with my portmanteau, so to make the best of my way to the Peacock at Islington, where I was to join this coach. But when one of our Temple watchmen, who carried my portmanteau into Fleet Street for me, told me about the huge blocks of ice that had for some days past been floating in the river, having closed up in the night, and made a walk from the Temple Gardens over to the Surrey shore, I began to ask myself the question whether the box seat would not be likely to put a sudden and a frosty end to my unhappiness. I was heartbroken, it is true, and yet I was not quite so far gone as to wish to be frozen to death. When I got up to the Peacock, where I found everybody drinking hot purl in self-preservation, I asked if there were an inside seat to spare. I then discovered that, inside or out, I was the only passenger. This gave me a still livelier idea of the great inclemency of the weather, since that coach always loaded particularly well. However, I took a little purl, which I found uncommonly good, and got into the coach. When I was seated, they built me up with straw to the waist, and, conscious of making a rather ridiculous appearance, I began my journey. It was still dark when we left the Peacock. For a little while, pale, uncertain ghosts of houses and trees appeared and vanished, and then it was hard, black, frozen day. People were lighting their fires, smoke was mounting straight up high into the rarefied air, and we were rattling for Highgate Archway over the hardest ground I have ever heard the ring of iron shoes on. As we got into the country, everything seemed to have grown old and grey. The roads, the trees, thatched roofs of cottages and homesteads, the ricks in farmers' yards. Outdoor work was abandoned, horse troughs at roadside inns were frozen hard, no stragglers lounged about, doors were close shut, little turnpike houses had blazing fires inside, and children, even turnpike people have children and seem to like them, rubbed the frost from the little panes of glass with their chubby arms, that their bright eyes might catch a glimpse of the solitary coach going by. I don't know when the snow began to set in, but I know that we were changing horses somewhere when I heard the guard remark that the old lady up in the sky was picking her geese pretty hard to-day. Then indeed I found the white down falling fast and thick. The lonely day wore on, and I dozed it out as a lonely traveller does. I was warm and valiant after eating and drinking, particularly after dinner, cold and depressed at all other times. I was always bewildered as to time and place, and always more or less out of my senses. The coach and horses seemed to execute in chorus Auld Lang Syne without a moment's intermission. They kept the time and tune with the greatest regularity, and rose into the swell at the beginning of the refrain with a precision that worried me to death. While we changed horses, the guard and coachman went stumping up and down the road, printing off their shoes in the snow, and poured so much liquid consolation into themselves without being any the worse for it, that I began to confound them, as it darkened again, with two great white casks standing on end. Our horses tumbled down in solitary places, and we got them up, which was the pleasantest variety I had, for it warmed me. And it snowed and snowed, and still it snowed, and never left off snowing. All night long we went on in this manner. Thus we came round the clock upon the Great North Road to the performance of Auld Lang Syne by day again. And it snowed and snowed, and still it snowed, and never left off snowing. I forget now where we were at noon on the second day, and where we ought to have been, but I know that we were scores of miles behindhand, and that our case was growing worse every hour. The drift was becoming prodigiously deep. Landmarks were getting snowed out, the road and the fields were all one. Instead of having fences and hedgerows to guide us, we went crunching on over an unbroken surface of ghastly white, that might sink beneath us at any moment and drop us down a whole hillside. Still the coachman and guard, who kept together on the box, always in council and looking well about them, made out the track with astonishing sagacity. When we came in sight of a town, it looked, to my fancy, like a large drawing on a slate, with abundance of slate pencil expended on the churches and houses where the snow lay thickest. When we came within a town, and found the church clocks all stopped, the dial faces choked with snow, and the inn signs blotted out, it seemed as if the whole place were overgrown with white moss. As to the coach, it was a mere snowball. Similarly the men and boys who ran along beside us to the town's end, turning our clogged wheels and encouraging our horses, were men and boys of snow, and the bleak, wild solitude to which they at last dismissed us was a snowy Sahara. One would have thought this enough, notwithstanding which I pledge my word that it snowed, and snowed, and still it snowed, and never left off snowing. We performed Auld Lang Syne the whole day, seeing nothing out of towns and villages but the track of stoats, hares, and foxes, and sometimes of birds. At 9 o'clock at night, on a Yorkshire moor, a cheerful burst from our horn, and a welcome sound of talking, with a glimmering and moving about of lanterns, roused me from my drowsy state. I found that we were going to change. They helped me out, and I said to a waiter, whose bare head became as white as King Lear's in a single minute, "What inn is this?" "The Holly Tree, sir," said he. "Upon my word, I believe," said I apologetically to the guard and coachman, "that I must stop here." Now the landlord, and the landlady, and the ostler, and the postboy, and all the stable authorities had already asked the coachman, to the wide-eyed interest of all the rest of the establishment, if he meant to go on. The coachman had already replied, yes, he'd take her through it, meaning by her the coach, if so be as George would stand by him. George was the guard, and he had already sworn that he would stand by him, so the helpers were already getting the horses out. My declaring myself beaten, after this parley, was not an announcement without preparation. Indeed, but for the weight of the announcement being smoothed by the parley, I more than doubt whether, as an innately bashful man, I should have had the confidence to make it. As it was, it received the approval even of the guard and coachman. Therefore, with many confirmations of my inclining, and many remarks from one bystander to another that the gentleman could go for'ard by the mail to-morrow, whereas to-night he would only be froze, and where was the good of a gentleman being froze, let alone buried alive? Which latter clause was added by a humorous helper as a joke at my expense, and was extremely well received. I saw my portmanteau got out, stiff, like a frozen body, did the handsome thing by the guard and coachman, wished them good night and a prosperous journey, and, a little ashamed of myself after all for leaving them to fight it out alone, followed the landlord, landlady, and waiter of the Holly Tree upstairs. I thought I had never seen such a large room as that into which they showed me. It had 5 windows, with dark red curtains that would have absorbed the light of a general illumination, and there were complications of drapery at the top of the curtains that went wandering about the wall in a most extraordinary manner. I asked for a smaller room, and they told me there was no smaller room. They could screen me in, however, the landlord said. They brought a great old japanned screen, with natives (Japanese, I suppose) engaged in a variety of idiotic pursuits all over it, and left me roasting whole before an immense fire. My bedroom was some 1/4 of a mile off, up a great staircase at the end of a long gallery, and nobody knows what a misery this is to a bashful man who would rather not meet people on the stairs. It was the grimmest room I have ever had the nightmare in, and all the furniture, from the 4 posts of the bed to the 2 old silver candlesticks, was tall, high-shouldered, and spindle-waisted. Below, in my sitting-room, if I looked round my screen, the wind rushed at me like a mad bull. If I stuck to my arm-chair, the fire scorched me to the colour of a new brick. The chimney-piece was very high, and there was a bad glass, what I may call a wavy glass, above it, which, when I stood up, just showed me my anterior phrenological developments, and these never look well in any subject cut short off at the eyebrow. If I stood with my back to the fire, a gloomy vault of darkness above and beyond the screen insisted on being looked at, and in its dim remoteness the drapery of the 10 curtains of the 5 windows went twisting and creeping about like a nest of gigantic worms. I suppose that what I observe in myself must be observed by some other men of similar character in themselves. Therefore I am emboldened to mention that, when I travel, I never arrive at a place but I immediately want to go away from it. Before I had finished my supper of broiled fowl and mulled port, I had impressed upon the waiter in detail my arrangements for departure in the morning. Breakfast and bill at 8, fly at 9, 2 horses, or, if needful, even 4. Tired though I was, the night appeared about a week long. In cases of nightmare I thought of Angela, and felt more depressed than ever by the reflection that I was on the shortest road to Gretna Green. What had I to do with Gretna Green? I was not going that way to the devil, but by the American route, I remarked in my bitterness. In the morning I found that it was snowing still, that it had snowed all night, and that I was snowed up. Nothing could get out of that spot on the moor, or could come at it, until the road had been cut out by labourers from the market town. When they might cut their way to the Holly Tree, nobody could tell me. It was now Christmas Eve. I should have had a dismal Christmas time of it anywhere, and consequently that did not so much matter. Still, being snowed up was like dying of frost, a thing I had not bargained for. I felt very lonely. Yet I could no more have proposed to the landlord and landlady to admit me to their society, though I should have liked it very much, than I could have asked them to present me with a piece of plate. Here my great secret, the real bashfulness of my character, is to be observed. Like most bashful men, I judge of other people as if they were bashful too. Besides being far too shamefaced to make the proposal myself, I really had a delicate misgiving that it would be in the last degree disconcerting to them. Trying to settle down, therefore, in my solitude, I first of all asked what books there were in the house. The waiter brought me a book of roads, 2 or 3 old newspapers, a little song-book terminating in a collection of toasts and sentiments, a little jest-book, an odd volume of Peregrine Pickle, and the Sentimental Journey. I knew every word of the 2 last already, but I read them through again, then tried to hum all the songs. Auld Lang Syne was among them. Went entirely through the jokes, in which I found a fund of melancholy adapted to my state of mind. Proposed all the toasts, enunciated all the sentiments, and mastered the papers. The latter had nothing in them but stock advertisements, a meeting about a county rate, and a highway robbery. As I am a greedy reader, I could not make this supply hold out until night. It was exhausted by tea-time. Being then entirely cast upon my own resources, I got through an hour in considering what to do next. Ultimately it came into my head, from which I was anxious by any means to exclude Angela and Edwin, that I would endeavour to recall my experience of inns, and would try how long it lasted me. I stirred the fire, moved my chair a little to one side of the screen, not daring to go far, for I knew the wind was waiting to make a rush at me, I could hear it growling, and began. My first impressions of an inn dated from the nursery. Consequently I went back to the nursery for a starting point, and found myself at the knee of a sallow woman with a fishy eye, an aquiline nose, and a green gown. whose speciality was a dismal narrative of a landlord by the roadside, whose visitors unaccountably disappeared for many years, until it was discovered that the pursuit of his life had been to convert them into pies. For the better devotion of himself to this branch of industry, he had constructed a secret door behind the head of the bed, and when the visitor, oppressed with pie, had fallen asleep, this wicked landlord would look softly in with a lamp in one hand and a knife in the other, would cut his throat, and would make him into pies; for which purpose he had coppers underneath a trap-door always boiling, and rolled out his pastry in the dead of the night. Yet even he was not insensible to the stings of conscience, for he never went to sleep without being heard to mutter, "Too much pepper," which was eventually the cause of his being brought to justice. I had no sooner disposed of this criminal than there started up another of the same period, whose profession was originally housebreaking, in the pursuit of which art he had had his right ear chopped off one night as he was burglariously getting in at a window, by a brave and lovely servant-maid, whom the aquiline-nosed woman, though not at all answering the description, always mysteriously implied to be herself. After several years, this brave and lovely servant-maid was married to the landlord of a country inn, which landlord had this remarkable characteristic, that he always wore a silk nightcap, and never would on any consideration take it off. At last, one night when he was fast asleep, the brave and lovely woman lifted up his silk nightcap on the right side, and found that he had no ear there; upon which she sagaciously perceived that he was the clipped housebreaker, who had married her with the intention of putting her to death. She immediately heated the poker, and terminated his career, for which she was taken to King George upon his throne, and received the compliments of royalty on her great discretion and valour. This same narrator, who had a ghoulish pleasure, I have long been persuaded, in terrifying me to the utmost confines of my reason, had another authentic anecdote within her own experience, founded, I now believe, upon Raymond and Agnes, or the Bleeding Nun. She said it happened to her brother-in-law, who was immensely rich, which my father was not, and immensely tall, which my father was not. It was always a point with this ghoul to present my clearest relations and friends to my youthful mind under circumstances of disparaging contrast. The brother-in-law was riding once through a forest on a magnificent horse (we had no magnificent horse at our house), attended by a favourite and valuable Newfoundland dog (we had no dog), when he found himself benighted, and came to an inn. A dark woman opened the door, and he asked her if he could have a bed there. She answered yes, and put his horse in the stable, and took him into a room where there were two dark men. While he was at supper, a parrot in the room began to talk, saying, "Blood! Blood! Wipe up the blood!" Upon which one of the dark men wrung the parrot's neck, and said he was fond of roasted parrots, and he meant to have this one for breakfast in the morning. After eating and drinking heartily, the immensely rich, tall brother-in-law went up to bed, but he was rather vexed because they had shut his dog in the stable, saying that they never allowed dogs in the house. He sat very quiet for more than an hour, thinking and thinking, when, just as his candle was burning out, he heard a scratch at the door. He opened the door, and there was the Newfoundland dog. The dog came softly in, smelt about him, went straight to some straw in the corner which the dark men had said covered apples, and disclosed 2 sheets steeped in blood. Just at that moment the candle went out, and the brother-in-law, looking through a chink in the door, saw the two dark men stealing upstairs, one armed with a dagger that long, about 5 feet, the other carrying a chopper, a sack, and a spade. Having no remembrance of the close of this adventure, I suppose my faculties to have been always so frozen with terror at this stage of it, that the power of listening stagnated within me for some quarter of an hour. These barbarous stories carried me, sitting there on the holly tree hearth, to the roadside inn, renowned in my time in a 6-penny book with a folding plate, representing in a central compartment of oval form the portrait of Jonathan Bradford, and in 4 corner compartments 4 incidents of the tragedy with which the name is associated, coloured with a hand at once so free and economical that the bloom of Jonathan's complexion passed without any pause into the breeches of the ostler, and, smearing itself off into the next division, became rum in a bottle. Then I remembered how the landlord was found at the murdered traveller's bedside, with his own knife at his feet and blood upon his hand; how he was hanged for the murder, notwithstanding his protestation that he had indeed come there to kill the traveller for his saddle-bags, but had been stricken motionless on finding him already slain, and how the ostler years afterwards owned the deed. By this time I had made myself quite uncomfortable. I stirred the fire, and stood with my back to it as long as I could bear the heat, looking up at the darkness beyond the screen, and at the wormy curtains creeping in and creeping out, like the worms in the ballad of Alonzo the Brave and the fair Imogene. There was an inn in the cathedral town where I went to school, which had pleasanter recollections about it than any of these. I took it next. It was the inn where friends used to put up, and where we used to go to see parents, and to have salmon and fowls, and be tipped. It had an ecclesiastical sign, the Mitre, and a bar that seemed to be the next best thing to a bishopric, it was so snug. I loved the landlord's youngest daughter to distraction. But let that pass. It was in this inn that I was cried over by my rosy little sister, because I had acquired a black eye in a fight. And though she had been, that holly tree night, for many a long year where all tears are dried, the Mitre softened me yet. "To be continued to-morrow," said I, when I took my candle to go to bed. But my bed took it upon itself to continue the train of thought that night. It carried me away like the enchanted carpet to a distant place, though still in England, and there, alighting from a stage-coach at another inn in the snow, as I had actually done some years before, I repeated in my sleep a curious experience I had really had there. More than a year before I made the journey in the course of which I put up at that inn, I had lost a very near and dear friend by death. Every night since, at home or away from home, I had dreamed of that friend, sometimes as still living, sometimes as returning from the world of shadows to comfort me, always as being beautiful, placid, and happy, never in association with any approach to fear or distress. It was at a lonely inn in a wide moorland place that I halted to pass the night. When I had looked from my bedroom window over the waste of snow on which the moon was shining, I sat down by my fire to write a letter. I had always, until that hour, kept it within my own breast that I dreamed every night of the dear lost one. But in the letter that I wrote I recorded the circumstance, and added that I felt much interested in proving whether the subject of my dream would still be faithful to me, travel-tired and in that remote place. No, I lost the beloved figure of my vision in parting with the secret. My sleep has never looked upon it since, in 16 years, but once. I was in Italy, and awoke, or seemed to awake, the well-remembered voice distinctly in my ears, conversing with it. I entreated it, as it rose above my bed and soared up to the vaulted roof of the old room, to answer me a question I had asked touching the future life. My hands were still outstretched towards it as it vanished, when I heard a bell ringing by the garden wall, and a voice in the deep stillness of the night calling on all good Christians to pray for the souls of the dead, it being All Souls' Eve. To return to the Holly Tree. When I awoke next day, it was freezing hard, and the lowering sky threatened more snow. My breakfast cleared away, I drew my chair into its former place, and, with the fire getting so much the better of the landscape that I sat in twilight, resumed my inn-remembrances. That was a good inn down in Wiltshire, where I put up once, in the days of the hard Wiltshire ale, and before all beer was bitterness. It was on the skirts of Salisbury Plain, and the midnight wind that rattled my lattice window came moaning at me from Stonehenge. There was a hanger-on at that establishment, a supernaturally preserved Druid I believe him to have been, and to be still, with long white hair and a flinty blue eye always looking afar off, who claimed to have been a shepherd, and who seemed to be ever watching for the reappearance, on the verge of the horizon, of some ghostly flock of sheep that had been mutton for many ages. He was a man with a weird belief in him that no one could count the stones of Stonehenge twice and make the same number of them. Likewise that any one who counted them 3 times 9 times, and then stood in the centre and said, "I dare," would behold a tremendous apparition and be stricken dead. He pretended to have seen a bustard (I suspect him to have been familiar with the dodo) in manner following. He was out upon the plain at the close of a late autumn day, when he dimly discerned, going on before him at a curious fitfully bounding pace, what he at first supposed to be a gig umbrella that had been blown from some conveyance, but what he presently believed to be a lean dwarf man upon a little pony. Having followed this object for some distance without gaining on it, and having called to it many times without receiving any answer, he pursued it for miles and miles, when at length coming up with it, he discovered it to be the last bustard in Great Britain, degenerated into a wingless state and running along the ground. Resolved to capture him or perish in the attempt, he closed with the bustard, but the bustard, who had formed a counter-resolution that he should do neither, threw him, stunned him, and was last seen making off due west. This weird man, at that stage of metempsychosis, may have been a sleep-walker, or an enthusiast, or a robber, but I awoke one night to find him in the dark at my bedside, repeating the Athanasian Creed in a terrific voice. I paid my bill next day, and retired from the county with all possible precipitation. That was not a commonplace story which worked itself out at a little inn in Switzerland, while I was staying there. It was a very homely place, in a village of one narrow zigzag street, among mountains, and you went in at the main door through the cow-house, and among the mules and the dogs and the fowls, before ascending a great bare staircase to the rooms, which were all of unpainted wood, without plastering or papering, like rough packing-cases. Outside there was nothing but the straggling street, a little toy church with a copper-coloured steeple, a pine forest, a torrent, mists, and mountain-sides. A young man belonging to this inn had disappeared 8 weeks before, it was winter-time, and was supposed to have had some undiscovered love affair and to have gone for a soldier. He had got up in the night and dropped into the village street from the loft in which he slept with another man, and he had done it so quietly that his companion and fellow labourer had heard no movement when he was awakened in the morning and they said, "Louis, where is Henri?" They looked for him high and low in vain, and gave him up. Now, outside this inn there stood, as there stood outside every dwelling in the village, a stack of firewood, but the stack belonging to the inn was higher than any of the rest, because the inn was the richest house and burnt the most fuel. It began to be noticed, while they were looking high and low, that a bantam cock, part of the livestock of the inn, put himself wonderfully out of his way to get to the top of this woodstack, and that he would stay there for hours and hours, crowing, until he appeared in danger of splitting himself. 5 weeks went on, 6 weeks, and still this terrible bantam, neglecting his domestic affairs, was always on the top of the woodstack, crowing the very eyes out of his head. By this time it was perceived that Louis had become inspired with a violent animosity towards the terrible bantam, and one morning he was seen by a woman, who sat nursing her goitre at a little window in a gleam of sun, to catch up a rough billet of wood with a great oath, hurl it at the terrible bantam crowing on the woodstack, and bring him down dead. Hereupon the woman, with a sudden light in her mind, stole round to the back of the woodstack, and being a good climber, as all those women are, climbed up, and soon was seen upon the summit, screaming, looking down the hollow within, and crying, "Seize Louis the murderer! Ring the church bell! Here is the body!" I saw the murderer that day, and I saw him as I sat by my fire at the Holly Tree Inn, and I see him now lying shackled with cords on the stable litter, among the mild eyes and the smoking breath of the cows, waiting to be taken away by the police and stared at by the fearful village. A heavy animal, the dullest animal in the stables, with a stupid head and a lumpish face, devoid of any trace of sensibility, who had been, within the knowledge of the murdered youth, an embezzler of certain small moneys belonging to his master, and who had taken this hopeful mode of putting a possible accuser out of his way. All of which he confessed next day, like a sulky wretch who couldn't be troubled any more now that they had got hold of him and meant to make an end of him. I saw him once again on the day of my departure from the inn. In that canton the headsman still does his office with a sword, and I came upon this murderer sitting bound to a chair with his eyes bandaged, on a scaffold in a little market-place. In that instant a great sword, loaded with quicksilver in the thick part of the blade, swept round him like a gust of wind or fire, and there was no such creature in the world. My wonder was, not that he was so suddenly dispatched, but that any head was left unreaped within a radius of 50 yards of that tremendous sickle. That was a good inn, too, with the kind, cheerful landlady and the honest landlord, where I lived in the shadow of Mont Blanc, and where one of the apartments has a zoological papering on the walls, not so accurately joined but that the elephant occasionally rejoices in a tiger's hind legs and tail, while the lion puts on a trunk and tusks, and the bear, moulting as it were, appears as to portions of himself like a leopard. I made several American friends at that inn, who all called Mont Blanc Mount Blank, except one good-humoured gentleman of a very sociable nature, who became on such intimate terms with it that he spoke of it familiarly as Blank, observing at breakfast, "Blank looks pretty tall this morning," or considerably doubting in the courtyard in the evening whether there warn't some go-ahead naders in our country, sir, that would make out the top of Blank in a couple of hours from first start now. Once I passed a fortnight at an inn in the north of England, where I was haunted by the ghost of a tremendous pie. It was a Yorkshire pie, like a fort, an abandoned fort with nothing in it. But the waiter had a fixed idea that it was a point of ceremony at every meal to put the pie on the table. After some days I tried to hint, in several delicate ways, that I considered the pie done with, as, for example, by emptying fag ends of glasses of wine into it, putting cheese plates and spoons into it, as into a basket, putting wine bottles into it, as into a cooler, but always in vain, the pie being invariably cleaned out again and brought up as before. At last, beginning to be doubtful whether I was not the victim of a spectral illusion, and whether my health and spirits might not sink under the horrors of an imaginary pie, I cut a triangle out of it, fully as large as the musical instrument of that name in a powerful orchestra. Human provision could not have foreseen the result, but the waiter mended the pie. With some effectual species of cement he adroitly fitted the triangle in again, and I paid my reckoning and fled. The holly tree was getting rather dismal. I made an overland expedition beyond the screen, and penetrated as far as the fourth window. Here I was driven back by stress of weather. Arrived at my winter quarters once more, I made up the fire, and took another inn. It was in the remotest part of Cornwall. A great annual miners' feast was being holden at the inn, when I and my travelling companions presented ourselves at night among the wild crowd that were dancing before it by torchlight. We had had a breakdown in the dark on a stony morass some miles away, and I had the honour of leading one of the unharnessed post-horses. If any lady or gentleman, on perusal of the present lines, will take any very tall post-horse, with his traces hanging about his legs, and will conduct him by the bearing-rein into the heart of a country dance of 150 couples, that lady or gentleman will then, and only then, form an adequate idea of the extent to which that post-horse will tread on his conductor's toes, over and above which the post-horse, finding 300 people whirling about him, will probably rear and also lash out with his hind legs in a manner incompatible with dignity or self-respect on his conductor's part. With such little drawbacks on my usually impressive aspect, I appeared at this Cornish inn, to the unutterable wonder of the Cornish miners. It was full, and 20 times full, and nobody could be received but the post-horse, though to get rid of that noble animal was something. While my fellow travellers and I were discussing how to pass the night, and so much of the next day as must intervene before the jovial blacksmith and the jovial wheelwright would be in a condition to go out on the morass and mend the coach, an honest man stepped forth from the crowd, and proposed his unlet floor of 2 rooms, with supper of eggs and bacon, ale and punch. We joyfully accompanied him home to the strangest of clean houses, where we were well entertained to the satisfaction of all parties. But the novel feature of the entertainment was, that our host was a chair-maker, and that the chairs assigned to us were mere frames, altogether without bottoms of any sort, so that we passed the evening on perches. Nor was this the absurdest consequence, for when we unbent at supper, and any one of us gave way to laughter, he forgot the peculiarity of his position and instantly disappeared. I myself, doubled up into an attitude from which self-extrication was impossible, was taken out of my frame like a clown in a comic pantomime who has tumbled into a tub, 5 times by the taper's light during the eggs and bacon. The holly tree was fast reviving within me a sense of loneliness. I began to feel conscious that my subject would never carry on until I was dug out. I might be a week here, weeks. There was a story with a singular idea in it, connected with an inn I once passed a night at in a picturesque old town on the Welsh border. In a large double-bedded room of this inn there had been a suicide committed by poison in one bed, while a tired traveller slept unconscious in the other. After that time the suicide bed was never used, but the other constantly was, the disused bedstead remaining in the room empty, though as to all other respects in its old state. The story ran that whoever slept in this room, though never so entire a stranger, from never so far off, was invariably observed to come down in the morning with an impression that he smelt laudanum, and that his mind always turned upon the subject of suicide, to which, whatever kind of man he might be, he was certain to make some reference if he conversed with any one. This went on for years, until it at length induced the landlord to take the disused bedstead down and bodily burn it, bed, hangings, and all. The strange influence, this was the story, now changed to a fainter one, but never changed afterwards. The occupant of that room, with occasional but very rare exceptions, would come down in the morning trying to recall a forgotten dream he had had in the night. The landlord, on his mentioning his perplexity, would suggest various commonplace subjects, not one of which, as he very well knew, was the true subject. But the moment the landlord suggested poison, the traveller started and cried, "Yes!" He never failed to accept that suggestion, and he never recalled any more of the dream. This reminiscence brought the Welsh inns in general before me, with the women in their round hats, and the harpers with their white beards, venerable but humbugs, I am afraid, playing outside the door while I took my dinner. The transition was natural to the Highland inns, with the oatmeal bannocks, the honey, the venison steaks, the trout from the loch, the whisky, and perhaps, having the materials so temptingly at hand, the Athol brose. Once was I coming south from the Scottish Highlands in hot haste, hoping to change quickly at the station at the bottom of a certain wild historical glen, when these eyes did with mortification see the landlord come out with a telescope and sweep the whole prospect for the horses, which horses were away picking up their own living, and did not heave in sight under 4 hours. Having thought of the loch trout, I was taken by quick association to the anglers' inns of England. I have assisted at innumerable feats of angling by lying in the bottom of the boat whole summer days, doing nothing with the greatest perseverance, which I have generally found to be as effectual towards the taking of fish as the finest tackle and the utmost science. And to the pleasant white, clean, flower-pot decorated bedrooms of those inns overlooking the river, and the ferry, and the Green 8, and the church spire, and the country bridge, and to the peerless Emma with the bright eyes and the pretty smile, who waited, bless her, with a natural grace that would have converted Bluebeard. Casting my eyes upon my holly-tree fire, I next discerned among the glowing coals the pictures of a score or more of those wonderful English posting inns, which we are all so sorry to have lost, which were so large and so comfortable, and which were such monuments of British submission to rapacity and extortion. He who would see these houses pining away, let him walk from Basingstoke, or even Windsor, to London by way of Hounslow, and moralise on their perishing remains, the stables crumbling to dust, unsettled labourers and wanderers bivouacking in the outhouses, grass growing in the yards, the rooms where erst so many 100 beds of down were made up, let off to Irish lodgers at 18d. a week. A little ill-looking beer-shop shrinking in the tap of former days, burning coach-house gates for firewood, having one of its 2 windows bunged up as if it had received punishment in a fight with the railroad. A low, bandy-legged, brick-making bulldog standing in the doorway. What could I next see in my fire so naturally as the new railway house of these times near the dismal country station, with nothing particular on draught but cold air and damp, nothing worth mentioning in the larder but new mortar, and no business doing beyond a conceited affectation of luggage in the hall. Then I came to the inns of Paris, with the pretty apartment of 4 pieces, up 175 waxed stairs, the privilege of ringing the bell all day long without influencing anybody's mind or body but your own, and the not too much for dinner, considering the price. Next to the provincial inns of France, with the great church tower rising above the courtyard, the horse bells jingling merrily up and down the street beyond, and the clocks of all descriptions in all the rooms, which are never right, unless taken at the precise minute when, by getting exactly 12 hours too fast or too slow, they unintentionally become so. Away I went next to the lesser roadside inns of Italy, where all the dirty clothes in the house, not in wear, are always lying in your ante-room, where the mosquitoes make a raisin pudding of your face in summer, and the cold bites it blue in winter, where you get what you can and forget what you can't, where I should again like to be boiling my tea in a pocket-handkerchief dumpling for want of a teapot. So to the old palace inns and old monastery inns in towns and cities of the same bright country, with their massive quadrangular staircases, whence you may look from among clustering pillars high into the blue vault of heaven, with their stately banqueting rooms and vast refectories, with their labyrinths of ghostly bedchambers, and their glimpses into gorgeous streets that have no appearance of reality or possibility. So to the close little inns of the malaria districts, with their pale attendants, and their peculiar smell of never letting in the air. So to the immense, fantastic inns of Venice, with the cry of the gondolier below as he skims the corner, the grip of the watery odours on one particular little bit of the bridge of your nose, which is never released while you stay there, and the great bell of St. Mark's Cathedral tolling midnight. Next I put up for a minute at the restless inns upon the Rhine, where your going to bed, no matter at what hour, appears to be the tocsin for everybody else's getting up, and where in the table d'hôte room at the end of the long table, with several towers of Babel on it at the other end, all made of white plates, one knot of stoutish men, entirely dressed in jewels and dirt, and having nothing else upon them, will remain all night, clinking glasses, and singing about the river that flows and the grape that grows, and Rhine wine that beguiles, and Rhine woman that smiles, and hi, drink, drink, my friend, and ho, drink, drink, my brother, and all the rest of it. I departed thence, as a matter of course, to other German inns, where all the eatables are sodden down to the same flavour, and where the mind is disturbed by the apparition of hot puddings and boiled cherries, sweet and slab, at awfully unexpected periods of the repast. After a draught of sparkling beer from a foaming glass jug, and a glance of recognition through the windows of the student beer-houses at Heidelberg and elsewhere, I put out to sea for the inns of America, with their 400 beds apiece, and their 800 or 900 ladies and gentlemen at dinner every day. Again I stood in the bar-rooms thereof, taking my evening cobbler, julep, sling, or cocktail. Again I listened to my friend the General, whom I had known for 5 minutes, in the course of which period he had made me intimate for life with 2 majors, who again had made me intimate for life with 3 colonels, who again had made me brother to 22 civilians. Again, I say, I listened to my friend the General, leisurely expounding the resources of the establishment, as to gentlemen's morning room, sir, ladies' morning room, sir, gentlemen's evening room, sir, ladies' evening room, sir, ladies' and gentlemen's evening reuniting room, sir, music room, sir, reading room, sir, over 400 sleeping rooms, sir, and the entire planned and finited within 12 calendar months from the first clearing off of the old encumbrances on the plot, at a cost of $500,000, sir. Again I found, as to my individual way of thinking, that the greater, the more gorgeous, and the more dolorous the establishment was, the less desirable it was. Nevertheless, again I drank my cobbler, julep, sling, or cocktail in all good will to my friend the General, and my friends the Majors, Colonels, and Civilians all, full well knowing that whatever little motes my beamy eyes may have descried in theirs, they belong to a kind, generous, large-hearted, and great people. I had been going on lately at a quick pace to keep my solitude out of my mind, but here I broke down for good, and gave up the subject. What was I to do? What was to become of me? Into what extremity was I submissively to sink? Supposing that, like Baron Trenck, I looked out for a mouse or spider, and found one, and beguiled my imprisonment by training it. Even that might be dangerous with a view to the future. I might be so far gone when the road did come to be cut through the snow, that on my way forth I might burst into tears, and beseech, like the prisoner who was released in his old age from the Bastille, to be taken back again to the 5 windows, the 10 curtains, and the sinuous drapery. A desperate idea came into my head. Under any other circumstances I should have rejected it, but in the strait at which I was, I held it fast. Could I so far overcome the inherent bashfulness which withheld me from the landlord's table and the company I might find there, as to call up the Boots, and ask him to take a chair and something in a liquid form, and talk to me? I could, I would, I did. End of The Holly Tree, First Branch, Myself, by Charles Dickens. The Holly Tree, Second Branch, The Boots. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 1. The Holly Tree, Second Branch, The Boots, by Charles Dickens. Where had he been in his time? He repeated, when I asked him the question. Lord, he had been everywhere. And what had he been? Bless you, he had been everything you could mention, almost. Seen a good deal? Why, of course he had. I should say so, he could assure me, if I only knew about a 20th part of what had come in his way. Why, it would be easier for him, he expected, to tell what he hadn't seen than what he had. Ah, a deal it would. What was the curiousest thing he had seen? Well, he didn't know. He couldn't momently name what was the curiousest thing he had seen, unless it was a unicorn, and he see him once at a fair. But supposing a young gentleman not 8-year-old was to run away with a fine young woman of 7, might I think that a queer start? Certainly. Then that was a start as he himself had had his blessed eyes on, and he had cleaned the shoes they run away in, and they was so little that he couldn't get his hand into 'em. Master Harry Warmer's father, you see, he lived at the Elmses, down away by Shooter's Hill there, 6 or 7 miles from Lunnon. He was a gentleman of spirit, and good looking, and held his head up when he walked, and had what you may call fire about him. He wrote poetry, and he rode, and he ran, and he cricketed, and he danced, and he acted, and he done it all equally beautiful. He was uncommon proud of Master Harry, as was his only child, but he didn't spoil him neither. He was a gentleman that had a will of his own, and a eye of his own, and that would be minded. Consequently, though he made quite a companion of the fine bright boy, and was delighted to see him so fond of reading his fairy books, and was never tired of hearing him say, "My name is Norval," or hearing him sing his songs about young May moons, his beaming love, and when he as adores thee has left but the name, and that. Still he kept the command over the child, and the child was a child, and it's to be wished more of 'em was. How did Boots happen to know all this? Why, through being under gardener. Of course he couldn't be under gardener and be always about in the summer time near the windows on the lawn, a-mowing and sweeping and weeding and pruning and this and that, without getting acquainted with the ways of the family. Even supposing Master Harry hadn't come to him one morning early, and said, "Cobbs, how should you spell Norah, if you was asked?" and then began cutting it in print all over the fence. He couldn't say he had taken particular notice of children before that, but really it was pretty to see them two mites a-going about the place together, deep in love. And the courage of the boy! Bless your soul, he'd have throwed off his little hat and tucked up his little sleeves and gone in at a lion, he would, if they had happened to meet one and she had been frightened of him. One day he stops along with her where Boots was hoeing weeds in the gravel, and says, speaking up, "Cobbs," he says, "I like you." "Do you, sir? I'm proud to hear it." "Yes, I do, Cobbs. Why do I like you, do you think, Cobbs?" "Don't know, Master Harry, I'm sure." "Because Norah likes you, Cobbs." "Indeed, sir, that's very gratifying." "Gratifying, Cobbs! It's better than millions of the brightest diamonds to be liked by Norah." "Certainly, sir." "You're going away, ain't you, Cobbs?" "Yes, sir." "Would you like another situation, Cobbs?" "Well, sir, I shouldn't object if it was a good inn." "Then, Cobbs," says he, "you shall be our head gardener when we are married." And he tucks her in her little sky-blue mantle under his arm, and walks away. Boots could assure me that it was better than a picter and equal to a play to see them babies with their long bright curling hair, their sparkling eyes, and their beautiful light tread, a-rambling about the garden deep in love. Boots was of opinion that the birds believed they was birds, and kept up with 'em, singing to please 'em. Sometimes they would creep under the tulip tree, and would sit there with their arms round one another's necks, and their soft cheeks touching, a-reading about the Prince and the Dragon, and the good and bad enchanters, and the King's fair daughter. Sometimes he would hear them planning about having a house in a forest, keeping bees and a cow, and living entirely on milk and honey. Once he came upon them by the pond, and heard Master Harry say, "Adorable Norah, kiss me, and say you love me to distraction, or I'll jump in head foremost." And Boots made no question he would have done it if she hadn't complied. On the whole, Boots said it had a tendency to make him feel as if he was in love himself, only he didn't exactly know who with. "Cobbs," said Master Harry one evening when Cobbs was watering the flowers, "I'm going on a visit this present Midsummer to my grandmamma's at York." "Are you indeed, sir? I hope you'll have a pleasant time. I am going into Yorkshire myself when I leave here." "Are you going to your grandmamma's, Cobbs?" "No, sir, I haven't got such a thing." "Not as a grandmamma, Cobbs?" "No, sir." The boy looked on at the watering of the flowers for a little while, and then said, "I shall be very glad indeed to go, Cobbs. Norah's going." "You'll be all right then, sir," says Cobbs, "with your beautiful sweetheart by your side." "Cobbs," returned the boy, flushing, "I never let anybody joke about it when I can prevent them." "It wasn't a joke, sir," says Cobbs, with humility. "Wasn't so meant." "I am glad of that, Cobbs, because I like you, you know, and you're going to live with us. Cobbs." "Sir?" "What do you think my grandmamma gives me when I go down there?" "I couldn't so much as make a guess, sir." "A Bank of England £5 note, Cobbs." "Whew!" says Cobbs. "That's a spanking sum of money, Master Harry." A person could do a good deal with such a sum of money as that, couldn't a person, Cobbs?"
"I believe you, sir."
"Cobbs," said the boy, "I'll tell you a secret. At Nora's house they have been joking her about me, and pretending to laugh at our being engaged. Pretending to make game of it, Cobbs."
"Such, sir," says Cobbs, "is the depravity of human nature."
The boy, looking exactly like his father, stood for a few minutes with his glowing face towards the sunset, and then departed with, "Good night, Cobbs. I'm going in." If I was to ask Boots how it happened that he was a-going to leave that place just at that present time, well, he couldn't rightly answer me. He did suppose he might have stayed there till now if he had been anyways inclined. But, you see, he was younger then, and he wanted change. That's what he wanted, change. Mr. Walmers, he said to him when he gave him notice of his intentions to leave,
"Cobbs," he says, "have you anything to complain of? I make the inquiry because if I find that any of my people really has anything to complain of, I wish to make it right if I can." "No, sir," says Cobbs, "thanking you, sir. I find myself as well situated here as I could hope to be anywheres. The truth is, sir, that I'm a-going to seek my fortune." "Oh, indeed, Cobbs," he says,
"I hope you may find it." And Boots could assure me, which he did, touching his hair with his boot-jack as a salute in the way of his present calling, that he hadn't found it yet.
"Well, sir, Boots left the Elmses when his time was up, and Master Harry he went down to the old lady's at York, which old lady would have given that child the teeth out of her head if she had had any, she was so wrapped up in him. What does that infant do? For infant you may call him and be within the mark, but cut away from that old lady's with his Norah on a expedition to go to Gretna Green and be married. Sir, Boots was at this identical Holly Tree Inn, having left it several times since to better himself, but always come back through one thing or another, when one summer afternoon the coach drives up, and out of the coach gets them two children. The guard says to our governor, "I don't quite make out these little passengers, but the young gentleman's words was that they was to be brought here." The young gentleman gets out, hands his lady out, gives the guard something for himself, says to our governor,
"We're to stop here to-night, please. Sitting room and 2 bedrooms will be required. Chops and cherry pudding for 2.
And tucks her in her sky-blue mantle under his arm, and walks into the house, much bolder than brass.
Boots leaves me to judge what the amazement of that establishment was when these 2 tiny creatures, all alone by themselves, was marched into the Angel. Much more so when he, who had seen them without their seeing him, give the governor his views of the expedition they was upon.
"Cobbs," says the governor, "if this is so, I must set off myself to York and quiet their friends' minds. In which case you must keep your eye upon 'em and humour 'em till I come back. But before I take these measures, Cobbs, I should wish you to find from themselves whether your opinion is correct." "Sir, to you," says Cobbs, "that shall be done directly."
So Boots goes upstairs to the Angel, and there he finds Master Harry on a enormous sofa, immense at any time, but looking like the great bed of Ware compared with him, a-drying the eyes of Miss Norah with his pocket-handkercher. Their little legs was entirely off the ground, of course, and it really is not possible for Boots to express to me how small them children looked.
"It's Cobbs! It's Cobbs!"
cries Master Harry, and comes running to him and catching hold of his hand. Miss Norah comes running to him on t'other side and catching hold of his t'other hand, and they both jump for joy.
"I see you are getting out, sir," says Cobbs. "I thought it was you. I thought I couldn't be mistaken in your height and figure. What's the object of your journey, sir? Matrimonial?"
"We are going to be married, Cobbs, at Gretna Green," returned the boy. "We have run away on purpose. Nora has been in rather low spirits, Cobbs, but she'll be happy now we have found you to be our friend."
"Thank you, sir, and thank you, miss," says Cobbs, "for your good opinion. Did you bring any luggage with you, sir?"
If I will believe Boots when he gives me his word and honour upon it, the lady had got a parasol, a smelling bottle, a round and a half of cold buttered toast, 8 peppermint drops, and a hair-brush, seemingly a doll's. The gentleman had got about 6 yards of string, a knife, 3 or 4 sheets of writing paper folded up surprising small, a orange, and a Chaney mug with his name upon it.
"What may be the exact nature of your plans, sir?" says Cobbs.
"To go on," replied the boy, which the courage of that boy was something wonderful, "in the morning, and be married to-morrow."
"Just so, sir," says Cobbs. "Would it meet your views, sir, if I was to accompany you?"
When Cobbs said this, they both jumped for joy again, and cried out, "Oh, yes, yes, Cobbs, yes!"
"Well, sir," says Cobbs, "if you will excuse my having the freedom to give an opinion, what I should recommend would be this. I'm acquainted with a pony, sir, which, put in a phaeton that I could borrow, would take you and Mrs. Harry Walmers, Junior, myself driving, if you approved, to the end of your journey in a very short space of time. I am not altogether sure, sir, that this pony will be at liberty to-morrow, but even if you had to wait over to-morrow for him, it might be worth your while. As to the small account here, sir, in case you was to find yourself running at all short, that don't signify, because I'm a part proprietor of this inn, and it could stand over."
Boots assures me that when they clapped their hands and jumped for joy again, and called him "Good Cobbs," and "Dear Cobbs," and bent across him to kiss one another in the delight of their confiding hearts, he felt himself the meanest rascal for deceiving 'em that ever was born.
"Is there anything you want just at present, sir?"
says Cobbs, mortally ashamed of himself.
"We should like some cakes after dinner,"
answered Master Harry, folding his arms, putting out one leg, and looking straight at him,
"and 2 apples, and jam. With dinner we should like to have toast and water, but Nora has always been accustomed to half a glass of currant wine at dessert, and so have I."
"It shall be ordered at the bar, sir,"
says Cobbs, and away he went. Boots has the feeling as fresh upon him at this minute of speaking as he had then, that he would far rather have had it out in 6 rounds with the governor than have combined with him, and that he wished with all his heart there was any impossible place where those 2 babies could make an impossible marriage, and live impossibly happy ever afterwards. However, as it couldn't be, he went into the governor's plans, and the governor set off for York in half an hour. The way in which the women of that house, without exception, every one of 'em, married and single, took to that boy when they heard the story, Boots considers surprising. It was as much as he could do to keep 'em from dashing into the room and kissing him.
They climbed up all sorts of places at the risk of their lives to look at him through a pane of glass. They was 7 deep at the keyhole. They was out of their minds about him and his bold spirit.
In the evening Boots went into the room to see how the runaway couple was getting on. The gentleman was on the window-seat supporting the lady in his arms. She had tears upon her face, and was lying very tired and half asleep, with her head upon his shoulder.
"Mrs. Harry Walmers, Junior, fatigued, sir?" says Cobbs.
"Yes, she is tired, Cobbs, but she is not used to be away from home, and she has been in low spirits again. Cobbs, do you think you could bring a biffin, please?"
"I ask your pardon, sir," says Cobbs. "What was it you—"
"I think a Norfolk biffin would rouse her, Cobbs. She is very fond of them."
Boots withdrew in search of the required restorative, and when he brought it in, the gentleman handed it to the lady and fed her with a spoon, and took a little himself, the lady being heavy with sleep and rather cross.
"What should you think, sir," says Cobbs, of a chamber candlestick." The gentleman approved. The chambermaid went first up the great staircase. The lady in her sky-blue mantle followed, gallantly escorted by the gentleman. The gentleman embraced her at her door, and retired to his own apartment, where Boots softly locked him up. Boots couldn't but feel with increased acuteness what a base deceiver he was, when they consulted him at breakfast (they had ordered sweet milk and water and toast and currant jelly overnight) about the pony. It really was as much as he could do, he don't mind confessing to me, to look them two young things in the face, and think what a wicked old father of lies he had grown up to be. Howsomever, he went on a-lying like a Trojan about the pony. He told 'em that it did so unfortunately happen that the pony was half clipped, you see, and that he couldn't be taken out in that state for fear it should strike to his inside, but that he'd be finished clipping in the course of the day, and that to-morrow morning at 8 o'clock the phaeton would be ready. Boots's view of the whole case, looking back on it in my room, is that Mrs. Harry Walmers, Junior, was beginning to give in. She hadn't had her hair curled when she went to bed, and she didn't seem quite up to brushing it herself, and its getting in her eyes put her out. But nothing put out Master Harry. He sat behind his breakfast cup, a-tearing away at the jelly as if he had been his own father. After breakfast, Boots is inclined to consider that they drawed soldiers. At least he knows that many such were found in the fireplace, all on horseback. In the course of the morning, Master Harry rang the bell. It was surprising how that there boy did carry on, and said in a sprightly way,
"Cobbs, is there any good walks in this neighbourhood?"
"Yes, sir," says Cobbs. "There's Love Lane."
"Get out with you, Cobbs."
That was that there boy's expression.
"You're joking."
"Begging your pardon, sir," says Cobbs, "there really is Love Lane. And a pleasant walk it is, and proud shall I be to show it to yourself and Mrs. Harry Walmers, Junior."
"Norah, dear," said Master Harry, "this is curious. We really ought to see Love Lane. Put on your bonnet, my sweetest darling, and we will go there with Cobbs." Boots leaves me to judge what a beast he felt himself to be, when that young pair told him, as they all three jogged along together, that they had made up their minds to give him 2,000 guineas a year as head gardener, on accounts of his being so true a friend to 'em. Boots could have wished at the moment that the earth would have opened and swallowed him up, he felt so mean, with their beaming eyes a-looking at him and believing him. Well, sir, he turned the conversation as well as he could, and he took 'em down Love Lane to the water meadows, and there Master Harry would have drowned himself in half a moment more a getting out a water lily for her, but nothing daunted that boy. Well, sir, they was tired out. All being so new and strange to 'em, they was tired as tired could be, and they laid down on a bank of daisies like the children in the wood, leastways meadows, and fell asleep. Boots don't know, perhaps I do, but never mind, it don't signify either way, why it made a man fit to make a fool of himself, to see them two pretty babies a-lying there in the clear still sunny day, not dreaming half so hard when they was asleep as they done when they was awake. But, Lord, when you come to think of yourself, you know, and what a game you've been up to ever since you was in your own cradle, and what a poor sort of a chap you are, and how it's always either yesterday with you, or else to-morrow, and never to-day, that's where it is. Well, sir, they woke up at last, and then one thing was getting pretty clear to Boots, namely that Mrs. Harry Walmers' Junior's temper was on the move. When Master Harry took her round the waist, she said he teased her so, and when he says, "Norah, my young May Moon, your Harry tease you?"
she tells him,
"Yes, and I want to go home." A boiled fowl and baked bread and butter pudding brought Mrs. Walmers up a little, but Boots could have wished, he must privately own to me, to have seen her more sensible of the voice of love, and less abandoning of herself to currants.
However, Master Harry he kept up, and his noble heart was as fond as ever. Mrs. Warmers turned very sleepy about dusk, and began to cry. Therefore Mrs. Warmers went off to bed as per yesterday, and Master Harry ditto repeated.
About 11 or 12 at night comes back the governor in a chaise, along with Mr. Warmers and a elderly lady. Mr. Warmers looks amused and very serious both at once, and says to our missus, "We are much indebted to you, ma'am, for your kind care of our little children, which we can never sufficiently acknowledge. Pray, ma'am, where is my boy?" Our missus says,
Cobbs has the dear child in charge, sir. Cobbs, show 40.
Then he says to Cobbs, "Ah, Cobbs, I am glad to see you. I understood you was here." And Cobbs says, "Yes, sir. You're most obedient, sir."
I may be surprised to hear Boots say it, perhaps, but Boots assures me that his heart beat like a hammer going upstairs.
"I beg your pardon, sir," says he, while unlocking the door. "I hope you are not angry with Master Harry, for Master Harry is a fine boy, sir, and will do you credit and honour."
And Boots signifies to me that if the fine boy's father had contradicted him in the daring state of mind in which he then was, he thinks he should have fetched him a crack and taken the consequences. But Mr. Warmers only says, "No, Cobbs, no, my good fellow, thank you," and the door being opened, goes in. Boots goes in too, holding the light, and he sees Mr. Warmers go up to the bedside, bend gently down, and kiss the little sleeping face. Then he stands looking at it for a minute.
"Looking wonderfully like it. They do say he ran away with Mrs. Warmers."
And then he gently shakes the little shoulder.
"Harry, my dear boy, Harry."
Master Harry starts up and looks at him. Looks at Cobbs too. Such is the honour of that mite, that he looks at Cobbs to see whether he has brought him into trouble.
"I am not angry, my child. I only want you to dress yourself and come home."
Yes, Pa.
Master Harry dresses himself quickly. His breast begins to swell when he is nearly finished, and it swells more and more as he stands at last a-looking at his father standing a-looking at him, the quiet image of him.
"Please, may I—" The spirit of that little creature, and the way he kept his rising tears down.
"Please, dear Pa, may I kiss Norah before I go?"
"You may, my child."
So he takes Master Harry in his hand, and Boots leads the way with the candle, and they come to that other bedroom where the elderly lady is seated by the bed, and poor little Mrs. Harry Warmers, Junior, is fast asleep. There the father lifts the child up to the pillow, and he lays his little face down for an instant by the little warm face of poor unconscious little Mrs. Harry Warmers, Junior, and gently draws it to him. A sight so touching to the chambermaids who are peeping through the door that one of them calls out,
"It's a shame to part 'em."
But this chambermaid was always, as Boots informs me, a soft-hearted one.
Not that there was any harm in that girl. Far from it. Finally, Boots says, that's all about it. Mr. Warmers drove away in the chaise, having hold of Master Harry's hand. The elderly lady and Mrs. Harry Warmers, Junior, that was never to be, she married a captain long afterwards and died in India. Went off next day.
In conclusion, Boots put it to me whether I hold with him in two opinions. Firstly, that there are not many couples on their way to be married who are half as innocent of guile as those two children. Secondly, that it would be a jolly good thing for a great many couples on their way to be married if they could only be stopped in time and brought back separately. End of The Holly Tree, Second Branch, The Boots. The Holly Tree, Third Branch, The Bill. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 1. The Holly Tree Third Branch, The Bill, by Charles Dickens. I had been snowed up a whole week. The time had hung so lightly on my hands that I should have been in great doubt of the fact, but for a piece of documentary evidence that lay upon my table. The road had been dug out of the snow on the previous day, and the document in question was my bill. It testified emphatically to my having eaten and drunk and warmed myself and slept among the sheltering branches of the holly tree 7 days and nights. I had yesterday allowed the road 24 hours to improve itself, finding that I required that additional margin of time for the completion of my task. I had ordered my bill to be upon the table and a chaise to be at the door at 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. It was 8 o'clock tomorrow evening when I buckled up my travelling writing desk in its leather case, paid my bill, and got on my warm coats and wrappers. Of course, no time now remained for my travelling on to add a frozen tear to the icicles which were doubtless hanging plentifully about the farmhouse where I had first seen Angela. What I had to do was to get across to Liverpool by the shortest open road, there to meet my heavy baggage and embark. It was quite enough to do, and I had not an hour too much time to do it in. I had taken leave of all my Holly Tree friends, almost for the time being of my bashfulness too, and was standing for half a minute at the inn door, watching the ostler as he took another turn at the cord which tied my portmanteau on the chaise, when I saw lamps coming down towards the holly tree. The road was so padded with snow that no wheels were audible, but all of us who were standing at the inn door saw lamps coming on, and at a lively rate too, between the walls of snow that had been heaped up on either side of the track. The chambermaid instantly divined how the case stood, and called to the ostler, "Tom, this is a Gretna job." The ostler, knowing that her sex instinctively scented a marriage or anything in that direction, rushed up the yard, bawling, "Next 4 out!" and in a moment the whole establishment was thrown into commotion. I had a melancholy interest in seeing the happy man who loved and was beloved, and therefore, instead of driving off at once, I remained at the inn door when the fugitives drove up. A bright-eyed fellow, muffled in a mantle, jumped out so briskly that he almost overthrew me. He turned to apologise, and, by heaven, it was Edwin.
"Charley," said he, recoiling, "gracious powers, what do you do here?"
"Edwin," said I, recoiling,
"Gracious powers, what do you do here?"
I struck my forehead as I said it, and an insupportable blaze of light seemed to shoot before my eyes. He hurried me into the little parlour, always kept with a slow fire in it and no poker, where posting company waited while their horses were putting to, and shutting the door, said,
"Charley, forgive me."
"Edwin," I returned,
"Was this well? When I loved her so dearly? When I had garnered up my heart so long?"
I could say no more. He was shocked when he saw how moved I was, and made the cruel observation that he had not thought I should have taken it so much to heart. I looked at him. I reproached him no more, but I looked at him.
"My dear, dear Charley," said he, "don't think ill of me, I beseech you. I know you have a right to my utmost confidence, and believe me, you have ever had it until now. I abhor secrecy. Its meanness is intolerable to me, but I and my dear girl have observed it for your sake."
He and his dear girl! It steeled me.
"You have observed it for my sake, sir?"
said I, wondering how his frank face could face it out so.
"Yes, and Angela's," said he.
I found the room reeling round in an uncertain way like a labouring humming top.
explain yourself," said I, holding on by one hand to an armchair. "Dear old darling Charley," returned Edwin in his cordial manner, "consider. When you were going on so happily with Angela, why should I compromise you with the old gentleman by making you a party to our engagement, and, after he had declined my proposals, to our secret intention? Surely it was better that you should be able honourably to say, 'He never took counsel with me, never told me, never breathed a word of it.' If Angela suspected it, and showed me all the favour and support she could, God bless her for a precious creature and a priceless wife, I couldn't help that. Neither I nor Emmeline ever told her any more than we told you, and for the same good reason, Charley. Trust me, for the same good reason, and no other upon earth."
Emmeline was Angela's cousin, lived with her, had been brought up with her, was her father's ward, had property.
"Emmeline is in the chaise, my dear Edwin,"
said I, embracing him with the greatest affection.
"My good fellow," said he, "do you suppose I should be going to Gretna Green without her?"
I ran out with Edwin. I opened the chaise door. I took Emmeline in my arms. I folded her to my heart. She was wrapped in soft white fur, like the snowy landscape, but was warm and young and lovely. I put their leaders to with my own hands. I gave the boys a £5 note apiece. I cheered them as they drove away. I drove the other way myself, as hard as I could pelt. I never went to Liverpool. I never went to America. I went straight back to London, and I married Angela. I have never until this time, even to her, disclosed the secret of my character, and the mistrust and the mistaken journey into which it led me. When she and they, and our 8 children and their 7, I mean Edwin and Emmeline's, whose oldest girl is old enough now to wear white for herself, and to look very like her mother in it, come to read these pages, as of course they will, I shall hardly fail to be found out at last. Never mind. I can bear it. I began at the Holly Tree, by idle accident, to associate the Christmas time of year with human interest, and with some inquiry into, and some care for, the lives of those by whom I find myself surrounded. I hope that I am none the worse for it, and that no one, near me or afar off, is the worse for it. And I say, may the green holly tree flourish, striking its roots deep into our English ground, and having its germinating qualities carried by the birds of heaven all over the world. End of The Holly Tree, 3rd Branch, The Bill. End of the Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 1.